with his feet. Fighting on the wrong side of the law, of the law. Don't hit, don't fight, don't sleep at night and shake a leg, shake a leg, shake a leg, shake a keeping out of trouble with vines in the back of my face. Kicking ass in this class, they tell me you're a damn disgrace. They tell me what to think, but they stink, and I really don't care. Got a mind of my own, move on, get out of my head. Shake a leg, shake your hand, shake a leg, wake the day, shake a leg.
No one drop up.
Shake a leg, shake a leg. Magazines, wet dreams, dirty women on the scenes for me. A big lips, skin lips, tricky dicks on my chemistry. Got a guns to grind, trying to keep up insane with you. So stop your grinning and drop your leaning for me. I'm shake a leg, shake your leg, shake a leg. Wake the day, shake a leg. That's the deal. Shake a leg, shake a leg. Come on. Idle to the knob on the street, on the street. Kicking everything with his feet, with his feet. Fighting on the wrong side of the law, of the law. Spitting and fighting, kicking and fighting for more. Shake a leg, shake your hand, shake a leg. Wake the day, shake a leg. That's the deal, shake a leg. Play the wheel, shake a leg. Shake your leg, shake a leg. Wake the day, shake a leg. That's the deal, shake a leg. Shake a leg. Shake a shake.
Are you awake? You awake yet? Try to take out big guns so we could all wake up. This is that. I'm guessing that this is a covered, inspired version. Yeah, drummer, I've probably told you this
Discovery, no
like
one throttle up.
at least 10 times at this point. Yeah, I've told you about that cover of Shake Leg. Like throughout the years. At least 10 times. I don't think they heard you in the back. Oh, wow. I don't recall hearing that version. It's a cover, yeah, dude. It doesn't flag. So, we good. Have you slept? Slept since when? Megan,
Discovery,
99-month
North
resub. Thank you. Where? Who? Who's sleeping? You slept, right? You could. It's okay. If you slept, that's good. You could sleep for both of us. You have not slept. Oh. I don't know. I was riding such a pretty good high last night because I saw Starlink. I saw the Starlink launch. I was pretty hyped up. So, you know, as is tradition, I don't know. Time did I go to bed? 3? About 3. And I woke up at 6. It's fine. It's fine. That's not going to come back to bite me. I'm 35. You know, that's not going to come back to bite me. You know, it's just like when you're 25. It's the same thing. It's just it's only, you know, there's a 3 where the 2 should be. It's fine. Oh, that's awesome. Thomas, nice. Yeah. Degenerate sleep schedule, best sleep schedule. Yep. I'll be fine. Definitely fell asleep watching GoldenEye, just like I said I would. Didn't make it past, like, you know, the dam, but hey, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, it's Phil. Don't say that. Oh, don't do that. Don't say that out loud. Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that? Oh. All right. Pick up the NASA coverage and let's roll. Let's do it.
Crew's getting suited up. This is an awesome day.
Yeah, beautiful start to the day so far, again, with that gorgeous sunrise we saw. And as you alluded, this is our 3rd attempt to launch Butch and Sunny on a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. And Starliner teams last tried launching on Saturday, but stood down just minutes before liftoff because of a power issue in a piece of ground support equipment. We'll have more about that in just a few minutes.
NASA and Boeing want to certify Starliner for regular flights to the International Space Station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program. Mike, why is it so important to have a second commercial spacecraft that can take astronauts to and from the space station?
Good luck, no worries.
We call it dissimilar redundancy. So the more chances, the more ways that we can send humans into space, the better it is for NASA and for our country and for the planet. Right now, we can get to space with a Soyuz or with a Dragon, and today we're going to show we can get there with a Starliner. And soon, Artemis. So we're going to have lots of different options, of different ways for people to go to space, and this will help our economy, and this is and the space station and our scientific program.
Now, as we are back in the suit-up room, a reminder for everyone that CFT will only be the 6th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. And the last time an Atlas-class rocket sent humans to space was 61 years ago
Christmas,
for the final flight
of
NASA's Mercury program. Now, Mike, I know you're great friends with both Butch and Sunny, and you got to speak with them late last night. So how are they feeling going into this 3rd launch attempt?
I am very impressed with my colleagues for being such optimists and such professionals. They've been in quarantine for a long time. We've been waiting for over.
Hey, when is the launch in UTC? Dax, look at the clock right now. Add 4 hours. Long story short, I have no idea, bro. I don't know, man. Time zones. Look at the clock right now and add 4 hours and you're good to go.
Now, as you can tell, guys, we are very fortunate to have Mike here with us because he's a veteran of 3 space flights. Expedition 9 in 2004. You'll see a photo coming up here soon.
That's
Expedition
Gennady
18
Padalka.
in
That
2009,
guy's pretty cool.
and then STS-134 in 2011. In total, he's spent more than a year in space and has conducted 9 spacewalks. He then worked with NASA's Commercial Crew program to help bring SpaceX's Dragon and now Boeing Starliner online and ready for today's flight test. And he trained alongside Butch and Sunny as their backup pilot and was with them for CFT's first launch attempt. We saw him in the suit-up room snapping pictures there, and then he rode out to the launch pad with them where he snapped a few more pictures before handing off some of Butch and Sunny's belongings to the pad team. And now he was here with us on the host desk on Saturday and is back again to provide valuable insight into this flight test. And you'll also be taking notes, right, Mike, because you will be the pilot of Starliner's first operational mission after CFT.
Yes, that's the point of crew flight tests, is so that we can certify Starliner to go to the International Space Station on a regular basis, just like we did with Dragon a few years ago. So this is an exciting time. A lot of things are resting on this mission, but Butch and Sunny are prepared. The launch control team's prepared. Mission control's prepared. The management and leadership are prepared, and I think we're prepared here.
Thumbs up from me.
There is a lot to learn about this crew flight test, so we have people here in Florida and in Texas to help explain every part of this mission.
Let's
start first with ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicky, who are monitoring the spacecraft and rocket from the United Launch Alliance's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center, or ASOC.
Yeah, Dee, welcome to the ASOC. We are at ULA's rocket headquarters, really over here on the Cape side. Dylan and I have a great spot for
the ASOC have a sock drawer?
launch operations. Here in the ASOC, we have special viewing and monitoring opportunities here in what I like to consider the press box that's, above the big game going on downstairs. We've got this great view of the launch control team down here, and then we have the mission directors on one side of us and engineering support on the other side. So it is really the best spot to be following along with all the procedures today. And we did just hear that we have a go to proceed with the pad team moving back over to the pad. And Dylan, that's because fueling is...
Okay, all right. They're talking about that. Barry's doing a suit leak test. Notice that he's inflated and looks like the Michelin Man. They're doing a suit leak test there, and then they'll conduct another leak test when he's inside of the capsule later. I don't know why they weren't talking about that, but all right, cool. We are at T-minus 4 hours and 15 seconds for the CFT-1 launch. Chairs must be comfy. Of course. It's lazy boys. I don't know. They're not lazy boys. They could be, though.
Functions. That power supply fault caused several cards to go offline. And shortly after we entered terminal count, the ground launch sequencer attempted to verify the appropriate level of redundancy during terminal count. And when it received the feedback that those cards were offline, the ground launch sequencer terminated the countdown. On Sunday, that chassis that contained the faulty ground power unit was removed, visually inspected, and replaced with a spare chassis. We didn't find any physical indications of significant failure with it, so we'll be doing a full failure analysis on that power unit. Meanwhile, with the new equipment in place, we have performed a full functional checkout of the chassis and all the cards. All the hardware is performing nominally. So with that, we are complete with cryogenic tanking today. All tanks are in topping mode. Tanking and all of our operations today have gone very smoothly so far. All of our pre-launch checks are basically complete. As you said, the readiness poll has been completed for pad entry, and the blue team will be arriving shortly back on the pad to complete final checks before the crew arrives.
So a lot of work going on over the last couple of days. Starliner has been powered on since that.
So what that meant in plain English is that they're going to fill up the vehicle to make sure the vehicle's fully fueled first and second stage before anybody gets there, because when you fill up rockets, they go through what's called transients. That's actually a super dangerous time to be around the rockets. So with an Atlas V, now unless it's designed into the system, like Falcon is designed to fuel when people are nearby. It was designed to do that. Atlas was not designed to do that because flight urgency wasn't necessarily a thing with Atlas when it was engineered 2 decades ago. At this point, damn, I feel old. All right. Anyway, so they have a condition where you don't get near it when it's being fueled. So what they just said is they gave the teams go to go near the pad, which means everything is in what's called a top-off cycle. You might hear that thrown around a little bit. Basically, the propellants on Atlas's first stage, or the oxidizer on Atlas's first stage, and then liquid fuel and oxidizer on Atlas's second stage, the Centaur, are all cryogenic propellants. If you notice this vape cloud that's going out the side of the vehicle there, they boil at ambient temperature. Actually, they boil at extremely cold temperatures. There's the pad team. Those are the pad ninjas. See them pulling up over there? So what they have to do is constantly vent, or else all the propellants will boil off inside of the tanks. The liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen on board wants to turn into gas. And unless you store it at an extremely high pressure, it will just keep boiling off. So what they do is the tanks are in a slow top-off cycle right now. It's just a slow fill, just to keep the propellants, the commodities is what they're called, all filled up in the vehicle. Top off is when the vehicle is in a safe state to get near. It's not that you couldn't go near it when it's being fueled up, though. It's just that if it's not designed into the system, it's not really a good idea. You know, think about it like this. Trying to refuel an aircraft with no in-flight refueling capability, because it wasn't engineered with it, would be like in-flight is probably not a smart decision. You know, you could try to retrofit something, but then you're messing with the airplane. You don't want to do that. You want this thing to be as well understood as possible. That's the back of that dude's head.
Go at throttle up.
That's cool. That's cool.
You should put the little mask in front of your face. Well, if our spacecraft for some reason would have a big leak, this is the second layer of protection.
What's going on?
Suits will keep us
you had to get up for this? You better. Where you live, you better get up for this. It's no excuse now.
So our suits need
Ain't
to
no
be
excuse.
able to hold their own pressure, and we've been working with these.
Stand on the wing with the jerry can while it's flying. Do it. You won't.
But we still check them right before launch, and then we even do another leak check inside the space capsule. This is the extended leak check, or a slightly longer one with some more sophisticated equipment. But once Butch and Sunny get into the spacecraft, they'll do another abbreviated leak check to make sure that everything is good. So you see Sunny's is getting her gloves on. She'll put on her visor, and then she'll inflate a little bit like the Michelin Man or the Stay Puft Marshmallow person or something like that. You'll and that shows that the suit.
It's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. The God has been chosen. I didn't think of anything, chat. Did you think of anything? I didn't think of anything. Did you, mods? No. Chat, what did you do? What did you do, chat? No, it can't be. It can't. It's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Same check on her suit. And the room where they're in, this is a historic room within astronaut crew quarters, which take. Okay,
anyway, so if you've seen me cover this launch before, and this looks like it's deja vu, I just been to this place before. Yeah, now it's stuck in your head. They did end up not going on Saturday. What happened was so they were talking about it on the stream a second ago, but a rack integrated controller on a triple redundant ground launch sequencer decided to not work. Okay, what does that mean in plain English? So on Atlas, there are these things called controllers. Controllers are basically, it's not a computer, it's a hardwired piece of kit to do a specific task. So a computer, you know, obviously, like these things kind of look like server racks almost. A computer would be designed to do a bunch of different things. Rack integrated controllers sacrifice capability to be able to do one task, I want to say like optimally, right? So on Atlas, you have an integrated controller that's designed to release the hold down points when Atlas's engine ignites. There's another one that's designed to turn on the sound suppressor systems. There's another ground launch sequencer that's designed for filling and draining the tanks, right? It's basically all the hardwired electronics that are controlling different tasks on board the vehicle. Now, controllers are controlled by computers, right? Engineers are not good at dealing with customers. Computers are not good at dealing with sequencers. So, you know, the computer hands the specs to the controller, and the controller brings it to the rocket. Controllers have people skills, okay? They have people skills. Okay? Don't have to do two things. Whole do one thing. Yeah, there you go, right? So They had a little bit of a problem with a rack integrated controller, or a RIC is what it's called. There was an undervolting power problem during the launch sequencer. So basically, Atlas said, okay, ground launch sequencer computers, are you ready to go? And one of them said, yeah, Atlas 5, I'm ready to go. And then the second one said, yeah, Atlas 5, I'm ready to go. And then the third one said, hey, Atlas 5, when's breakfast? And Atlas 5 went, oh, never mind. That's exactly how that went down. Maybe it also could be very, very much a thing that I want breakfast. Yeah. Yeah, also could be that. I'm ready to go. Are you ready to go, Etel? I'm ready to go. Are you ready to go? Etel, grab the coffee. Grab the coffee and take an extremely cold shower. That's exactly what I did. Yeah. Yeah. You want to shock the system? You're good to go. How long I'm going to be like this, bro? We're going to crash later, but it's okay.
Like
because we need to be here for Barry and Sunny.
Before his selection
Look
to
at this
NASA,
dude.
Wilmore
Look at this
was on
guy.
exchange to the Air Force as a flight test instructor at the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California.
It's pretty cool.
Butch is a veteran of 2 space flights as pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009. And then in 2014, he served as flight engineer for Expedition 41 to the International Space Station. So far, Wilmore has spent 178 days in space.
We just won't worry about
4
that.
spacewalks. This flight.
Oh yeah, I actually had the part muted where they talked about him being a Top Gun test pilot, or a Top Gun pilot, and then an Air Force test pilot. You heard the Air Force test pilot part. Yeah, Barry's a Top Gun pilot. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, I feel the need. Come on, Barry, do some of that pilot stuff you do.
Her first trip to the ISS launched in 2006. She served as flight engineer for Expeditions 1415.
That's correct, Linus, yes.
She then returned to the orbiting lab in 2012 and was commander of Expedition 33. Sunny has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time, the second most cumulative time by a female astronaut. So far, she has spent 322 days in space. Before NASA, Sunny was a former naval test pilot and instructor, logging more than 3,000 flight hours in more than 30 different aircraft.
Yeah, well.
Williams grew up in Needham, Massachusetts. She's married to Michael Williams. She enjoys hanging out with their dogs, working out, hiking, camping, as well as working on cars and houses.
And right now, Sunny is maintaining a comfortable position while her suit is getting inflated and going through the checks.
I didn't make my bed,
I've worked with Butch and Sunny pretty much since they both joined the.
I couldn't do the make my bed joke today because Brima's still in bed. She's still sleeping, so I couldn't make the bed. She was still sleepy. Couldn't do it.
There's a lot riding on their shoulders for this mission, and they're up for it, and they're ready to go flying today.
Sunny is doing a suit leak check there.
They seem like they're in really good spirits again. We saw Butch laughing along with some of the people in the room. After his suit leak check was done, I saw him give a pound to Sunny before she started.
I really
her
like
check.
the character stats they give us before we choose our character.
Absolutely.
Now let's walk you through what you'll see over the next almost 5 hours on this broadcast. After suiting up, Butch and Sunny will walk out of Kennedy's operations and checkout building to say their goodbyes to family and friends before their ride out to the launch pad in an Astrovan.
And then once at the pad, the crew will ascend ULA's Crew Access Tower to board Starliner in a process we call ingress.
Hey, Tori Bruno's there.
Once ingress is complete, the pad team will close Starliner's
They cut the
hatch.
camera.
They will then make sure the spacecraft is sealed properly by conducting a cabin leak check.
Don't tell me that's 7.
About 11 minutes before launch, the crew access arm, which is that long suspended walkway you'll see the astronauts use to get to Starliner, you're going to see that retract to the tower, and then different teams will then take part in a poll to confirm they are ready and configured for terminal count before liftoff. Around 15 minutes after launch, Starliner will separate from the Centaur upper stage. And at 31 minutes into launch, the orbital insertion burn begins to get Starliner into a stable orbit. Now, if you have any questions about this mission over the next couple of hours, just send those our way. Just jump on X, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. And we look forward to hearing from you. All you have to do is use the hashtag AskNASA to send those questions in. Okay, so a live look back into the suit-up room. We want to keep...
Ooh, Linus, good question. Why is Starliner a wider diameter than the Centaur stage that's below it? Oh, good question. So, Centaur, the Centaur that's currently flying right now is a Centaur V3, or Centaur 3 for short. The Centaur 3 came about when Atlas 3, actually even Atlas 2AS, if you really want to get into Centaur 3 designs. Long story short, that stage was designed at a different time than the capsule. Believe it or not, a hammerhead designed with a rocket, very aerodynamically stable. You wouldn't think it is. Super stable, believe it or not. Think like an arrow. An arrow has you have the arrowhead at the front, and then you have the rod behind it. Hammerhead designs are very, very aerodynamically stable. You wouldn't think. But, yeah, that one's, that actually favors with this design with Atlas N22. That's the configuration of Atlas that we have here. It's called an Atlas, it's an Atlas 5 and not 22. So, no fairing. No fairing, 2 solid rocket boosters, 2 engines in the upper stage. Fun fact, Centaur 3 can have 2 different variants. Centaur 3 has the DEC and the SEC. No. Any college football fans just went, huh? What is that called? Single engine Centaur and dual engine Centaur. We're running with the dual engine Centaur today. Long story short, the insertion burn, the type of insertion burn requires engine out capability, amongst other things. There's a couple of different reasons. It's more because of the shallow ascent trajectory. The extra thrust is needed. It's trading thrust for efficiency there because obviously you have a second engine. You have higher thrust. It can throw the ascent trajectory will throw these two into the right orbit for the ISS. The second part of that is that if it launched on any bigger versions of Atlas, they would be liquid on the way up. We don't want that. We want the liquid to stay inside of the human. That is, I'm not a robot. Anyway, long story short, I don't. Yeah. Okay, Sid. Yeah, I get it. I say it a lot. If you wanted a longer explanation, you could just say it instead of being a jerk about it. I'm sorry, man. It's too early for this. It's too early for this. Oh, you kept mistyping. Oh, okay. You just typed the enter key. You went to hit the apostrophe and you hit the enter key 2 times in a row. Is that what just happened, Sid? Hey, serious. You can go ahead and be quiet for a little while. Don't swear in here, please, right now. I would really appreciate it. I was like, Sid, what are you doing to me? Why would you do this? Part of it is, Tim, part of it is, that's the ring. That's the cheese grater ring that's on the side, on the outsides of Starliner. That's designed to keep the shock at the right angle for aerodynamic stability. There actually is some really, really trick stuff going on here with this version of Atlas with the capsule on board. It's super unique, and I'm actually like, I'm here for it, man. It's really good stuff. Hey, Meeps, time isn't real. Well, how can time be real if our eyes aren't real? Good morning. Twitching 52 months, thank you. Olivia, what was your last? What is that thing behind with the knobs and the dials? That is a pressurization board for the ACES spacesuit, the orange suits. That thing's designed to do fill and leak checks on the orange spaceflight suits for the Orion capsule. Has an RL-10 ever flown crew before? Scanning database. I don't believe so. No.
Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick acting as today's Capcom. He'll be communicating with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams on the team's behalf. He'll be filling all of...
Hi, there any chance you open the live on YouTube? Oh.
For the next Starliner flight.
Oh, yeah.
Assigned as a mission specialist on Starliner 1.
Good.
So the team here today returned to their consoles around 4 a.m. Central this morning, and they've been working closely with the teams in Florida.
Give me a second.
Just under 4 hours before launch, once everything was activated and ready for them, the Boeing mission.
All right, I'm gonna turn this for a second, and we'll go to the splash screen, real quick, and then we'll start up that YouTube stream. I'm still here. I swear. Okay. Yeah, I'm here. Okay. All right. Let's just put that up there. So if people are watching the YouTube VOD, you know, like they'll, it'll seem like we just started, right? Right? Okay. Here, just be quiet for a second. Good morning and welcome to EJ's coverage of the Starliner CFT-1 mission on YouTube. I am EJ, your weird commentator for the day. We just started right now, YouTube. Yeah, that's right. That just happened. Like right now. Where have you been? Jeez. We're currently sitting at about T-minus 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Or 3 hours and 40 seconds. Still early. 3 hours and 40 seconds. All right, rewind. Okay, we are sitting at 3 hours, 40 minutes, and 20 seconds from the Atlas launch. Still early. You're gonna have to bear with me here. Okay, ready? Here. Oh, look, this kid. See, I was right. I just forgot how to read for a second. You know, it happens. Hey, Shinar, what's going on?
At around
all right, here we go.
45 seconds, the Centaur upper stage ignites, continuing the push to orbital speeds.
There we go.
Then a little after 5 minutes,
Yeah, see?
Starliner is
That's
free
great.
of the atmosphere and doesn't need additional aerodynamic support, and the aeroskirt is jettisoned. After a long 6+ minute push from Centaur, main engine cutoff, or MECO, happens around 12 minutes after liftoff. Then, when Centaur successfully separates almost 15 minutes after launch, ULA's job is done. But Starliner is not quite in orbit yet. After a 16-minute coast, Starliner ignites 4 of its orbital maneuvering and attitude control, or OMAC engines, for the orbital insertion burn,
Tessa.
and then 31 minutes after liftoff, the ascent profile is complete.
What?
Burn, and then 31 minutes after liftoff, the ascent profile.
Where is this place? Well, that's Los Angeles. What is this? That's Los Angeles, and that's San Francisco? That's weird. This is LA. That's Palos Verdes. There's LAX. Marina Del Rey. Santa Monica. What is this place? Okay.
Spacewalk by Dyson and Dominic is designed to retrieve a faulty radio frequency antenna assembly on the truss and collect samples of residue from the exterior surfaces of the U.S. segment elements of the station. Now, early Thursday morning, there'll be a pair of mission management meetings. First by Boeing management to assess Starliner systems following launch, and the initial series of vehicle tests that the Starliner crew will perform to ensure that the vehicle is ready for docking. Following that meeting, the International Space Station partners will gather to give final approval for Starliner to press ahead with the critical phase of the rendezvous that will begin Thursday morning with the terminal phase initiation burn. By the way, at the time of launch today at 10:52 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, the International Space Station will be flying 260 miles over south central Turkey. So a busy 24 hours lies ahead. We'll be here every minute to keep you posted. With that, and with the countdown for the launch of the Atlas V well underway, we'll send you back to our folks at the Cape.
Thank you to our commentators over at Johnson. As we were telling you, we have teams in Florida and in Houston monitoring every aspect of the launch. So why don't we head back over to the ASOC now with ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke.
Thanks, Megan. We want to let all the viewers at home know that we are going to be bringing up those public operational communications now. You might hear us refer to them as loops or nets. And if you've been following along, you've heard a lot of that in the last 2 attempts. So we are going to bring those up, the audio of it, on the broadcast. And you may hear us stop commentary for a moment so that that can play across for you to hear it. It's our job to wear these headsets, listen to some of those side channels as well, and then be able to translate what's happening in real time for you. We'll also just be following along with the nominal procedures of the day. And so right now, what we're hearing on those nets is that the pad team has made its way back to the pad, and the white room is configured for being ready to get the crew back in there. You can see they're working to open the hatch at this moment. And so once the crew gets back over there, they'll be ready to start doing all of the procedures there in the white room. The Starliner Control Center has shifted control of the spacecraft over to Mission Control in Houston. And then also our team has been managing a small helium leak in Starliner's propulsion system since that first launch attempt. It does remain acceptable for flight today. After testing all 8 of Starliner's helium manifolds, we found the leak was isolated to just one flange in one of the spacecraft's 28 reaction control system, or like we call it, RCS thrusters, which makes small adjustments on orbit. And even more specifically to a tiny seal about the size of a button on a men's dress shirt. Helium is not combustible or toxic. Thorough data analysis showed Starliner could handle 4 more leaks, or this leak growing by 100 times its current size before needing to be managed in space. In fact, other spacecraft like the shuttle have launched with similar helium leaks in the past. The leak rate was checked about half an hour ago, and not much has changed since the last launch attempt, which is a good thing. We do have confirmation that it remains acceptable. Our teams have also been cycling the thruster valves, and those are now in the open position. This is the 3rd time for Starliner to launch, but first time with the crew, so some of the procedures are a little different. That's why we're coming to you so early before launch today. It is important to remember this is a test flight, and we are going to learn a lot to be more efficient in the future. So Dylan, how are things progressing with the rocket?
Well, Lauren, things are going very, very well with the rocket this morning. This is the 100th launch of the safe and reliable Atlas V rocket and the 3rd flight of the 172-foot-tall N-22 configuration. This rocket is equipped with a dual-engine Centaur upper stage, a configuration that is uniquely capable to deliver the performance needed to shape the trajectory for crew safety.
All right, and now we will check in with NASA's Daryl Nell over at Hangar AE. Daryl.
All right, thank you, Dylan and Lauren. And back here at Hangar AE and out at the pad, you can see beautiful skies above. We talked about the weather at the top of the show. Only 90%, I say only 90% go, which is a fantastic weather forecast here at the pad. But we also have weather that we're tracking along the ascent corridor, and let's talk about that a little bit. We have a graphic to show you how once that rocket lifts off from the pad, this is the track that it will take along the eastern seaboard, and you can see it there all the way up just past Newfoundland on this particular view here. And what it shows you is along that path there are areas in which, if needed, the Starliner could abort off the top of the rocket and go into the ocean. And there's a number of them. And now we have an arm wrestling contest.
All right, let's go.
Joe Acaba and Butch Wilmore. Oh, no, not right hand, lefty. Oh, here we go.
Lefty arm wrestling. Don't bend your wrist. If you bend your wrist, it's cheating.
I think Butch said, "Are you trying?" Oh, I think it ended in a tie. Come on, guys. We're going to do some rock, paper, scissors. I don't see any cards.
You don't want to arm wrestle Sonny? What's up? What's that about?
That's part of the suit up. After they've got their suits and done their checks, they do a card game. But in this case, it appears they are going with rock, paper, scissors. The whole idea here is to lose to the chief you see there, Joe Okaba. And
he won.
He beat him. So there you go. Joe Okaba wins one, and wins against Sonny. Let's send it back now to the host desk.
No,
they're not
done.
As Daryl mentioned, usually it's a card game.
Yes,
That's a tradition that dates back to many missions ago, and the point is for just to have some laughs. No,
he didn't lose. Uh-oh. He did. The whole point of that exercise is to get the commander of the mission to lose a bunch of time. The idea is that you get all your bad luck out.
Classic and true.
Okay. So who were they doing that with? That's Joe Okaba, the guy that's in the blue flight suit. That's not in the space suit. Flight suit is just kind of a coverall, right? Like a fighter pilot would wear. NASA uses blue flight suits. Anytime you see somebody wearing a blue flight suit like that, that they're usually an astronaut. And the thing to look for is the wings, right? So if they're wearing a blue flight suit, they got wings right here in their name, astronaut. So who is that guy? Who's Joe Okaba? He's the chief of the astronaut office. So he's the astronaut of all time right now. It is a rotating position. So it's an assignment, chief of the astronaut office. The first chief of the astronaut office was Deke Slayton out of the Mercury 7. And then he surrendered that position when he was scheduled for the Apollo-Soyuz test project. And then somebody else took the position, and then somebody else, and so on and so forth. Tori Bruno's just chilling right there. That's the guy that runs the company that operates Atlas V. Right there. And yeah, you see the Astro van there, which, I mean, that's cool.
Pad. It can fit 8 people, really.
Yes, I think today we're going to have just Butch and Sonny. I had a chance to ride with them on their first launch attempt, and there's definitely room for more.
That call out again, 3 hours and less than 30 seconds until liftoff of Boeing's crew flight test.
And I think the crew's supposed to come out in just a minute, and they'll be waving and have a chance to talk to their families. And this is an important moment. We have, the
stand by.
The families are here, and not as much as they were at the very beginning, because lots of things have changed. But Butch and Sonny are well supported, and we have a great team that helps support our families, including Kelly Curtis.
LC Slick on Channel 1. Go ahead.
The NASA astronaut.
Hatch open, ops are complete, confined space checks are nominal.
Slick is the pad closeout crew. Those are the people that are at the pad right now.
Among the pad team. So as we said, there's a lot of coordination that needs to happen to make this launch possible. So right now we do have
distance from here to the pad
team members at the launch pad, and they're readying Starliner for Butch and Sonny's arrival.
It's a well choreographed orchestra today, especially. Everything seems is going on time.
And it's about a 5-mile drive, something like that. So they have to go around the Banana River. The Banana River is one of the bodies of water that separates where KSC is from where Slick 41 is. They got to go kind of up to the VAB, across on the crawlerway, and then down to Slick 41. You got to go around a body of water called the Banana River. There are 2 big principal rivers that go between mainland Florida, Merritt Island, which is where Kennedy Space Center is, and then Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. There's mainland Florida, there's the Indian River, Merritt Island, Banana River, Space Force Station. It would have been reversed for you guys, but anyway, astronauts are out of the suit leak check area and moving towards the elevator.
elevator at the end of the hallway.
At the end of the hallway.
Astronaut crew quarters. Again, armed with roses. This time, it looks like orange or yellow roses. They had red roses the other day. But again, same tradition of handing some of those off to folks who have supported them throughout this mission.
Well, if the yellow roses work this time, I think Starliner 1 will be handing out yellow roses the first time.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But we have a great team at crew quarters, and they're saying a quick prayer of blessing to get all the best for Butch and Sunny.
And now they're getting into that elevator.
With life-size posters of Butch and Sunny.
A wave from Butch before the doors close.
It should be in the same
elevator will then
poses.
take them down
That would
3
be
flights.
awesome.
I think I see their patch. The Butch and Sunny patch is on right above the ONC building there, where it has been zapped before, including Demo 2, which is the equivalent flight for Dragon. The Starliner, excuse me, CFT patch is right next to Demo 2.
Yeah. This, of course, are the doors that they're going to walk out of to greet family and friends. And NASA astronauts launching from Florida have walked out of these same doors again since Apollo 7 in 1968. These mission stickers were added around the frame starting in the shuttle era. And as you said, Butch and Sunny's mission sticker is already there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you, it is a real thrill and an honor. I can't express it of how cool it is for those doors to open and you walk out to your ride to the launch pad, and your family, your friends, everybody's there to support you. And it's like, all right, we're going to go do this. And Butch and Sunny are amazed today.
You know, and Butch and Sunny designed their mission patch, and every detail has meaning. The 7 stars in the background represent the astronauts who travel to space as part of the Mercury program. The astronaut symbol at the bottom between Butch and Sunny's names represent all who will follow in their footsteps after this flight. The orange border is a nod to this being a flight test. Earth's blue marbling represents Sunny's love of the ocean.
Wait.
And of course, you have Starliner and the Atlas V rocket there in the middle, with the ISS above it, signifying Starliner's first destination in space.
Now, earlier in the show, we asked you to submit your Ask NASA questions on social media, so let's take a look and answer some of those now. This is from Bailey Schwartz. How do the astronauts mentally prepare for leaving?
And that's a really good question.
Yeah.
And we've talked about it some already, is that we're in order to be mentally prepared, we have to know our stuff and be professional. So Butch and Sunny have passed all their exams and all of the simulations. We've helped they be with Starliner since the beginning, so they are ready to go with their knowledge. But they're also emotionally ready to go too. Their families giving them support, their friends have giving them support, and
I'll talk about that in a second.
The rest of the team is there for them, so they are ready to go. It could be a little scary, but for us, we really just feel that the only thing that we really want on a launch pad is to do our part and not let down the rest of our team.
Okay, so you were confused for the delays. So there have been 2 prior postponements of launch. I'm not saying that word. I'm not saying the word. So the first launch was on the 6th of May. It was about a month ago. That was the first launch attempt. They didn't go, and then, man, that seems like it was yesterday. Just first of all. Anyway, here we go. They're walking out. Hold on one second.
CFT crew taking their first
Let's
steps
go.
outside for their historic flight test to the International Space Station. Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams.
And then it moved to the 25th.
Pausing for a second, a wave from both of them as they walk
And
on
now
over.
it's the 5th.
to
Yeah,
family and friends.
baby.
I think they're throwing out mission patches. Was that it?
Yeah, Butch definitely likes to share the joy.
Hey, that's Doug Wheelock.
And again, they
Doug
had a
Wheelock
couple
right there.
more roses, which they've handed out to folks here in the crowd.
We can see
Once
astronaut Doug Wheelock,
See?
who came down to support the family. He's also getting some good video to document, for family archives this special moment.
And Doug Wheelock and Sunny
It's
Williams
wheels
were
right
in the
there,
same
man.
astronaut class, right? 1998.
1998, the Penguins we called them.
You know I like that. My
Max,
high school mascot.
Max
was a
just asked for
penguin.
a patch. Did you see that? That's Max Evans. He's the NSF photographer. He's like, I need a patch.
Playing to the crowd as they always are. They have great personalities. They're really keeping up all the energy, getting everybody pumped for this historic mission.
Tori Bruno and Bill Nelson are over there.
From Bailey is that this is how we.
So this guy right here with the blue dress shirt on, that's Bill Nelson. He runs NASA. To his left is the second in charge of NASA. That's Pam Melroy. Pam Melroy's an astronaut. She flew the shuttle a couple of times. And then to Bill's right is Tori Bruno. He's the CEO of ULA, the company that operates Atlas V.
3 hours and 20 minutes from launch, so they still have a little over 2 minutes left. Making their way down to other folks. A crowd following
Bill has
them
flown
to
into
take
space.
some
He's not an
photos and
astronaut,
videos.
Delta. He's flown into space,
The
though.
Astrovan door open and ready for when they want to hop in.
He's not part of the astronaut corps. He has flown on the shuttle, though. He flew on the shuttle in...
And this is all carefully choreographed.
Like, I think it was early 1986, before Challenger.
And,
actually, Challenger was the next mission after his.
To go to the launch pad, which will drive by here, we'll have to arrive
No,
just in time.
the guys that are packing heat over there...
And on the first
guys that are packing heat over there is Kennedy Space Center SWAT. I get asked this every time we see a crew roll out. Why is that dude packing the heat over there? Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. You never know. Florida man could come. We don't want that. You know what I mean. Nah, it's all right. You're close to an active military installation, the Space Force Station, and they don't like people snooping around. I think that's understandable. So have it not need it not have it.
Say their well wishes.
Not Florida man. Florida man's all right. Google Chrome help.
Sunny saying, "Come on over here, Butch. Let's take a photo."
Once again, blue flight suit. Wheels as an astronaut.
Some waves again.
Multiple times into space.
As they slowly make their way to that Astrovan door.
We can see Boeing's
What's he got over
astronaut
there?
liaison, Megan Donaldson,
dude.
getting a
He's got a
hug there.
suppressor.
She's been
See
such
that?
a great help to
Dude's packing some heat
keep the
over there.
crew and
See that?
Boeing management
It's got a little baby suppressor on that thing.
And that's why they're on time today. Thanks, Megan. Good job.
Oh, I'm ready. All systems.
not
You
me.
ready?
Got it.
Well. And thank you to you, Megan Cruz.
All right, the door now closing. Also riding along with them will be the driver and a backup driver. The driver for
It looked
all
like a
three
suppressor
attempts
to
has
me,
been
really,
Rodney
but I don't
Perry.
know.
Again, thinks his job is so cool. You know, what an amazing, unique opportunity. And then we also have the backup driver.
Now, I always make it a thing to talk about this. If you notice, everybody that's on the other side of this fence right here has masks on. Why do you have masks on? Well, the astronauts quarantine. NASA astronauts have been quarantining basically since 1968. The reason why is they used to not do that before launch, and during the Apollo 7 mission, they didn't quarantine, and the astronauts on that mission got a head cold in space. Okay, I always make it a thing to mention this. I want you to picture in your mind how much a head cold in space would actually suck. That would be awful. Imagine trying to blow your nose in space. Nope, I don't want to do that. So yeah, the astronauts have been quarantining, and everybody around them is wearing a mask. You do not want to get sick in space. That would be terrible.
Sending their well wishes.
Believe me, they tried that once. It didn't work.
The team here at Kennedy Space Center.
So they're rolling out here from ONC right there. That's the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. If you see that hangar door that they just drove past, the Orion capsule and Dream Chaser are in there right now. That is the spacecraft checkout area for NASA. All the Apollo Command Service modules were assembled in there. All the LEMs were assembled in there. The Lunar Excursion modules. Every Orion capsule was assembled in there. And then during the Space Shuttle era, it was used to build ISS components. Yeah, every ISS module's gone out of that door. Pretty cool, huh? Also, CH-46.
And then here's a picture of Butch. Fun fact, he was a real Top Gun pilot. He's
So was Chris Ferguson.
On the far left. Now, I mention all this because given their backgrounds, it's only fitting, right, that they wanted...
LC Slick on Channel 1.
So that guy on the far right is Chris Ferguson. Chris Ferguson works for Boeing. He helped design this capsule. Him and Barry and Sonny. They all had input in the design on this thing, which is super freaking cool. It's good to have... You probably want to make sure that the people that are actually putting their hides inside of the capsule probably have some input on how it's designed. You know, just for the UX... You know, they just want a good user experience. No, seriously. Starliner is actually designed to... The heads-up displays Actually, it's not really a heads-up display. It has MFDs inside of it. They'll probably talk about it at some point. Starliner is basically designed to be kind of set up similar to an aircraft. So the cockpit inside of the capsule looks like an airplane. It's very similar in like layout and function, which is actually pretty rad. I think that's super cool. And that's because it was designed by Navy test pilots. Oh, boy. It's pretty funny.
We're all part of, and astronauts.
You know what van they use? That's an Airstream.
Tip of the rock.
That's an Airstream camper van. That Airstream camper van is built off of a. It looks like a Mercedes Transit or a Mercedes Sprinter van. That's what it's called.
Different teammate.
They're taking a right here onto Kennedy Boulevard, turning north here. See, they're not going 295. Fun fact. See that sign right there? 295. If you go down this road and you go across the causeway, across the Indian River, you'll get to I-95. Okay. If you get on that road and go north, you can go all the way to where I am on one continuous road, all the way up the entire eastern seaboard. I live in Massachusetts. That's not close to Kennedy Space Center, but there is one road that I could get on from here and go due south and be at the Cape in 20 hours. Fun fact. They aren't going that way though. They're going to get up the eastern seaboard a little faster today.
While the teams at Kennedy Space Center prepare Starliner for their arrival.
Yeah, if I want to drive to the Cape, I just get on 95 and go south
for pick back up
about a day.
Cabin leak checks and monitor Starliner's life support systems.
Airstream Atlas starts at 312. Okay, nice.
And then in the last 20 minutes before launch, there are a few important actions that will work.
Hey, Vulcan.
Starliner
getting ready to head out.
Power and working with the crew to activate the launch abort system.
All right, man.
They'll also stay ready to respond to any issues that arise between now and launch, such as the suit fan problem they had to troubleshoot on Saturday about 13 minutes before launch.
And then you can see over here people
fans, so they turned off,
going to and from work.
Control was able to quickly work to get
These are all the technicians
and ready
stuff.
for launch.
So they're on base premises here. So everybody that you see driving up and down the road, they're not just on some random highway. All these people are people that work at Kennedy Space Center.
Set of training to prepare for Butch and Sonny's mission today.
And of course, all of this is
probably not dead scum because of the sun,
to the
but we'll see.
International Space Station for its crewed flight test. So let's check in again with the destination, the International Space Station.
Oh, Nick, don't say
Rob
it.
Davies is with the Space Station Flight Control Team, standing by to give us an update.
Thanks, Brandy. With the White Flight Control Room down the hall, poised to take over Starliner mission operations at liftoff of the Atlas V rocket. The flight controllers in this room, the International Space Station Flight Control
that's right,
Room,
Hotbox. Yep.
are ready to collaborate with their colleagues once Starliner moves into integrated operations just after 9 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. That'll be about 3 hours prior to Starliner's scheduled
49
docking.
months.
Now, once the new spacecraft is docked to the station's Harmony module, there'll be a period of about 2 hours to conduct leak checks on both sides of the Starliner Harmony docking interface before the hatches will swing open, allowing Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams to enter the station, the place they have both called home on previous missions. Wilmore and Williams will configure Starliner systems for docked operations, then will join the 7 Expedition's 71 crew members for a typical safety briefing. That will be conducted by Station Commander Oleg Kononenko of Roscosmos, who yesterday marked 1,000 days in space on this, his 5th mission. The Starliner crew will then begin to transfer equipment to the station from their spacecraft and settle in for their visit. Countdown clocks are ticking backward as we close in on the launch of this test flight, and we are ready here in Houston. So let's turn it back to
that
you
guy
guys
didn't
at
use
the
his
Cape
blinker.
and our continuing coverage.
Thank you, Rob.
He didn't use your blinker.
13 minutes and
What's wrong with you?
Away from only the 6th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew.
That was a lane change, no blinker.
The first 5 crewed test flights, here they are.
They're using L.
Mercury Redstone 3, Alan Shepard, May 5th, 1961.
1.2 G.
Apollo 7, or excuse me, Gemini 3 with Gus Grissom and John Young, launched March 23rd,
I was going to say,
1965.
that's not that. Here's Apollo 7.
And then Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley,
that's
Walt
the one.
Cunningham.
That's the one where they got
October
sick.
11th, 1968.
That's the one where they got sick.
We have STS-1.
My favorite mission.
John Young and Robert Crippen, which launched
April 12th,
NASA's SpaceX Demo 2, Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken, May 30th, 2020.
No? All right, cool. We watched that. We watched that one live.
Today's NASA's Boeing crew flight test with Butch Wilmore and Sonny
Hey,
Williams.
MAF employee here. What's going on? Really like your channel, man. Need more guys like you out there. Hey, WLF. Awesome, man. That's so cool. Dude, sweet, man. Let's get that second core ready, huh? Yeah? Hell yeah. Let's get the third one. Let's get the fourth one. Let's get 10 of them. Because we want them. Let's go. Let's freaking go, dude. That's awesome. Thanks for watching, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words. CS2 to the Cape real soon. Let's freaking roll, dude. Oh, you got gifted a sub too. That's awesome, man. What's MAF? Michoud Assembly Facility. Good stuff, man. That's inside of ONC right there. That's speaking of the devil. There's the Artemis. That's the Artemis 2 Orion right there. They're testing it. There's a vacuum chamber inside ONC. See that hangar door? That's the hangar door I was telling you guys about. The astronauts just drove by that door.
Energy that could
Let's roll, dude. Let's roll. We got a moon to go. We got a moon to go and see, dude. Let's do it.
Underway recovery test at sea. This exercise mimics Orion landing and recovery procedures when the crew splashes down.
I need to get that capsule short up, WLF. We need to make more cores, like now.
Divers and boats approached a mock-up
Come on, Lockheed, let's go.
And helped the astronauts into helicopters, which then flew them to a nearby naval
Sage
ship,
60.
just like they'll do during the mission.
Oh, look at that. That's Jeremy Hansen, Canadian
High
astronaut.
above launch pad 39B, this 360-degree video takes you for a ride inside one of the Artemis emergency egress baskets. In the event of an emergency at the launch pad, astronauts and workers use this quick exit to get to safety.
Sonics, when they tried to go before, they had trouble with what's called a ground launch sequence, the ground launch sequencer, or GLS for short. What does a ground launch sequencer do? Okay, the thing about names of things in spaceflight is that they're generally very straightforward. So ground launch sequencer, what does that do? That sequences all the events on the ground for launch, okay? And I know it's like, are you just adding words so you can get your explanation up to a certain amount of characters, EJ? Well, no. Okay. So what does a GLS do? Everything that's involved with launching the rocket that's not on the rocket itself is sequenced by the ground launch sequencer. Ground launch sequencer is in triple redundancy. So we're talking not just like letting the rocket go off the pad. So pyro separation mechanism would be one of them. This thing is in charge of like filling the thing up with fuel. It's in charge with umbilical, like transferring power and whatnot. It's basically controlling everything. Oh, tower segments over there. Starship parts. All right. OSB2, OSB1, VAB, Launch Control Center. Basically, what the GLS is, they're controllers, all right? They look like server racks, but it's important to note that these rack-integrated controllers, or RICs for short, are not computers. Computers control controllers. Controllers control the rocket. Okay? These are called system. They're control mechanisms. All right? So what are these things, like what went wrong? So what went wrong the other last week when they tried to let this thing go is that in order for Atlas to launch, you need all three of your sequencers. Remember, they're in triple redundancy. You need all three of them to be like, yep, I'm good. So they got inside of 4 minutes, and inside of 4 minutes on the count. So when this is 00:04:00, right? Atlas, they'll turn the brains on Atlas, and Atlas will talk with the Atlas computers will talk with the ground launch sequencer computers. They'll basically get a handshake and be like, Atlas goes, hey GLS, what's going on? GLS goes, hey Atlas, how you doing? All right, I see you. All right, I see you. Cool. Okay, and Atlas goes, all right, GLS computer 1, are you good to go? And computer 1 says, yeah, I'm good. And Atlas went to computer 2. Computer 2, are you good to go? You ready to go? And computer 2 said, yeah, I'm good to go. And then Atlas went to computer 3, or rack integrated controller stack 3, and said, hey, are you ready to go? And Controller 3 said, hey, what time is breakfast? And Atlas said, okay, no, not going today. So what happened? What happened with these rack integrated controllers? So specifically, if you want an explanation, there was a problem. There was a problem with the controller for, I believe it was Centaur umbilicals. They had an undervoltage problem. So there is fault detection built into this. Atlas needs 3 of these computers to work. When a rocket lifts off, you get a lot of different things all happening at once, and there's a lot of power draw. So just in case you have your ground launch sequencers in triple redundancy. Just in case. You don't need something going wrong when the rocket leaves the pad. That would be like an umbilical not detaching or something. That would be a bad idea. We don't want that. So, all right, they're past 39A, taking a right for the first roadblock inside of the flight hazard area, the FHA. They're taking a right. The ocean is right over that bluff right there, by the way. So Alice said, okay, GLS 1, 2, 3, are you good to go? And 3 said, no, I'm not good to go. They had undervoltage. The fault detection system detected an undervoltage, and they actually figured out that it threw an error for one of the controllers on the stack, but they figured out that it was the power supply. The power supply for that stack wasn't working. It actually failed. Have these things failed before? It's happened in the past. It's very rare, but it does happen. These 3 rack integrated controllers for the ground launch sequencer for Atlas were added. They were actually rebuilt, actually brand new, and they were installed in 2018. And since then, they haven't had any problems. Now, I don't know about you guys. 2018 was like a week ago in my mind. That was 6 years ago. I don't know. Helicopter evac pad right there. I was like pointing it out in case you were wondering what that big triangle was in the middle of the road. So they'll be going down the road here and taking a right into the north entrance of Slick 41. So yeah, that's what happened when they tried to go on Saturday. They had power problems. Now, like I said, does this stuff happen? Sure. Is it a test flight? Are you testing a new configuration for this rocket? Yeah, absolutely. The first flight is always a huge. It's not a risk. It's just you're doing a lot of things all at once, like a lot of new things that you haven't done. Like this configuration of Atlas doesn't fly very much. It's only flown 2 times prior. And even those flights, I would say they're a little bit different because there wasn't people on board. So once again, even a slow undervoltage from the rack integrated controller for ground launch sequencer number 3, even a little bit of undervoltage is enough for Atlas to be like, no, don't risk it. Because you never know. When the rocket lifts off, maybe an umbilical starts flailing around because this does happen, and maybe it contacts something and grounds out and short circuits the GLS. You don't want that happening while the rocket's going off, especially with people on board. So where are these computers? They're actually in that building right there. See the white one? That concrete structure that looks like a reinforced bunker because it basically is. The GLS computers are in there. They're behind those doors. And that door is extremely heavy. It is a reinforced bunker. That's what that is. Ground launch sequencer control computers, the rack integrated controllers are inside of there. And they control basically everything that's designed to separate that rocket and get it away from the pad. Had any sleep this morning? No. Are they on Space Force land now? Slick 41 Alleviate is technically on Kennedy Space Center property, but the Space Force oversees it. That helicopter pad, the triangle helicopter pad that I told you about, that's, for the most part, that's the border between Slick 40 and 39A, which denotes that's the line of demarcation between Space Force Station and Space Center. Oh, Sonics, yeah, no problem. You're a theoretical physicist graduated. I'm always out of the loop with the rocket stuff. Your channel's a true blessing. Oh, dude, physics is wild, man. That's like understanding the universe's game engine. Good stuff, man. You're doing God's work, Sonics. All right, now that I have my coffee, I'm ready to watch launches. So note that everything here is reinforced. That door is probably filled with concrete, no joke. And it's covering the elevator door. That's entirely on purpose. Everything down here is bulk, because what happens behind those doors right there gets a little hot. This is a shot on top of the crew access tower. The astronauts are currently riding up. They'll pop out of this elevator door right here. Look at the bulk on these freaking doors. That ain't just an emergency exit right there. Look at it looks like a door from a ship. Falco Boffer, 4 months. What brew are you drinking? I have straight black coffee. I have coffee straight up. My coffee looks like motor oil. Now, once again, these people right here with the gray coveralls on, those are called pad closeout crew. If you hear them on the communications loop, the call sign for these guys is Slick. Now, I know what you're wondering. Why do they have numbers on their back? What is this, a football team? Well, here's the thing. When you're going into the capsule, there's kind of a room on the end. Yeah, it's a beautiful day, Sonny, right? There's a room on the end of this crew access arm. The room is called the White Room with black curtains. All right, I'll stop. That right there is a FOD critical area. So what they do... hey, all right. So what they do is it's a sterile environment. It's through that door right there. It's a sterile environment because you don't want dust, dirt, rocks, whatever. You don't want to track dirt in and get that in the capsule. It can jam up the life support systems when you're on orbit, amongst other things. If you get dust in there, it can cause static electricity. We don't want that as well. So all these pad members have, hairnets and masks on. That's why they wear numbers, because you can't see who's who. So they have numbers on their back that denotes their job. It's a hell of a view up there. So what are they doing right now? If you really want to know why they're just kind of waiting around, well, to put this very bluntly, they're taking a piss. Barry's taking a piss. It's a long ride before the toilet turns on in the capsule. Yeah, it's gonna be a second. You're gonna be sitting in the capsule for about 3 hours. You might, and then it's an 8-minute ascent after that. So you might want to deal with that just in case. Even if you don't have to go. Seriously, just get it done now. You don't want to make a mess in the capsule later. That would be bad. Now, with that being said, there are, we'll call redundant liquid absorption garments here, just in case. They have those. They're wearing diapers. Yeah, just in case. You never know. It's a rocket launch. You got a little bit of pucker moments. You never know. But yeah, that's what they were doing there just a second ago. They were taking the time to do the business. Now right there to talking to the big man upstairs. Pretty fair.
And really it is nice. It's been nice to see them take these moments together and say some words.
And OSM, LT?
OSM, go ahead, sir.
Roger. Okay, I see the CTV backing up now.
Beer, 5 pound,
yes,
6 ounce,
baby
baby
it's
Jesus.
good to see that the crew transport
don't
is
even know how to.
That means
don't even know how to walk
crew,
yet.
not to have to come back.
Hey, look, Chad, I like the baby Jesus version better. All right, when you're saying your prayers, you can think of bearded Jesus or teenage Jesus. I like the baby Jesus version. All right.
Teams to monitor exactly how many people are at the launch pad in that flight hazard area.
He's a man. He had a beard. I like the baby version better.
Well, we'll find out in 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 47 seconds.
That's right. And here they go. Butch and Sunny walking across the crew access arm. Their way into the White Room there.
LCSY on one.
All right.
Before they get into Starliner.
Go ahead.
So, if you note here, this is the White Room with, well, it's got white curtains, but whatever. Hey, whatever. All right, it's Clapton. All right, it's a good. Cream's a good band. All right. If you haven't listened to Cream, White Room's great song. Anyway, here we go again. Baby Jesus. It's time for baby Jesus. Baby Jesus.
very
CTV
well.
has departed the pad.
And the CTV is out of the area. And what's really neat is that the Boeing pad team, this is not their day job. They have other jobs in the company, and then today they all get together.
Christoph, it's not an MRAP. It's a smaller armored vehicle for the KSC SWAT team.
The Starliner, and get ready for launch.
All right, so what's going on in here? If you notice the door to the White Room, the door that's over there, it's open. Now I know what you're thinking. Like, wait a minute, don't they not want stuff to be in there? So why is the door open? Well, this thing's basically got a gigantic air conditioner attached to it, and they're pumping air inside of the White Room and the capsule now because the hatch is open. See, the door is open. They're making positive pressure. So what's going on here is they're pumping a lot of air inside of here, and the building is going to pressurize, so it keeps the door open and blows air out. That makes sure that all the dust gets circulated out if it's going to go into the capsule, because the capsule's obviously pressurized, and they make a seal with White Room up to the capsule. You can see there's a seal around where the White Room interfaces with the capsule. That creates a pressurized lock, right? So that's the only way for air to go. That makes it's called a positive pressure environment. That makes it so it pumps all any dust or anything that gets tracked in here, hairs or whatever, gets blown out the door. Now, if you notice, one of these HVAC lines here is going into the capsule. The reason why is, well, the capsule has its own air conditioner on it, obviously. They call that life support, or environmental control and life support systems, if you really want to know. That's not on right now. You don't need to turn on the life support systems to the capsule right now because you're not in space. There's plenty of oxygen down here. The capsule doesn't need to provide it. So they're pumping the capsule with positive pressure as well to minimize what's called FOD, FOD, foreign object debris. Like I said, you don't want stuff floating around in the capsule. If some dust settles on the bottom of the capsule, you launch it up into space, well, now that dust is all around you. That dust can short things out. It can jam up life support system filters. You want to minimize it as much as possible. Now, don't get me wrong, it's going to happen to an extent, but you want to really make sure that you don't you minimize it as much as possible. And once again, that's why these guys got numbers, hairnets, and masks on, so you don't get anything inside of that capsule. You don't want to track debris in there. That's bad. Did they fix the O2 fan on the suits? Port, I haven't heard any word on that, but we'll see. Yep, see, they got a line going in, and now Barry's going to get into the capsule. He's sitting left seat, so there's only one door. The door is on the right-hand side. So if he's sitting left seat, the commander's position, he's the one that gets in first. What he's doing right now is called ingress. Ingress is just a fancy way of saying get in the capsule. And make sure you remove this tag before flight, I think. You can tell that you should remove it because of the way it is. Now here you have the command console inside a Starliner. If it looks cramped, well, yeah. Ironically, space is at a premium on spacecraft. Starliner has a very Spartan design compared to, like, Dragon, for instance. Dragon is kind of built with a little more aesthetics in mind. I personally like the fact that we have both. I like this Spartan design. I think it's very, very functional. So I don't hate it. Now, I'll be honest with you guys. This camera makes it seem like there's a lot less room inside of this capsule than there actually is. There's a lot of space below them. Remember, Starliner can hold up to 5 people. There is basically another row of seating down there. So, like I said, you're looking at basically the front row. Like, there's 2 rows of seating. There's another row below them. Right now, that row is just filled with cargo. Fun fact, one of the things that they have on the capsule is actually a pump to fix the toilet on the ISS. Specifically, the water reclamation system. So the toilet has a pump for number 1 that leads to the water filtration systems. That pump isn't working right now, so Ziploc bags. Yep, now that you have that image in your head, I will pivot to looking at the front of the capsule. That's the hatch. Right there, when they get up to the ISS, the docking port is through there, and that's the hatch that they will use to ingress, there's that word again, yeah, into the ISS. It's Howard all over again. Shh. Why is he taking the badge off? Oh, time to wake up. Why is he taking the badge off? Part of the tradition here, launching from the United States, is to take the patches of the ground closeout crew and put it on the capsule. They've been doing that since basically the shuttle era, like the early shuttle era. Actually, they did it during Apollo too, if I'm remembering correctly. You take the patch and you put it on there. That's to basically for it's kind of tradition for the closeout crew to keep the astronaut in their minds, and the astronaut to keep the people back down on the ground in their minds as well. Who's going to fix the toilet? Well, big screen. It's not like you can call the plumber when you're up on the ISS. The astronauts themselves have to fix the toilet. Remember, I want to be very clear. It's not the toilet that's actually broken. It's the plumbing to the toilet. So they basically their sewage lines up there aren't working very well. Yeah, Astro Plumber. Yep. Actually, yeah, that picture is pretty good, 415. There's a lot of space inside of that capsule. There's more than you might think. Now, fun fact here. You want to see something pretty cool? If you look at the crew access arm, the white room interface right here between spacecraft and the clean environment, if you notice, it's kind of hard to see from this picture, but it has tracks. That thing can actually move up and down. Anybody know why? I'll give you a hint. It can move up and down to potentially service other spacecraft launching from this pad. Anybody know which one? Not SLS. It would need to be a lot taller for that one to alleviate. Dream Chaser. Yep. The White Room can interface to Dream Chaser, which is a little bit taller than Starliner, so they actually put a channel in to be able to move that thing up and turn it to be able to interface with the spacecraft correctly. Yep, Dream Chaser, the little mini space shuttle that Sierra Space is working on right now. Once again, that's in ONC. It's sitting right next to the Artemis II Orion. Yep. And it could potentially launch Starliner on different rockets if the customer wants to. I.e., I was actually listening to a press conference with Tory Bruno, the guy that operates ULA, the guy that runs ULA, that operates Atlas V and Vulcan. He said that Vulcan is designed to be able to handle launching a Starliner into space. It could, but right now, at present moment, there is no... it's really up to the customer. The customer is Boeing. If Boeing wants to launch a Starliner on Vulcan, they could probably get that done, he said. And by probably, he means they could get that done. Now, what's going on right now is the pad closeout crew is helping secure Barry in position and make sure that, for instance, HVAC systems are hooked up to a spacesuit. The spacesuits can actually pressurize independently of the capsule. The reason why is if you're familiar with an aircraft, in case of cabin depressurization, the oxygen masks will fall. Well, yeah, when you're in space, if something goes wrong, you really won't have time to put the whole mask thing on. So in case of a depressurization in flight, the spacesuits are actually pressurized. So right now they're hooking them up to the life support systems on the capsule, and you'll see his suit inflated in a little bit here, little later in the timeline, for them to do a leak check to make sure that the suit between the the operations and checkout and the pad didn't pop any holes in it. So right now they're securing him in. It looks like he's got just a regular 5-point harness. It looks like a 5-point from actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's a 5-point harness. Looks like 5-point from a race car. Like if you feel like drag racing, it's a 5-point harness. It's the same thing. Off-the-shelf components makes it a lot easier. This is like the kind of harness that you'd see in a dragster. But yeah, they're securing him in, making sure you're nice and comfortable. Believe it or not, that's actually a thing. You don't want to be like sitting wrong during a rocket launch. You got to be as comfortable as possible. It's going to get a little violent here in a second. It's a little rumbly. on the way up? Should they not have gloves too in case of depressurization? They do have gloves. They can attach the gloves. The gloves kind of slide lock into place. And then the suit helmet. These suits don't actually have a helmet. The helmet is integrated into the design. You pull it over like a hood and then you zip it up. It's pretty trick, dude, that they got zippers to seal like that. That's actually old school, believe it or not. See, the zipper right there. That's old. That's old school. That's harkening back to like Mercury and stuff. Mercury and Gemini, they had suits with zippers on them. They did have helmets. No one's ever tried to do it with a helmet, to my knowledge, but still cool.
And cows, and I raised chickens and ducks, and just enjoyed life in the country.
Tennessee.
I went to Tennessee Tech, started working on an electrical engineering degree, and played football, which was a very difficult combination, I learned, because they're both full-time jobs. So it was a lot of effort over those years, but it molded me and it helped instill the work ethic
I'll
my
answer it in a
parents
second,
had instilled in me when I was younger. I entered the Navy and was fortunate to fly the A-7E. It was a single-seat attack aircraft, and I flew that for a couple of deployments. And then I transitioned to the F-18 Hornet, and through that process was selected in the test pilot program. You learn a lot about yourself as you go through test pilot school, where you're lacking in certain capabilities that are necessary to do a test pilot type of job. When it comes to flight test, the minute details matter. When we're doing our runs, hey, well, let's run it this way. Let's do it that way. Let's add this in. Let's take that out. And let's look at it in that regime so we can see how the spacecraft responds. And that's what you do with aircraft, that's what you do with spacecraft, and that's what this test is all about. This crew flight test is a series of these various tests to ensure that the operational requirements and the design meets those requirements. And I think everybody that does flight tests would agree. Focus, understanding, and also the team coming together to give you the overall understanding of the test and the capabilities of the spacecraft or aircraft that you're testing is vital. Sitting in this seat over here in the Starliner Sim and doing the things we've done and learning about the spacecraft, developing a lot of the capabilities of the spacecraft, it's very humbling when you see and you interact with some of these professionals, and our human spaceflight and our nation has a debt of gratitude to them. Every single training evolution we have is brand new. We're the first to do it. Whether it is checking the survival equipment in the pool with a mock-up of the spacecraft and how you egress, get out of the spacecraft, whether it's the side hatch or the upper hatch, while the seas are rough and all those type of things. There's a thought of how things should be, but then there's the reality of how things need to be. And that's what this test is all. Everything we do is test. It's been a process over years that is such a benefit in all aspects of the capabilities of this spacecraft.
I know, Nick.
And we're excited to be a part of it.
That's cool.
Looking back live inside Starliner as Butch is continuing the egress.
What are the 4 towers for? Oh, Viper, yeah, I should probably jump into that. Yeah, I get asked that all the time. No, it's a good question. So what are the 4 towers around Slick 41 for? They're lightning rods. Slick 41 is at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station down in Florida, the thunderstorm capital of the world. Anybody that lives in Florida knows during the summer, 3:30, 4:30, every afternoon, you get a freak thunderstorm, and then it's nice and sunny for the rest of the night. Nice and cool, too. Yeah, lived in Florida for 2 years, can confirm. So with that being said, this rocket has like 1 million pounds of propellant, albeit solid, liquid, a lot of things that can explode. You don't want lightning hitting that. They tried that once. In 1969, they tried that. It didn't work very well. Story time. Listen up. So, Apollo 12, second mission to the moon, right after Apollo 11. Pete Conrad, Al Bean, right? They went to launch it, and it was a little bit overcast down in Florida. Saturn V launched. This is late 1969, so this was like 3 or 4 months after Neil and Buzz, right? They went to launch it. Right after the rocket cleared the tower, the Saturn V, it got hit by lightning. Twice. The lightning hit the top of the Saturn V, arced down the rocket, down the plume, and hit the tower, the launch umbilical tower, and ground it out for a split second. The short story way of saying it is that it fried the batteries for the antenna on Saturn V. So they needed to switch power to a secondary electronics, the auxiliary electronics for the antennas. The signal condition electronics is really what it is. So think about this. You're on the Saturn V, 7.5 million pounds of thrust. You clear the tower, and then all of a sudden your control panel turns into a disco. Ding, 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 all these lights going off. Honestly, it's funny in hindsight, but listening to the control loop it's like a straight pucker moment. You're like, okay. Because the astronauts are like, yep, I don't know what's happening. I've never seen it do this. Please help us. Help me, Tom Cruise. Ah! Like, it's pretty funny. If you listen to it in hindsight, it's funny because nobody got hurt, right? So, believe it or not, there was a guy sitting in Houston in what's called the ECOM position. ECOM is the electrical engineer, the flight controller electrical engineer. So the ECOM position, the guy that was sitting on the electronics console that day is a guy by the name of John Aaron. And John Aaron, believe it or not, had seen something like this in testing and training that he had done in the past. They found a weird failure mode. He found a weird failure mode with the capsule where basically it turns the control panel on the Apollo service module into a light show. So during the ascent, the astronauts are freaking out, and John Aaron flips on his headset and he says, I've seen this pattern before. ECOM, try SCE to auxiliary, signal condition electronics, flip it to auxiliary. And the funny thing is that the commander of the mission was like, I have no idea where that is. What switch are you talking about? There's like 500 of them on this thing. Where is that? And I think I forget which astronaut it was. He's like, oh, wait, I know where that is. And he flipped this switch right here. Signal condition electronics. Flipped it to auxiliary. All of a sudden, the light show stops. Saturn V resumed normal operation mid-ascent and flew into space. The rest of the loop, all the way up into space, is nervous laughter from the 3 astronauts on board going, what? We almost just died. Well, that would have sucked. Yep. So, lightning towers. You need them. You don't want lightning hitting the rocket. Like I said, they tried that in 1969. It didn't work. That, believe it or not, after Apollo 12, they implemented flight rules which are still used to this day. And one of the flight rule that was made after Apollo 12 is called the surface electric field rule. Surface electric field rule is a commit criteria for all rockets. What that basically says in plain English is don't make the rocket a lightning rod. How about you don't launch in a thunderstorm? Yeah. Maybe. Probably would be a good idea. Not really sure why we weren't doing that before this, but yeah. Surface electric field rule. So that's why those lightning rods are there. Part of it is because of the surface electric field rule. If there's a thunderstorm and the rocket's on the pad, you don't want it hitting the rocket. It could fry it, like what almost happened. We almost killed 3 astronauts on Apollo 12. That would have sucked. that would have sucked a lot. We don't want that. Sonny is in the capsule now. Everyone is bound to these rules. It's a range safety commit criteria, Alleviate. Yeah. It's a range rule. So, yeah, Viper, very good that you asked that question. I love telling that story. That story is amazing. Seriously, listen to the control loops on Apollo 12. The astronauts almost crapped their pants on the way up. It was close. I'm fine, Predominant. How are you? Yeah, everyone is bound to, everybody that launches out of the Cape is bound to the surface electric field rule, and Vandenberg and Wallops. You really don't want these things getting hit by lightning. That's a bad idea. So yeah, hopefully that helps. So you're telling me we'll never see a launch during a hurricane? I mean, actually bite pretty hard. You might. There are launches during storms. NASA does launch rockets into storms. They do that. And heck, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration flies planes into storms, right? You're probably not going to see a rocket with people on board launch into a hurricane, but there are sounding rockets that they shoot into hurricanes to get meteorological information. Yeah, not probably not what you want, not what you were intending with that statement, but it does happen. It does happen, you know. Like, that's the thing. Too late to call shotgun? I think so. Hey, they have another seat in there. I'd fly. Let's go. Let's do it. I hope so, Erudite. So, other people have asked about the arrow skirt on the bottom of Starliner, between Starliner and Centaur. Is that arrow skirt needed? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you need that. That arrow skirt is basically designed as a... It's designed to channel airflow correctly over the rocket for stability. Yeah. That would be the skirt that's on the bottom of the capsule. Between Centaur and Starliner, there's basically a cylindric piece of aluminum, right, that separates in two pieces. You'll see it. Maybe they'll show it. Maybe they'll show it pop off on ascent. It's there to channel aerodynamic, to channel air into the right spots to make the rocket nice and stable aerodynamically on the way up. So, okay, if there's any Formula One fans out there, the wing element on the front, you can only have a certain amount of wing elements on the front wing or front spoiler. Don't call it a wing. Wings make things go up. Spoilers make things go down aerodynamically. That's the difference, right? On the front spoilers, you're only supposed to have a certain amount of wing elements here. Those elements on the front of the wing on like a Formula One car are designed to move air into the right spot. Maybe one of those wing elements is designed to shoot air into the cooling ducts on the Formula One car, right? Maybe another one is designed to shoot it over the tires so you don't get drag over the wheels on an open wheel race car, right? That arrow skirt is the same idea. It's an aerodynamic fairing, a cylindric fairing that's designed to shoot air past the Centaur and down to the Atlas core to make Atlas nice and stable on ascent. Hey, AC, Sounding Rocket mentioned. 105-month resub. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's basically, yeah, it's designed to shoot air past the Centaur stage. Because if you think about it, if that skirt isn't there, the air is going to shoot around Starliner, and then it's going to kind of do an hourglass. It'll run up next to Centaur, and it'll go laminar, so it'll get nice and consistent going down the Centaur, and then there's another conic adapter right there, and it'll shoot off that, and that will screw with your center of pressure. Basically, it's going to create drag midway down the stack. That's very aerodynamically unstable. You don't want that. You want drag being made back here, ideally. You don't want to move your center of pressure too far forward. So think about it like this. If you kind of picture an ideal rocket in your mind, what does it look like? You have your nose cone at the front, and then a cylinder, and then fins down at the bottom. The fins are designed for stability, but the fins also make drag. It's stuff that's getting in the way of the air, right? That lowers the center of pressure at the back, so that drag makes a pulling force which stabilizes your rocket. You don't want to make drag up the stack. That's bad. So see the skirt right there? That's what I'm talking about. That skirt is designed to shoot air down here at high speed and go past the conic adapter on here. Let's back it up. I'll show you. If they have like a they didn't really have a zoomed out shot. It's designed to shoot air past the skinny part right here. Easy explanation. Yeah, you really don't want to make drag up the stack. That's really that's very unstable. Then your rocket can do backflips. You don't want it doing backflips. I know people are going to ask why. Just take my word for it. You don't want that, especially with these people on board. That would be bad. Ship 29 stacking is complete. Yep. We are inside of 24 hours for the Starship Flight 4, the IFT-4 mission. So we had a Starlink yesterday, Starliner today, Starship tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, see that? See that little thing right there? The conic section right there? You can make drag there. You don't want that. You want to shoot it right past it. Now, I know what people are going to say. Well, okay, if you weren't worried about it, why don't you just make a cylinder up the entire stack? Well, you don't have to. Aerodynamics is funny like that. You don't necessarily need a fairing encasing the entire Centaur. That doesn't need to happen that way. All you need is a little bit of aero skirt, and that's enough to get the air to shoot off around the Centaur and join up around the Atlas, first stage. Will docking and Starship overlap in time? I actually think they will, Jim. Yep. Yeah, and Electron. Yeah, but Electron doesn't have star in the name, so I didn't mention it, Chief. Need that airflow around the rod and not the tip. We're talking about aerodynamics, right? 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 Chat? Internet? Right? When are we scheduled to go back to the moon? 2025, Redbeard. If it's too much to answer right now, it's fine. No, it's not. 2025 is when we're scheduled to get people out there. And now, if you're wondering, Barry is taking a nap. There's some downtime right there. He's already buckled in. He doesn't need to do anything right now. While Sonny's getting buckled in. Got 2 hours and 31 minutes. There is some downtime in your launch campaign here. There's some downtime. They build this stuff in case something goes weird and they might have to fix something right before the launch. Ideally, you want your comm loops to be quiet. You want nothing. You want some quiet time. So, Barry, yeah, he's just getting some shut-eye here real quick. Now, if you're wondering about the astronaut sleep schedules, they're on UTC. The ISS is on UTC. It's UTC 0. They run off Greenwich Mean Time, which, from what I understand, you guys are like daylight savings as well, so it's like +1 or something. But that's the time that they're on. They're on the same time as London. Hey, no problem, Biz. I got you. Talon, 97-month resub. Thank you very much. Yeah. I love how this became a meme. Guys, what he's doing is the sun is shining through the window. He's covering his eyes. It's not like you can have a hat right now. He's covering his eyes. He's doing this, so the light isn't, the sun isn't shining in his eyes. You got to remember, he's sitting this way. He's sitting that way, so the sun's shining right through the capsule. Prominent gifted a sub to Zulu time. Nice. So everybody made this, oh my gosh, it's such a pain in the butt. Made it look like, oh, woe is me. Dude, he was just covering his eyes, trying to sleep. This is what you do, man. When you're a test pilot, you get some downtime, sleep, you know?
Will inflate, and we're just determining if the suit inflates fast enough so that there's no leaks.
Mm-hmm. And it's holding the correct pressure needed.
Absolutely.
So as I was saying, that pad team member that we're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen, after these checks are done, you're going to see him remove this, from one of Sonny's bags. This is a very bright and rainbow sequenced narwhal, and it is the crew's zero gravity indicator. So again, a soft
PLT
toy.
Report on Airground 1. The suit leak check for PLT has been completed successfully.
Pilot suit leak check.
Great call out there. A soft toy that the crew picks to bring with them on their flight.
The PLT has been completed successfully.
And you're going to see that pad team member tether this.
That is a good suit gross leak check on the PLT, thanks.
JDG, I'll get to that question in a second.
On icon with TDR.
There you go, Ernok. Yep.
All right, you can open your visor now.
Yep, so we would not have heard that call. That's the inner capsule communications, or intercom, or ICOM, and that is not broadcast down to the ground, but that allows Butch and Sonny to have
talk with one another.
Talk with one another without interrupting anyone else.
Right. So again, good checks.
So, JDG, you asked the question, wouldn't that collar just under the capsule make for a somewhat turbulent airflow? Yeah, kind of. You'd think that you're not going to get some nice uniform airflow here because the conic section of the capsule is going to shoot the air out over anyway. Believe it or not, there's a little ring that's around Starliner right there. You see that? It's on its service module. It's right where my mouse cursor is. There's a little ring up there, and that ring kind of looks like a cheese grater almost. That ring actually is designed as a stabilizer to create laminar flow over the aero skirt, dude. Yeah, it's designed to do that. Very, very, very trick aerodynamics flying on Starliner. Now, here's the thing. Rockets generally favor a hammerhead design. Think like a bow and arrow, right? You want a nose cone, right? And then you want to get skinny right after that, and then you want a stabilizer in the back, right? Now, through kind of advanced control mechanisms, we eliminated the need for fins. Most rockets don't have fins nowadays, unless it was like the space shuttle, in which case those aren't for stability, those are for landing, right? Or wings, it would be wings on the shuttle, right? Now, so you don't need that back part. The thing is, with rockets, you generally, aerodynamically, it favors a hammerhead design. So you ideally want the hammerhead to be bigger. So think like Atlas V in the 500 series configuration. If we look at a, I'm getting a picture of it. Give me one moment. One moment. Yes, that Mr. Ahmed Foley is here. Ahmed Foley is here. Yeah, see, you generally want a design like this, okay? Right? If you have a kind of pointy nose, it's not pointy enough. It has to be more pointy. It's not pointy enough. And then you have a section right here to get the air to kind of be nice and uniform. You want to get laminar flow right here. And then you're going to have a little bit of a drop. You're going to make a little bit of drag here, right? But the most drag gets made at the bottom, at the back of the rocket, because there's just inherently low pressure down there because the bottom of the rockets are usually flat, right? So this design is actually super stable. It looks like an arrow, right? It looks like an arrow. Here's the thing. Now, if we look at Atlas 5 Not 22, right? The N22 configuration, so the config that it's currently in right now, that doesn't look like that, does it? N22 does not look like that, right? See, that you could tell it's different because of the way it is. So, this is what I mean when I say Starliner has some very trick aerodynamics. Obviously, this will work. It's pretty stable like this, but it's obviously not as aerodynamic as that, right? This is designed to create nice uniform flow on the side. So the Boeing and Atlas engineers needed to come up with a way to mimic this style of airflow over something that is a completely different aerodynamic shape, right? Pay attention. This is super freaking cool. So how did they do that? The skirt. The skirt is part of it, but the big one is that black ring around the service module. That black wing controls the wake, the boundary here. It's what's called the boundary layer. It controls the angle of the boundary layer to get the vehicle aerodynamically to act like this. Now, don't get me wrong. If you just heard that and you were like, what? How? What were those words, man? I don't know what the heck any of that means. Atlas V has some pretty trick aero elements. Like, once again, we'll talk Formula One. It's got some Adrian Newey stuff on here. You know exactly what I'm talking about. We're talking 2011 Red Bull blown diffuser craziness going on here. That ring and the aero skirt make this aerodynamically fly like that. Crazy, right? It needs that for stability. If you didn't have that cheese grater ring right there, this thing would not fly into space. I guarantee it. So, you know, JDG, it was a good question. That caller, you think it's going to create turbulent flow. No. The cheese grater ring and that aero skirt on the back of Starliner actually get it to fly more like that. Aerodynamically, it does the exact same thing. Now, I know what the next question is. So, well, why doesn't that do that? Why doesn't that have just an aero skirt? Why add all this other stuff? Well, the big fairing right here on Atlas V 500s is designed to hold the Centaur in place. It utilizes what's called a CFLR, a Centaur Forward Load Reactor. Basically, it's there for structure. Centaurs utilize a phenomenon called balloon tanks in rocketry. Balloon tanks are exactly as suggested. Those Centaur Those Centaur tanks can pop very easily if you're not careful. The tank walls on that Centaur, on that rocket that we're seeing fly into space today, this guy, the tank walls on that Centaur are about as thick as this. Now, I know what people are going to think. How can that be, EJ? Well, the tanks are pressurized. They use structure for pressure. Try to stand on a soda can when it's closed. Try to stand on it when it's open. When you stand on it when it's open, you're going to get something like this. You're going to get something that's crushed, right? But if the can is closed and pressurized, it's a lot more structurally rigid despite having an extremely thin tank wall, right? Centaur is the exact same way. So that Atlas 5500 series that I was just showing you guys with that big fairing, that fairing isn't just there for aerodynamics. They could get away with not having it there. It would give you the same aerodynamics if they put one of those donut rings, the cheese grater rings around an Atlas 5500. The reason why that has that big fairing is because it's there to pick up the load. That forward load reactor is a nice way of saying that there's a structural brace at the top of the Centaur stage, because Atlas 5500 is designed to lift much higher mass things into space than a Starliner capsule. Yeah, Atlas is a very, very trick piece of rocket. It's pretty cool, man. It's a shame that it's on its way out, but Vulcan is even better, so I'm cool with it.
Lived underwater for 9 days while working within the robotics branch of the International Space Station. Here's more on Sunny's journey.
So the rocket is full of soda. I knew it. Well, yeah, it's full of Diet Coke and Mentos. How do you think they get it to fly into space, Fire? What do you think this is, rocket science or something? What the heck's the matter with you?
We're expanding our knowledge.
I'm a professional, I swear.
And I'm the pilot for...
Would you believe me if I told you that I've been doing this for 10 years? It's Mentos. They're the fresh maker.
Town outside of Boston, Needham, Massachusetts. It's a great town because we were able to ride our bikes everywhere we went. My brother, sister, and I, we were all swimmers, and it was just a great childhood. My dad was a doctor and also did neuroscience research. We were the strange family who had pictures and diagrams of brains on our dining room table. My older brother went to the Naval Academy. I started researching a little bit, and I thought, well, what the heck, I'll try this out. And when I went, I found that I really loved it. Teamwork, followership, leadership, those opportunities that we had right from the very beginning, and to accomplish something a little bit bigger than yourself. And I think that paved the way for the rest of my career. Got a basic engineering degree from the Naval Academy. I really didn't know what it was all about when I went through that course curriculum, but when I went to test pilot school, all of that stuff sort of gelled together. I was like, oh wow, this is why we do math modeling. This is how we try to predict how change in an engine is going to affect the way the helicopter flies. Time on the International Space Station is priceless. People always ask, do you get bored, or, is it terrible being up there for a long period of time? And for me, I loved every minute. There was always something to do. You wake up, you look at your timeline like, wow, I got to do this experiment today. I got to get ready for a spacewalk. Every day was different. And just life on the space station becomes routine, which is sort of crazy to think about it. At one point in time on my first mission, I was like, I don't even remember really what it's like to walk. I've been flying around for so long. I don't even know what it's like to sit down. I got assigned to the commercial crew cadre in 2015. We went to the companies, found out the shell of their programs, and then actually started working with them to make them what they are today to accommodate astronauts. For Starliner, we've been heavily involved in the last couple of years in the software with the folks doing the development to make sure its capability will allow us to come home. And we've been involved with all the suit development, making sure every different size of person can fit in all these suits and they can operate the spacecraft adequately. We've had our fingers on every single procedure that we work inside the cockpit, as well as operated it with our mission control team to make sure that everything that future crews will do will be right. We haven't had the classic training as we had for Shuttle and Soyuz. We've sort of helped develop the training as well as the hardware. And this is sort of the shape of things to come as we get ready to go back to the moon. All of that is going to be developmental, and we're going to have the same mindset. It's not already established. We all have to be part of this big team to help develop it and make sure that integration, as the astronauts use all this equipment, is going to be top-notch and ready to take us even further.
Barry's still sleeping.
I love these profile videos.
Just for reference, guys, some people asked, people said that helicopter, the twin rotor helicopter that she was in front of, Sonny's a Navy gal, so that's not a Chinook. Chinook is Army aviation. CH-46 is her Navy. CH-47 is Army. They look very similar, but they ain't the same. Those are two different aircraft. Or rotor wing aircraft, I guess. But yeah, CH-46s, Sea Knights. Cool helicopter.
For Nemo, and Sunny did a great job. She was our science officer on the mission, and that was before she flew in space. And then I worked with her while she was in space. I was on the ground, and I was one of her capcoms during a spacewalk. She and Aki Hoshida-san, they did a pretty cool repair to the space station, and it's just been fun working with Sunny the whole time. Right before this this mission, I mean, right before yesterday, I think we call it, Sunny said she really wanted me to mention how much she really is in love with our planet and our oceans especially. And of course, she has a good working relationship with the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution in Massachusetts, her home state,
Woods
as
Hole.
well as time
I live near
off the
Woods
water
Hole.
in the Navy. And she just said that really made a big difference in her life, and she encourages other
What's
people
Capcom?
to really
Capsule
think about
Commander.
our oceans and our planet.
Yeah. Yeah, we see all these nods to obviously her love of the oceans and raising awareness about them. So it's really great to see again.
Most astronauts, Dak, have been Air Force, if I'm remembering right. But you got to remember, astronauts aren't just from branches of the military. You can have civilian astronauts too. But I believe the most astronauts come from the Air Force, and then Navy right after that. And then there are some Marine Corps aviators that do fly. Nicole Mann, who flew to the space station relatively recently, she's a Marine Corps aviator. Yep. So there are some devil dog astronauts. But yeah, there are also civilian astronauts. Fun fact: you can actually tell by the wings, the astronaut wings that they have. You can tell if they're civilian, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Army. You can tell the wings are slightly different depending on what branch of the military you're from, or if you're a civilian. There's a civilian wings too. I don't think there's ever been a Coast Guard astronaut Pythos, to be honest with you. No, JDG, I don't think so. I don't think astronauts have said whether they have a preference one over the other. When you're a test pilot or you're a pilot of a spacecraft, it's not about preference. It's about understanding the system. So, like, I am by no means a test pilot. Jebediah Kerman is my test pilot. If you understood that, yeah, no, I'm not a test pilot. But from what I understand, it's really a test pilot's job, or a pilot's job is more or less understanding the vehicle that you've been assigned to, right? I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Dragon probably isn't a little bit of a smoother ride, right? But Starliner is perfectly suited to get the job done as well. Now, in terms of Barry and Sonny, they helped design this thing, so I'm pretty sure they would probably prefer this, right? Like, they helped design that spacecraft. So I think you know, I would prefer the spacecraft that I helped design to fly that one, you know.
Updates to the avionics cue cards. We had to put in a new one today.
Oh, okay, great, good to know. Now this flight.
But Boeing, they've lost a lot of rep. Imgrim, you guys understand that Boeing Space Systems and Boeing Commercial Aviation are two different companies, right? We understand this, correct? Like, you know those are two different companies, right? But Boeing, though. Okay, so the answer you could have just said no. You don't understand that those are two different companies, but that, you know, what you said works too. They're two different companies, dude. Boeing Space Systems is fine. Seriously, think about it. SLS, the core stage worked pretty damn well. I'm just saying. Like, you could say, yeah, it was late, and that's fair criticism, absolutely. And you could say Starliner is a little bit behind schedule. That's fair criticism. I don't think that's an incompetent thing, to be honest with you. I think that's much more about inexperience. Whenever you're pushing the envelope like this, you're trying new things. When's the last time Boeing made a capsule? Ever. Boeing's never made a capsule before. They didn't even make that thing. They bought the company that made that thing. They operated the space shuttle. Designing a spacecraft and operating a spacecraft are two different things. Just because you have your driver's license doesn't mean you can engineer a car, right? I think that, with SLS, that the SLS program ended up biting off a lot more than they could chew with that one. It turns out that taking the back of a space shuttle and adding another engine and shoehorning it on the back of a elongated external tank with 5-segment SRBs is a little bit of a tall order. That's not just as simple as, why don't we just take these shuttle parts and put them over there, right? It ain't that simple. That's why it took so long. That, and you didn't really fund the program correctly, but that's another story. Right? So, Starliner, look, it's fair criticism to say that it's late. Of course, everything is late in the aerospace industry. That's the reality of this situation. Now, with that being said, if you still think that's fair criticism, that's fine. But you have to understand that Boeing Space and Boeing Commercial Airplanes are two different companies. They're two different companies with the same name, under the same parent, obviously. And I suppose one could draw some kind of correlation there. But with obviously, Boeing airplanes, their reputation's kind of in the toilet because of the airplanes, right? It's because of the hardware. If you look at the hardware for space systems, yes, it's a little late, but it works. The core stage works excellent. It worked perfectly. Did you know that SLS on the Artemis 1 mission, first try, never been launched before, launched with a 99.9% accurate insertion trajectory? Pretty much about as good as you could get for an insertion trajectory for a super heavy launch vehicle. Just saying. Like I said, Officer Murtaugh, look at the hardware. Right? So to say that, oh, well, it's got a Boeing name tag. They're two different companies, man. Making spaceships isn't making commercial airplanes. You're talking about a completely different systems engineering architecture. That's completely different. So look, man, with spaceflight here, you're gonna have teething problems with any new spacecraft. Shuttle had teething problems. Dragon had teething problems. The Apollo capsule had teething problems. Remember that whole plugs out test? It happens, dude. But I would say that's not chalked up to incompetence. That is inexperience. You learned. Teething problems happen. How you deal with them separates the men from the boys, proverbially. You know what I mean? And I'd have to say, dude, this thing seems like it's cursed right now. But I contend to say that is better that you catch those problems down here than up there. It's learning. Because Boeing's never made a capsule before. They've never done it. Building human-rated spacecraft is not an easy thing to do. In fact, I'm still amazed that Rockwell managed to crap out the space shuttle in less than a decade. That's unbelievable. Considering how complicated that dang thing is comparatively to that. Right? But, dude, so first of all, Ingram, I don't think we need that bad juju on a launch day like this. There's two people on board. Second of all, they're different companies, dude. Differences. Big differences. You like Rocket Lab? Who's working on a new 3D printed manned rocket. So that's Neutron. Gasparencia, yeah, Neutron. Neutron's going to be cool. It got pushed back, though, to next year. Turns out when you're trying to push the envelope, have a completely carbon composite rocket from the ground up that's reusable with an interstage and a fairing attached to it with a load reactor hung second stage, right? You're pushing the envelope. Nobody's ever done that before. Anytime you push the envelope, it's always going to take a little bit longer than you think. There's a rule. There is not an unspoken rule, but an informal rule in any aerospace development program. Take how long you think it's going to take and times that by pi. That's usually how long it takes. For instance, you think it's going to take 10 years to get something done? 30 years. You think it's going to take a week? 3.5 weeks to a month. It's going to take time. This stuff is hard. But if we persevere and we push through right now, it will make it an easier thing to do in the future. Someone's got to put their nose to the grindstone at some point. This happens. Like, you have to do this. Every single facet of transportation happened because somebody, had to throw some money at it, and then eventually when the system matured, it became available to everybody else. Like the commercial jetliner, for instance. Right? So, look, man, they've had a lot of scrubs. You've had a lot of bumps in the road. SLS had a lot of bumps in the road, and then the Artemis 1 mission pretty much went about as perfect as you could get, save some power systems on Orion. But Orion ain't made by Boeing now, is it? No, that isn't a slight against Lockheed. It's Lockheed. They make pretty good stuff. Just say that, like that rocket, for instance. They engineered that. Lockheed engineered that. That's Atlas 5's pretty good. Just saying. T times pi equals TA. Yep. Yep. There you go, Panzermanzer. You got it. This stuff's difficult, dude. Very complex, very intricate systems. It takes time to get this right. But if we take the time and mature these systems and get them right now, who knows? Maybe someday you and I take a vacation to low Earth orbit when we retire. I don't know. Retiring in microgravity might be good on the joints, Good physical therapy, right? Be great for my back. I got a slip disc in my back. Going up there for a little while, letting the discs naturally decompress. I'm on board with that. I want to do that. Part of that is going through the motions with this stuff and understanding it and learning it. That's really, really important. Humanity's destiny depends on it. You don't know the power of the space flight. Join me, and we can rule low Earth orbit together. No? I've seen this movie before. Don't lose a hand.
There's no FOD, things like that.
Yes, the White Room has to stay nice and clean. They're waiting for a go right now for a hatch closure.
I get fired up,
since
man.
It is an important step, and they're a few minutes ahead of timeline. Around the mission control rooms,
they work 8-hour shifts
around the country. They're double checking that everybody's okay to close the hatch, and then proceed on with the rest of the launch.
And FOD is foreign object debris, so a fancy way of saying things, again, that are not supposed to be there need to stay off of anyone that's in the White Room. Obviously, Butch and Sunny, actually before Butch and Sunny both ingressed or got into Starliner, they were each checked by pad team members to make sure they didn't have any foreign object debris on them.
Yeah, Boeing's manufacturing here at the KSC has been really extra careful to keep Starliner extra clean in its development, and and putting it all together. We count all the tools that go in, we count all the tools that come out, and there's vacuum cleaners everywhere to get any little metal shavings or any little pieces of extra tape. And I've been very impressed how clean Starliner has been for. I mean, this is the second flight of Calypso, for example, and our capsule that's being right here manufactured and getting ready to go fly next year. They're a really clean spacecraft.
Yeah, that's Huntsville, Thomas.
Sure. All right, 2 hours, 4 minutes, 35 seconds and counting until liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. 2 NASA astronauts flying in the Starliner spacecraft for the first time, headed to the International Space Station. On the way up, there's one particular person we've heard throughout the day, mostly communicating with the crew. So let's head over to Brandy Dean and Jim May to learn more about the Capcom role inside Mission Control in Houston.
Thanks, Megan. The Capcom role has been around as long as NASA has been sending people to space. It's shorthand for capsule communicator, but it's used even when there's not a capsule to communicate with. For instance, there's a Capcom today in the International Space Station flight control room working with the space station crew.
He's an astronaut.
For the Starliner's case, though, the name is entirely accurate as Starliner is a capsule.
Letting you know, crew insertion is complete, and we are starting hatch closure prep and standing by for weather brief.
Roger.
Okay. Gonna do the weather briefing. Crew is inside of the capsule, secured down, ready to go. Gotta close the door, though.
Exclusively held by astronauts, with the thought being that an astronaut would know best what another astronaut in space needs to know in any given situation. But when International Space Station began operating 24/7, 365 days per year, NASA no longer had enough astronauts to constantly fill that Capcom position. So now it's often held by training instructors and flight controllers who have worked closely with the astronauts previously and have a good understanding of the information that they need. But for extremely dynamic situations like launch and landings, you'll often see an astronaut back in that seat.
And that's the case today. You've heard Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick a few times already this morning, including with some voice checks that he did with the crew on behalf of Houston. He will be the voice you hear talking to the crew all the way through Starliner's ascent. He'll be speaking with Butch and Sunny as they make their way into orbit, and he is particularly suited for the job since he'll be on Starliner for its next flight, Starliner 1. He is assigned to the crew along with NASA astronaut Scott Tingle and, of course, our very own Mike Fink with us today. And a fourth crew member will be assigned later.
Capsule communicator, yeah.
So we heard some comm checks with the crew.
I said commander, didn't I? Sorry, it's still early.
Capsule. They're a little bit ahead of schedule, so those comm checks have already happened. But we are expecting a hatch closure to come soon, and then another set of audio checks over the air-to-ground loop a little later as they get closer to launch. So now let's head back to Florida with Megan D. and Mike.
All right. So, Mike, I want to take a look at the clock again.
That's right, Pythos.
We are well ahead of schedule. Hatch closure preps
Where's my matched luggage?
Underway. We had till an hour and 37 minutes for those to have started. So, great margin there.
All right. We're just going to make sure that we're all caught up. All right, chat. Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. Yes, I'm fast forwarding a live stream. It's a good way to make sure that you're synced up to live. Okay. We're at T-minus 2 hours, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Right now, they're doing the weather briefing right now. The weather briefing is, somebody goes outside and makes sure it's not windy. No, weather briefing is done by the 45th Space Wing, right? Well, formerly the 45th Space Wing. They're called Space Force Delta 45. Deltas are the name for squadrons in the Space Force. Yeah, that's not really the right way to say that, but we'll say it's done by Delta 45. So what is the range? You're probably going to hear that term thrown around a lot today. Range is a range to a rocket launch is what the tower is to an airport. The range is your traffic controller. The range tells you meteorological information, like if you're a pilot, a METAR. I know that a METAR is in the tower. It's different. Those are different frequencies, right? But they are actually getting basically all this. There's a METAR for the pad. There's a METAR for the skid strip at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station that they are using for meteorological data. But the Space Force also, Delta 45 also launches space balloons, or like weather balloons. Space balloons. They launch weather balloons up into space. Like they do make it all the way up there to check for vertical wind shear and check to make sure the weather conditions at all altitudes through as much of the ascent corridor as they possibly can are okay. That includes, to an extent, downrange as well. You want to make sure that there's no rough seas in case of an abort. You don't want the capsule boarding into a tidal wave, right? So part of the weather briefing criteria isn't just talking about where you're taking off from. It's talking about your ascent corridor. Now, what's an ascent corridor? Take where the rocket is on the pad and draw a circle around it that probably goes out, 100 meters in every direction. So about 330 feet in every direction. Now you get a circular shape. Now take that shape and extrude it along the path of the rocket. That is the ascent corridor. Now the ascent corridor can get bigger and smaller. It gets a little bit wider as you go further up into space. It kind of becomes kind of a cone instead. Now, why is that? Just because in case of an abort, wind can blow you off course, and there is a little bit of windage with a rocket. When the rocket is ascending, the guidance systems can compensate, but you do get the wind can blow it around. That's fine. It can compensate for it. Think like how the wind would affect a bullet flying through the air. Now, the rocket has its own rocket engines on it. A bullet does not. Right? A bullet is ballistic. There's no guidance systems on a bullet. It just goes where it goes. So the wind could push it in a different direction. The wind's going to push a rocket too, but the engines can turn it. So the flight corridor gets a little bit bigger as you ascend further into space, right? And the thrusters can compensate. But that ascent corridor, the meteorology through this kind of cone that goes all the way up into space, right? They're checking for wind conditions throughout that whole thing and the weather conditions for all that, and then they're checking the weather conditions in the ocean as well. And that's why the weather briefing is taking so long, because it's not just talking about the liftoff conditions from the Cape. The Cape looks fine, 90% go. So we have 10% POV, 10% probability of violation. If I had to guess, there's probably some light windage here and there, but everything seems, it looks nice. It's a nice day in Florida, believe it or not. Oh, thank you for the bits. So yeah, they're doing the weather briefing isn't just talking about like where you take off from. It's talking about all the different areas where they could abort and all the weather conditions for the abort. It's much more involved. It's not just tuning into the METAR and figuring out which runway you need to take off from. But the range is what's controlling all of that. That's the range. The range is the air traffic controller for the rocket. So anytime you hear them talk to the range, right, they're talking to the proverbial tower.
A word from that weather brief.
See?
Here shortly. Again, the team in the white room. When they do get the go-ahead to close the hatch, kind of what are some of the things we'll be seeing, Mike? So obviously we said they cleared out Starliner, but here we're going to see them like removing some equipment and inspecting the seal, right?
Exactly. So you can see that there's this golden frame around the hatch, and that's to protect the hatch seals, right? Because we wanted the hatch to be able to stay closed and airtight.
He's talking about this anodized piece of aluminum.
That hatch protection unit out of the way, and that takes a few moments, and then they're going to actually get I think ultraviolet lights and take very good look at the seals to make sure that they look good, and then they're going to close the hatch and then do a leak check. They'll put extra pressure inside the Starliner and see if any of it leaks out. It shouldn't, and then they'll depress depressurize the Starliner to have a regular normal atmospheric pressure of 14.7 pounds per square inch.
Yeah, and
1
there they
bar,
are,
101
the piece you were just
kilopascals.
talking about. Some of the ways.
So these things here are to protect the hatch seal. They're using looks like anodized aluminum plates here. In case you didn't understand what Mike Fink just said there, the hatch seal is really important. You don't want to leak oxygen in space. Humans need that. We don't do very well without it. Now, with that being said, they're not using pure O2 in that capsule. They're using nitrox. So it's what you'd get it's basically circulating around a oxygen-nitrogen mixture that's similar to what a scuba diver would have. Why don't you want pure O2 environments inside of the capsule? Oxygen is reactive. Long story short, if it finds something to combine with that's flammable, and you have a source of ignition, well, that's not a capsule, that's a pressure cooker. We don't want that. That would be bad. We don't want that. Unfortunately, we learned that mistake the hard way. So that's why they're using nitrox, because nitrogen is non-reactive. It's enough to basically snuff out the nitrogen is enough to make it so you don't get an uncontrolled fire in the capsule. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't like talking about this when there's people inside of a capsule, but it is important. It's important to understand. You know, we were talking about teething problems with capsules before. Each time we have one of these problems, and you know, God forbid someone gets hurt, right? But each time we learn from this, and you figure out better ways to do things. So, you know, maybe someday space flight could get to the point where you and I could fly on it. That'd be great. Going to space, man. I want to see that. I'd love to see that before I leave this Earth in a different way. I want to leave the Earth this way, not the other way. You know what I'm saying? We want to go up, not down. Yeah? Picking up what I'm laying down? Or laying up? Is it basketball? Finals are soon. I need more coffee, don't I? Yeah, okay, cool. Sweet. All right, you understood it. And hopefully I got a sensible chuckle out of you on this fine Wednesday morning.
is put on our gloves. There's a left glove and a right glove, obviously, and there's a small wrist ring that you have.
Dieter over in YouTube chat, hey, is this a new capsule we're launching? I'm not up to date. This is the first crew flight test for the Boeing Starliner capsule, launching on an Atlas V N22 from Slick 41 at the Cape. Now, if Dieter, if that made no sense, this is the first time crew is flying on this. That light that you're seeing there is them inspecting the hatch seal with lights to make sure there's no like dust or anything in there. That's why you see like a light shining around. They're inspecting the hatch, which is to the left over here. Also, there's the Max Pythos. There's the matched luggage. So, yes, this is the first crew flight test for Starliner. Starliner will hopefully launch in 1 hour, 52 minutes, 56 seconds. And will make a 8-minute ascent up into orbit. And then from there, rendezvous with the ISS 24 hours later. The crew on board is Barry Wilmore on the right, Sonny Williams on the left, 2 former Navy test pilots, and then Barry being a Top Gun pilot on the right. The commander of this mission is a Top Gun pilot, like Tom Cruise, like that Top Gun. Yes. The Naval Weapons Fighter Pilot School, I think is what the name for it. Anyway, yeah, they are test pilots that are going to fly this capsule up to the ISS, stay up there for a week, and come back down a week later. This is just a test flight. This test flight will hopefully verify the Starliner capsule to be able to move crews to and from the ISS as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. The Commercial Crew Program is is a pioneering NASA program that basically contracts commercial partners, so commercial companies, to move NASA astronauts like an Uber driver to the ISS and back. The idea behind the Commercial Crew Program is to bolster the low Earth orbit economy. NASA's been down in low Earth orbit since 1981. They've been, well, actually 1972 if we really want to be technical. And NASA is looking to pivot to exploring the frontier, back out at the moon and then to Mars. But that doesn't mean that low Earth orbit shouldn't be open to anyone. These commercial crew programs are hopefully the Commercial Crew Program is designed to leverage the commercial industry to bolster private flights to and from low Earth orbit in an idea to basically open up a new sector of the economy in a new industry for commercial providers. We've already seen the fruits of that labor with like the Inspiration 4 mission with Dragon, for instance, where Rook Isaacman flew with Cyan Proctor, Haley Arsenault, and Hanks Simbrowski. That was a fully private mission. And then there's the Axiom missions too, AX-1, AX-2, AX-3, and AX-4. These are privately funded missions to low Earth orbit. We're already seeing the fruits of that labor. And part of that is getting a competitor up and running. Having that competition in low Earth orbit, creates what's called redundant dissimilar architecture for NASA. So NASA will always have 2 viable means of transportation to get to the ISS or any other commercial destination that NASA astronauts could be going to in the future. And B, creates competition in the market for launching people into space. It's a pretty dang good idea. I don't have any skip frames on my end, Journey. Yep. Sorry for small brain question. Booms, don't apologize. As long as you're coming from a place of innocence here, so you don't ask why is it shaped like that because you have a dirty mind or anything, I'm good. You know what I mean? What do space rockets and fighter jet pilots have in common? Seems like it's always fighter jet pilots that command rockets. Yeah. Nothing. Well, I'm sure there's some commonality, to be honest with you. For instance, the displays on Starliner are set up like a fighter jet, which is why Boeing never shows them, because they're set up like a fighter jet. So why use fighter pilots? Well, once again, these aren't just any fighter pilots. Sonny and Butch are naval test pilots. And then by proxy, Sonny is an Air Force test pilot, and so is Butch. They were Navy and Air Force test pilots. So, okay, why test pilots then? Test pilots then are, okay, so to be a pilot, you have to be pretty dang smart, okay? to have the government trust you with a multi-bajillion-dollar fighter jet, right, you need to not be an idiot. Like, that's why I'm never flying. All right. So, right, I mean, this capsule's pretty expensive, too, just saying. But to be a test pilot, you need to be a nerd and a fighter pilot at the same time. That's what Butch and Sonny are. They're wicked smart. Let me put it in my native tongue. They're wicked smart, dude. To be a naval test pilot, or a test pilot in general, means that you're smart enough to understand the physics and the engineering involved about what this thing is doing, what this capsule is doing, and you can report that back so the engineers can make a better vehicle. That's why we fly test pilots. Now, for an operational mission, why do you have a pilot? Well, I guess the right way to think about it would be that pilots are trained to basically know what to do and react very, very quickly in high stress scenarios. And let's be real, there are sometimes in space you can create some high stress scenarios, like if the toilet breaks, for instance. That's spoiler alert. That's what's going on. They actually have parts to fix the toilet on this capsule right now. Yeah, that's actually true. That's what's going on. The toilet on the ISS broke. Specifically, the urine recycling systems. The pumps for the urine recycling systems are not functioning. So they have a new pump on board. Yeah, toilet humor, I guess. Poop jokes. Anyway, Ziploc bags is what they're using right now. If you really wanted to know, I know someone's going to ask, all right? I don't mean to keep bringing this up, right? But so why have a fighter pilot? Why have a pilot? Pilots are designed to be cool as a cucumber in high stress situations. And a fighter pilot is designed to, fly this airplane in, and you could potentially get shot down, et cetera, et cetera. God forbid, you never want that to happen, right? But basically, being a pilot teaches you to deal with it and just kind of focus on what's going on with the mission, right? In space, it's the same. It's kind of two sides to the same coin. So, Booms, it's a good question. Are they the same? No, not really. I mean, Starliner doesn't have any wings. You're not flying it so much as along for the ride when it descends up into space, or ascends up into space, excuse me. But it's the mentality. A fighter pilot's probably a good person to have on board in case something does go wrong. Oh, there you go, Shallowheart. I'm glad you like it. You're very welcome. Race car drivers? Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying Max Verstappen wouldn't be a good astronaut. He'd be a pretty good astronaut. Yeah. Him and Lewis, they'd make great astronauts. You have to be able to give feedback. Senna would probably be the best one if we're going to talk Formula One, because Senna was a driver and an engineer. He was a test pilot that just liked to race cars. Well, he wasn't a test pilot. I don't think he knew how to fly planes, but that's the kind of mentality you need to have. Boom. So that's a super good question, dude. Yeah, really good. That wasn't a stupid question at all. That was a very smart question. You are big-brained, my friend. So the ISS is running out of potable water. Shoei, I wouldn't consider it running out of potable water. The water's there. It's just urine. With that being said, the ISS always has a surplus. NASA's pretty dang good at mission logistics for the ISS at this point. I mean, the ISS has been flying since 2000. 2000 was the first expedition. Oh, hold on. Weather briefing. Give me 1 second.
Showers kind of popping up and growing just south of the Space Coast. But Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin just reported to the launch team that she is forecasting that they will all stay far away offshore. In addition, there's some cumulus clouds that are
Marcial,
popping up around.
No. They don't fly it into space.
Should be a factor.
Computers
as well.
do.
They are going to keep an eye on them. So we are still, according to our weather officer, 90% go for liftoff at T0.
So, Marcial, the cool thing here, all right, we're 90% go. Cumulus cloud rule. Cumulus cloud rule, just in case anybody's wondering, is exactly as the name implies. If there's too many clouds, it might not be a good day to fly. With that being said, like, it depends on where the clouds are. cumulus, high altitude. They could have like clouds can be at different heights. That's the thing. Like if don't get me wrong, I'm not a meteorologist by any means. You can have low clouds like those ones, but you can also have I think they're called altostratic clouds. So they're like, you can have clouds that are way up there, and the clouds that are way up there aren't necessarily like the clouds that are way down here. And if there's a lot of it up there, it could be like flying into a brick wall. Yeah, that's why cumulus cloud rule exists. I mean, there's also, clouds can carry charge, but that's more surface electric field rule. We talked about that already today, rather than cumulus clouds. Anyway, Marcial, you asked, are they actually going to fly this up into space? No, they're not Jeb Kerman. They're not flying this up into space. With that being said, on Starliner's test flight, this CFT mission, there will be a point on orbit where they do take manual control of the capsule to make sure that you can fly it if something goes wrong. Now, I really don't think we're going to see somebody like 3, 2, 1 liftoff and have them like fly the rocket into space. I bet you we could. I bet you a human could do it. You could manually fly one into space. In fact, if memory serves me right, I'm pretty sure they tried that once. They did that. They did that one time. I forget. I think it was on an Apollo mission. I think I could be remembering that incorrectly. I do know that. I can't say for sure whether somebody's flown a rocket through ascent into space. I do know that on STS-2, the second shuttle test flight in 1982, Joe Engle and Richard Truly flew the shuttle through reentry manually the whole way down just to make sure that you could. Flying a manual reentry with the shuttle. It can be done. Or it could be done. In my mind, the shuttle still flies. I'm sorry. It's just call me a boomer, space nerd. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yep. All right. Anyway, so it can be done. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could fly. You could fly it by hand if you really, really wanted to. I wouldn't, unless I was very much trained to fly that thing into space by hand. I would not. I would just let the computer do it. The space shuttle never flew. It fell with style. Yeah, yes, that's right. Actually, hey, Marcial, thanks for that Prime sub, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for the explanation. Absolutely, dude. Wasn't it said a part was loose on the car and they didn't find it until the full breakdown of the car? They didn't believe him. Yeah, Senna was good like that. Senna would have been a great test pilot. Actually, Max would be an excellent test pilot too. They would make very good astronauts.
Up on the top of the
Predominant gifted 5 subs. Thank you very much.
And I was able to witness
Thanks, buddy.
testing that crew arm and white room that we're seeing right here.
I would actually say that the shuttle falls with style during the subsonic regime of descent. I think the shuttle flies really well when it's going Mach 15. Yeah. Mach 15, the shuttle flies great. Below Mach 1, yeah, that's where the falling with style part happens. You got to remember, the shuttle is a hypersonic glider. It's designed to fly going really, really fast. Now, keep in mind, something like Concorde is not going to fly the same as a Cessna 172, right? A Cessna 172 is going to have completely different handling characteristics than the Concorde, for instance, which best passenger plane ever devised by man. No, you're not changing my mind. Second place is the 747. Third place is the Convair 990. If you know, you know. Anyway, so Concorde is not going to fly the same as a Cessna, right? The shuttle, why is that? Well, do they both fly below Mach 1? Yeah, at certain points. Below Mach 1, the Concorde flies like trash. Yeah, it really doesn't fly very well. That's why they needed the droop snoot. Because you needed a high angle of attack to be able to get the wing to generate enough lift. And basically because you have 4 Olympus motors with SNECMA afterburners on them, the Concorde basically brute forced its way up to high altitude. Yeah, and then it flies really, really good up there. But a Cessna, first of all, if you're going Mach 1 in a Cessna, you've done something very wrong and you're probably about to crash. Fun fact. Second of all, a Cessna is very stable in the subsonic regime, right? It flies way better than Concorde down when it's near the ground, right? The shuttle is kind of a similar phenomenon. Fun fact, if you look at Concorde's delta wing and the shuttle's delta wing, it's a similar shape. Similar shape designed for a completely different purpose, but a similar shape designed to do the same thing. The reason why is because, like I said, both the shuttle and the Concorde fly subsonically extremely bad because they're not designed to fly down here very, very much. They're designed to fly up there. Concorde at Mach 2, shuttle at Mach 15. Yeah, the more you know.
An idea for astronauts to be able to collect samples.
Houston, Erdogan 1. We're ready for pre-launch cabin leak check.
Asteroid,
you can prepare for cabin pressurization per your checklist and configure
to
the
continue and get that proposal submitted. So that was incredible, first of all. But when you're asked to...
Okay, when did they switch from T to L? Different rockets use different variables. Shadow. It comes down to whoever engineered it. Sometimes some rockets use L. So Atlas and Delta used L. Falcon uses T. Shuttle used T. Time and launch are basically interchangeable variables at this point, but I go with whatever the nomenclature of the people that designed the launch vehicle go with, because, it's their vehicle. They're using L. Should probably use L. Probably use L. Here, take this L, chat. Anyway. Firefly just scooped up 25 missions from Lockheed Martin. Big news for the Firefly team. We're proud to continue our partnership with Lockheed, launching 25 missions on our Alpha rocket through 2029. Well, that's good. I'm used to taking the L's. I'm the streamer. Of course I take the L. What's the stall speed on the shuttle? The shuttle will stall below 200 miles an hour. It will fall like a brick below 200 miles an hour. So, G-Men, if it stalls at 200 miles an hour, when it's going at subsonic speeds, guess what the touchdown speed was for the space shuttle? 217 miles an hour. Just enough to get it right to land on that runway. Any more, you fall out of the sky. A brick would fly better. But that's by design. NASA didn't just make a plane and they're like, oh, wow, this thing flies terribly. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. They designed it to be just good enough because that's what it needed to be. Rockwell designed it to just land. Why design the shuttle to take off again? If the shuttle has to go around, you have some big problems. First of all, with the shuttle, you can't. Second of all, if you did have the option to go around, it would be extra mass that's not needed. Re-entry with any type of spacecraft, guys, is a balance between... It's energy management. For the most part, that's the right way to explain this. You're going to generate a certain amount of energy. Now, most of that energy is the kinetic energy of the capsule that gets transformed into heat energy. Plasma, the heat shield. That's why we have heat shield. Heat shields take the kinetic energy, convert it into heat energy, and burn it off. So it dissipates the heat. Now, once again, with that being said, every capsule, every rocket has to steer down to a precision landing site, more or less, right? The shuttle, absolutely. You have to, it's energy management. You have to manage your kinetic energy. You don't want to bleed off too much too fast. Anybody that's ever tried to fly a shuttle in Kerbal knows exactly what I'm talking about. It sucks undershooting the runway and then landing out in the field somewhere. That's not fun. You want to land back on the runway. So it's all about energy management. The shuttle is very good at managing that energy. That's why it flies like trash down here, because it's not really designed to fly down here, down in the lower parts of the atmosphere for very long periods of time. It's designed to manage that trade-off between heat and kinetic energy very well. That's a very nice way of saying it flies really well going Mach 25. Yeah, it hits the atmosphere going like 23,000, or no, not 23,000, 20,000 miles an hour. Yeah, it's pretty quick.
800 pounds of cargo up today, and we are taking something that was added just a few days ago, actually. But more than half of what's going up is Boeing cargo, like CFT patches, mission coins, silver Snoopy pens, American flags,
Spoopy pens,
and a hard drive, which we mentioned earlier. It has about 3,500 pieces of artwork from children across the world. We're also taking tools, emergency life support equipment, and then that late ad at NASA's request just a few days ago, our teams packed a new pump for the space station's urine processing assembly. That is a part of the water recovery system.
They're going to give them to employees,
Slow Chief. It is about 150 pounds. It's a pump, and it is replacing 2 non-essential cargo bags inside Starliner. It is all methodically packed weeks in advance, besides that one late cargo. And about 25 bags are for Boeing, 10 bags now for NASA. And those NASA bags are carrying things like food, clothes, exercise gear, medical supplies, and anything the crew wanted to bring with them. On the way back, Starliner will bring about 750 pounds of cargo, so just a little bit less, and that includes 1 empty NORS tank. That's a nitrogen oxygen recharge system, and that will be refilled for future missions.
Rupert, you brought up a very interesting question. What if the replacement urine pump doesn't work? Dude, these days flights up to the ISS are pretty frequent. If it doesn't work, long story short, there's enough bags and poop bottles, I guess. They're tanks, right? There's enough up there that the astronauts can manage. Yeah, you can manage. Remember, the toilet isn't broken. The toilet is just basically a very fancy porta potty right now. Like, there's still a tank in there, and you could fill up the tank. The tank is nowhere near being filled because it usually, number 2 doesn't get recycled. Number 2 gets packed in as space trash and gets put on a disposable spacecraft like Progress or Cygnus. Number 1, though, gets recycled. But, the number 2 side of things still works just fine. That works fine. How does that work? They basically attach a keg to the bottom of the toilet, and it vacuums and it goes into the keg. They look like kegs, all right? Sorry, they look like kegs. They're lightweight. They're made out of aluminum. They look like kegs. Like a beer keg. Yeah, nope. Now you're never going to drink out of a keg ever again. Sorry about that. But hey, spaceflight isn't always pretty. You know what I'm saying? It's the number 1. The number 1 is the thing that's not working right now. So instead of just using the toilet, they're using bags. And they'll save that stuff for later. With that being said, the ISS has plenty of those urine receptacle bags on board. Plenty of those. Once again, the toilet still works. It's the pump. The pump that pumps the urine from the toilet to the water reclamation systems on board. That's not working right now. So what if it doesn't work? They can send up another one on the next flight. Not a big deal. It's a little bit less dignified, peeing in a bag, but whatever. The toilet still works. Poop keg, Peep OG. Yes, exactly, Galileo. Yeah, I bet you didn't expect that clicking on this stream. Yeah, I wonder what it's for, Thomas. Interesting. Who's going to change the pump? Probably one of the engineers on board. And Tony, you got to remember, I had a question from Booms in chat. Booms, if you're still out there, hello. That was a great question. Don't say it was stupid. It wasn't. That was a good one. They're doing hatch leak checks right now. That's what that doohickey machine is over there. Fun fact, it looks like they're pressurizing it with argon. They're pressurizing it with inert gas or nitrogen. I can't really read the label. I know that's an inert gas placard, but I digest. We were talking about a little bit earlier how pilots are usually the ones that command the vessel. But with that being said, NASA likes to send up a good mix of engineers, pilots, and scientists. Bill, Bob, and Jeb, and Val, if you know. Right? You send up a good mix. So probably one of the flight engineers, that's whomever is up there on the ISS right now is going to fix it. I'm not sure who the engineers are up there right now. I'm sure somebody will Google it, but I don't know off the top of my head. Do the cosmonauts use the same toilet? No. They don't, Tordem. There is a toilet on the Roscosmos Zvezda module. Yeah, they have their own toilet, and that the astronauts could probably just go and use theirs, right? In the meantime, you could probably do that. They have their own systems, you know, like, and if somebody's already using that bathroom, then you can use the USOS side, the international side. But yeah, the Russians do have their own. There's another one. It would, and that is by design, I will say. That is by design. I don't think it would be smart having one toilet on your entire space station for like 8 people. It's like having a, you know, your whole family in the morning go through one bathroom. You got to wait in line. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. It's a pain in the butt. Hey, get out of there. I got to take a shower. No, I can't right now. I'm doing it. Be quiet. Be quiet. You suck. No, you suck. You know exactly. Yeah, I know. Too real? All right, I'll stop. It probably would be better to have 2 toilets up there. Yeah, so they do. There's a redundant one, in case. With that being said, I'm fairly confident that toilet up there is not designed for 7 people. And most likely, the toilet on Zvezda, which is a DOS module, is derived from the Soviet Salyut program, or Salute program. I don't think it was ever designed for that much capacity. Yeah, and a plunger definitely won't fix that if it breaks. Just saying. Are the toilets dissimilar? Absolutely. What do they do with all the waste? Helipilot, the poop goes into tanks. Like, okay, dude, I can't explain this in any other way. Like, forgive me for being a little blunt here. They poop into basically waste tanks that are made out of aluminum. They look like a keg, like a beer keg almost. It's a fancy space beer keg that you poop into. The toilet, you don't poop right into it. The toilet, you install it like a cartridge on an older console. It gets installed in the toilet, and the toilet handles all the movement of fecal matter. So basically, you know, when the tank's full, it'll seal, and then you detach it, and they'll throw it onto a disposable capsule, like a Cygnus or a Progress, and it'll burn up in the atmosphere, along with a lot of the trash from the space station. Clothes, yeah, clothes are there's no washing machine on the ISS. Water is too scarce to have a washer and a dryer. So yeah, the ISS does rely on burning its trash, to a point. But the urine gets recycled, and that's part of the system that they need, that Starliner has replacement parts on it for. The urine gets pumped to a water reclamation system that filters all the bad parts out, and it makes 100% potable water. There's basically a sewage treatment plant, a space sewage treatment plant on board. Yep. Yeah, sorry, there's really no better way of saying that.
The safety of our crew members is at the absolute forefront.
Yeah, well, that ain't no meteor. What you got there is a Boeing bomber. You got a big old chunk of poop. What? Oh, yeah.
Understands that. It's great that they have a relationship. I think it really makes the work that we do become more personal.
To have such legends from the human spaceflight world kind of be our North Star as we're navigating our way to the crewed flight test, it's kind of hard to describe how really special it is.
They know us and recognize us, and they've become part of our team. Working with Butch, he is very honest with his experience.
Did you bring me Duncan, Brimo?
I find him beyond being a very accomplished pilot. He's the man
I do need another coffee. Thank you very much. I love you.
My wife. He's very sharp-minded and has a pretty good sense of humor as well.
Working with Sunny Williams has been an honor, not just because she's an astronaut with human spaceflight,
hash browns.
Because she is another.
Yo, I'll be right back. Yo, I'll be right back. I'm serious.
She is
the most approachable person in the crew office by far. I've never seen her pass up an opportunity to
Retronaut, you're the man. Thank you for the 23 months.
Which helps our agency. It inspires the next generation of space explorers.
Having them so well integrated into various aspects of reviews and milestones has just helped us build that trust.
There are challenges in what we do. It's not easy, but when everybody rolls up their sleeves, puts their head down, that's the rewarding part to be part of it.
And until that door opens and that crew gets out safely, that's when we'll celebrate.
That's the true end of the mission, right? I talked to a lot of people before, and that's what I look forward to. I mean, certainly getting successful launch, successful dock, but we got to get home.
It's just going to be an immense sense of pride that we accomplished something that is so difficult, to send humans to the harsh environment of space and back safely.
As soon as they get out of that vehicle, I think everyone's going to take that breath and go like, oh, they're here, they're safe.
To everyone that I've met on this program, it's not just a job. It's a dream that we are making come true.
But you were saying when you were watching that, you really began to tear up.
Yes, you can call me Mike today. And
oh, what did I? Oh my gosh, I'm so
Butch
sorry.
Butch is on
Mike.
the start. No, I just wanted to say that montage was really meaningful, and it really shows how integrated the crew and is with our Boeing teammates, and how much that their spirits and their hard work are helping us soar to the stars today. And so that was a really nice montage.
And Dee, your team, obviously.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, this is great. We've been waiting for this moment, and here we are. So, let's check back in with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May, who are monitoring things at Mission Control in Houston. Jim?
Thanks, Dee. Flight Director Mike Lammers and his team here in Houston are still working steadily through their pre-launch actions, and everything's been going pretty smoothly. Been clear across the board most of the day as we count down toward today's 10:52 a.m. Eastern, 14:52 UTC liftoff.
Once they have lifted off, they'll have a 25-hour ride to get to the International Space Station. And with this being the crewed flight test, they'll have a number of test or flight test objectives to work through, putting the Starliner systems through its paces to prove them out before operational flights begin. The first of those will come after Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams reach orbit today, when they'll be doing some manual piloting checkouts while they're still well away from the space station. They'll be flying some attitude maneuvers, changing Starliner's orientation using only visual cues to start with, and then using Starliner's attitude direction indicator, which will be used for all the other planned attitude maneuvers. They'll also point the spacecraft's tail to the sun to demonstrate that it can use solar arrays to recharge its batteries.
And once they arrive near station, they'll take over with manual control again to demonstrate their ability to station keep for 5 minutes at the opening of the approach corridor. And this corridor reaches out to a little under 250 meters away from the forward docking port on the ISS Harmony node, or as you may hear as we listen into the flight loop Slater, node 2 forward. Now, this maneuver should be pretty familiar to both Butch and Sunny. It's very similar to flight ops they performed while in the Navy, things like lining up an aircraft with a refueling tanker, doing a landing approach of the carrier, and for Sunny, hovering a helicopter over a landing pad. And this demonstration will be a checkout of manual 6 degree of freedom control. So that will use both joysticks and Starliner. The translational hand controller, pretty similar to like a throttle stick in an aircraft. And the rotational hand controller, which looks and operates almost identically to a joystick in an aircraft.
But we've got to get into orbit before we can do any of that. We've got another 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Side hatch is being configured. Audible noise may be heard.
As I was saying, another now 1 hour and 19 minutes until today's 10:52 a.m. Eastern launch. Flight Director Mike Lammers has been keeping close eye on the activities in Florida.
Okay,
the crew got into their seats and went through their suit checks.
Breakfast was
also
nominal.
as they closed the hatch and started pressurizing Starliner. In about an hour, Lammers is going to be polling the team here in Houston for goes or no-goes, hoping to get thumbs up across the board for today's launch. He'll be speaking for his team when he gives his final go.
Cats, I've always wondered and wanted to know, why are when the launch facilities are in Florida, why is the operations placed in Texas? Lyndon Johnson is the answer to that question, Cats. So the Apollo program carried a huge price tag. They needed, it was something that Congress voted into law in the 60s. And in order to get enough people on board to fund it, what they did was they spread NASA facilities around the United States. The Apollo program had 400,000 people contracted from 48 out of the 50 states. I think Alaska and Hawaii were the only ones that didn't contribute. You can see the hatch is closed over there. There's the window into the White Room from the hatch. So, fun fact, a little bit of history here. When President Kennedy proposed the Apollo program, he wanted mission control to be at MIT, to be at Draper. Oh, yeah. That's where mission control almost was. Now, Boston, we have a problem. It works. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Fortunately, President Kennedy was assassinated on November 22nd, 1963, and Lyndon Johnson was sworn in to office, the vice president. He was sworn into office right after that. And that was basically right when the Apollo program was starting out, and Lyndon Johnson was from Texas, and he wanted mission control to be in Texas. So he put it in Texas. And that's why Johnson Space Center, the space center that's carrying his name, is in Texas. They did that to move the facilities around to get more people to fund, to get more people to vote for funding for the Apollo program. That's why they test engines at Stennis in Mississippi and do load dynamic and modal testing at Huntsville, at the former Redstone Arsenal. And that's why they launch in Florida. NASA has facilities almost everywhere. There's facilities, NASA Glenn in Cleveland, right next to the Ford engine plant. Yeah. Any people from Ohio around? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? There's NASA Ames, NASA Armstrong, two facilities in California, NorCal and SoCal. Ames is in the Bay. It's actually not far from Silicon Valley. It actually is in Silicon Valley. NASA Armstrong is where NASA does aerodynamic flight test research at Edwards Air Force Base. And then, believe it or not, NASA still has some facilities in Boston at MIT. There's the Draper Laboratory. Amongst other things. There's NASA facilities all over the place. But that's why they did it, cats. Ohio mentioned. What's up, Mike? NASA Langley is in Virginia. NASA Goddard is in Maryland. NASA Wallops is in Virginia. It's a launch site. That's kind of important. Yeah, they spread all the facilities around on purpose to get more congressmen to fund the Apollo program. That was the only way to do it. That's the only way still to do it, right? Hey, Wolfpack 68 month resub. What NASA facility is in Kansas? I'm not sure, Neb. I'll bet you if there's not a NASA design facility in your state, during the Apollo program, there was probably a contractor. Now, in terms of Kansas, I have no idea what the contractors were. I don't know the entire supply chain for the Apollo program, but every state did contribute in one way or another. Like, for instance, Massachusetts' contributions to spaceflight. I'll say my state because it's my state. I'm not trying to be like, oh, Massachusetts is amazing. I mean, we're pretty cool, but not that cool. You know what I'm saying? So the headsets that Butch and Sonny have right there, they're David Clark headsets. DCs are made in Massachusetts. The spacesuits made in Massachusetts. They were made in Worcester. From the Apollo program. Yeah, those are two contributions off the top of my head. Hello. Hey, Fine Stiegel, how you doing? Hey, Celtics in the finals there, bro. We gonna win or what? I freaking hope we do. I mean, we freaking annihilated the Pacers guy. It's freaking awesome. New Hampshire, there were some NASA facilities. Oh, there was one in New Hampshire, Arian. I forget what it was. I don't remember off the top of my head. Like I said, you'd have to look it up for your respective state. Go Seas, dude. Yeah, that's right. It sucks that the Bruins get out. I want Edmonton to win. I don't know about you guys. I freaking hate the Panthers. I hate them because they beat us, not because they're a bad hockey team. You don't make it to the Stanley Cup 2 years in a row being a bad hockey team. I understand that. With that being said, frick you guys. There's a Redstone rocket on display in Warren, New Hampshire. Yes, because Alan Shepard was from New Hampshire. Yep. So is Krista McAuliffe, for what it's worth. Yeah, that's Blue Shift, Imgrim. Yeah, yep. Mm-hmm. I agree, Obel. It's very strange. Anyway.
When it comes time to retract the arm for launch, we've done everything that we can.
Many years ago, someone handed me the keys and said, here, you drive. Those are the ones that put Glenn into space, and I'm looking forward to putting, Sonny and Butch.
I'm going to mute this while I finish this up.
Give them a good ride.
During that time, a lot of passing of the torch happened, a lot of learning, such as what it means to be a certified responsible engineer, to own that hardware, to know everything about that hardware so that you can answer any question that may come up.
As we are passing this torch forward,
I'm not doing that through the mic. I'm sorry.
All the valuable things that I've witnessed, because I've been involved in many aspects of the launch here at ULA.
To think about the fact that all of these engineers that I work with are passing all of their knowledge on that I can one day launch astronauts to is really special.
Okay,
Human
Alex.
spaceflight requires passing on knowledge.
I got you, Rupert.
Launch day is nearly here.
I'm looking forward to starting this historic countdown.
We put a lot of attention and detail and care in every part that we deliver.
I can't wait to send the crew on their journey.
It's exciting to pass the torch to the next generation.
Pushing out boundaries will help us grow. Feeling up for mission success.
I've been working on the Starliner missions ever since we were awarded the contracts.
Dude, that ULA hoodie is pretty awesome. I kind of want one.
I can't wait to launch my friends.
For human launch, quality is everything.
Ready to launch astronauts to space.
It'll be a great day to see CFT launch.
Go Atlas, go Centaur, go Starliner.
It's interesting that torch that they were passing.
To see the actual physical.
That torch that they were passing was an Atlas 3, not an Atlas 5. Just weird. The Havocs, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, don't hate that. Yep, now I want Edmonton to win even more.
Again, we have Jel San on Instagram asking, I want to be an astronaut, but I'm currently a mechanical engineer. How do I proceed?
USAjobs.gov.
I also wanted to be an astronaut for a long time. And when I was applying to be an astronaut, there was only one path to become an astronaut.
Oh, Atlas 2AS.
That was pretty much to become a NASA government astronaut. And I went through the NASA program of making sure I had some advanced technical degrees and some operational experience. I had my pilot's license, and I was ready to apply. But now, we've opened up the world of spaceflight to even more people, and there's a lot of private astronaut missions happening with other companies. So what it means to be an astronaut is very different. The best I can tell you right now in a short period of time is to do your very best, to become very good at what you do. You just saw the montage with the folks from the United Launch Alliance, and every one of those folks is just really the best. They do their best every day, and that's the best way to become an astronaut.
And I think we can squeeze in another one. This is Susie McGowan.
Have you tried just being good at everything? If you are, then you should be an astronaut. Have you tried just waking up and pissing excellence every day? Then maybe you should be an astronaut. Anyway, yeah, that was an Atlas 2AS, Thomas. You're right. It wasn't 3. Yeah, what Mike's trying to say is get good. Okay? Get good. Yep. Yeah, be a Johnny Kim. Oh, yeah, Johnny Kim, the guy that The guy that just became a Navy SEAL, as if Buds wasn't freaking hard enough, right? He just became a Navy SEAL, and then after that, he used his GI Bill to become a medical doctor from Harvard Medical, and then decided that wasn't good enough and decided to be an astronaut as well. So, yep, Navy SEAL, medical doctor, astronaut. Oh, yeah, I would like to add that he was a combat medic in the Navy SEALs. I don't know if anybody out there is a combat medic. Yeah, that's like the hardest job. Yeah. Like for any military outfit, that's the hardest thing to do. Yeah. Yeah. So in case you were feeling inadequate at all, there you go. You should be more like Johnny Kim. What's wrong with you? Actually, to be honest, I hear these astronauts' resumes and I don't get discouraged by that. It just encourages me to, it's good motivation and it's a good thing to keep in perspective. You know, like oh man, these people work so hard, man. I don't do good enough at my job. I got to do better. I got to sit here not talking about the toilet on the ISS all day, even though we could. It's pretty cool. It's like a vacuum cleaner and a toilet like combined into one. Hey, how else are you gonna get it to get out of there? Just saying. Sorry, I'd like to have fun here. We could be more serious if you want. Anyway, no, I look at the astronauts' resume. I'm like, that's so freaking cool. They like what these people do is very inspiring stuff. It should motivate you to do better, not discourage you. You know? Yeah, I made my bed this morning. I couldn't make my bed this morning, Hibbit. My wife was lying in it because I got up so freaking early. So, like, I don't know what to tell you. I actually didn't make my bed today. Guess what I'm going to do when this cast logs off? I'm going to go make my freaking bed. I've actually had a streak going about a year. Make my bed every day. Serious.
It's very unforgiving. Spaces are very unforgiving. The margins are small. We understand. And really to be in it, your heart has to be, you have to be, I say, in it to win it. So what
Nathan,
I try
I'm
to do
pretty
is
much not sleeping over the next couple of days.
What are we missing? What are we not thinking about? What have we not discussed? What have we maybe failed to have enough imagination or curiosity to pursue? And I try to look at things through a lens of what's missing. I expect it to be a very successful flight test. I think we'll learn some things because we always do. We'll learn every time we fly. And that's part of the beauty of this business. It's part of why we're so drawn to it. It's part of what exploration is about.
See that guy? That guy's not a bad guy to have on console today. He knows pretty damn personally why, how important human spaceflight is.
Flight test. We have a beautiful aerial view of the rocket.
If you know, you know, and no, I'm not explaining it. It's bad juju.
Space Force Station.
We don't want any bad juju today.
This is NASA astronaut Mike Fink, and that's Boeing's D. Russell.
Good morning.
Now we are here to watch NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams make history as the first people.
Also, fun fact: Steve Stitch, the guy that runs the commercial crew program for NASA, was also present on that day. Just saying.
Countdown. We're looking really great in this countdown.
Yeah,
yes, so far, so
you know
good.
exactly what I'm talking about.
The rocket is in great shape, and the capsule on top, the
that,
spacecraft,
hands on face,
Starliner Calypso. They just
you know that exact thing where you're sitting there like that, and he's going,
and are just finishing up on the leak checks, saying that the hatch is definitely holding air, and we're ready.
No, I'm not elaborating. I'm seriously not explaining it. Go back in the cast and Google his name. You'll figure it out.
Launch tower. 1 hour and 5 minutes to go.
Now, CFT is the last test before NASA
no
can certify
today.
Starliner for regular missions to the International Space Station for its commercial crew program. It's also only the 6th time that NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. The last time an Atlas-class rocket launched humans to space was 61 years ago with the final flight of NASA's Mercury program.
Over the last 3 hours, both Butch and...
You're on a delay. BJ, go over here if you're watching on YouTube. Go to playback speed and hit 2. You fast forward the live stream so you get caught up with me.
Friends, a wave there from
Butch. Is this Boeing's first space launch? I'm starting to get into spaceflight and astronomy. Well, style, yes and no. Boeing historically has been a big part of the space program. All right, so let me run you through. Like, a lot of the legacy aerospace contractors have had pretty significant contributions over the years. Boeing specifically is known for making the Saturn V first stage, the S1C. Boeing engineered that stage. That was the first stage for the Saturn V. They did not engineer the engines for it. That was Aerojet. Aerojet made the engines. Boeing made the stage. The S1C is a first stage with the 5 F1s attached, capable of making 7.5 million pounds of thrust, meaning that the rocket pushes away from the ground with the same amount of force as a 7.5 million pound block of concrete would push down on the ground. Like, think about a 7.5 million pound block of concrete, and if you had a car underneath it and you dropped it on it, there would be no car left. You'd find some like little metal flakes, right? Saturn V pushes up with that amount of force. Boeing engineered that stage. Boeing also engineered the external tank, the big orange tank for the space shuttle. They engineered that, and then later operated the space shuttle when Boeing acquired Rockwell. Rockwell, formerly North American Aviation, made the Apollo Command Service Module and the space shuttle. Yeah, those historically are Boeing's big contributions to the space program, and now we have Boeing's Starliner capsule. It's their first attempt at making a spaceship. Boeing has never made a spacecraft before. Like I said, they acquired Rockwell. Rockwell was traditionally the one that made spaceships. They made the Apollo capsule, they made the space shuttle. So this is the first time humans will be launched on a Boeing spaceship. It's never happened before. Boeing has operated spaceships, but they've never designed one. It's important to understand the context there. Do you know the current booster configuration? Transit Biker, this is an Atlas N22. What's ALU? You're reading upside down. Salute. That's ULA, United Launch Alliance. Boeing also did do the X-37, yes. Yep, the X-37B, which was a project with NASA. Yeah, Boeing still operates a space shuttle. It's just a smaller one, and it's used for the Air Force's the Space Force's Rapid Mission Response Program, I think is what it's called. What does it launch into space? Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? We don't know. And it launches things into space? Don't know. But yeah, Style, the reason why I brought up, this is the first time Boeing's engineered a spacecraft from the ground up is because a lot of people give Starliner crap because it's been delayed so many times. Now, don't get me wrong. If you promise something, in 2019, and then, you promise you're going to launch people in 2019 and it's 2024 and you're just getting ready to launch people, well, that's on you for over-promising, right? But also, anybody that knows anything about developing capsules and systems engineering and design would know good and well that designing a capsule when the program is on the books and funded in 2014 and flying in 2018 is probably not going to happen. Human-rated spacecraft are some of the hardest vehicles to make. Space Shuttle, Apollo Service Module, Gemini capsule, Mercury capsule before that, Vostok, Voskhod, Soyuz. These are very, very difficult pieces of equipment to make. The reason why? Well, because of those meat bags right there. See these two? Yeah, that's the hard part. Why is it a difficult thing to do? Well, not only is trying to make something flying in space survive up there really difficult, it's even more difficult to carry all the things that you need to keep these two alive. That's why building spacecraft is tough. You have to make something survive in the vacuum, which has its own challenges, and then you need to make people survive in the vacuum. So you need to bring oxygen, you need to bring water, you need to bring a toilet, you need to bring all this other stuff. There it is again. So human-rated spacecraft tend to be extremely complicated. They're very complicated. There's a lot of stuff that needs to jive together. And that's why, if you told me in 2014, in 2014, Boeing's like, oh yeah, we're gonna fly in 2018. If I knew what I know right now, I'd be like, no. That's probably not happening. Probably be a little bit later. Now, with that being said, I think Starliner is a good design, and I think it will fly, and when it does, it's going to be great, because we're going to have 2 ways to get into space from American soil. It's pretty sweet. What's ALU? Is the entire tower made of aluminum? Okay, Salute 1, that's an awful joke. 2, I answered you already. Yeah, because, in the English language, we start at the bottom and read up, too, right? Yeah, obviously. This joke sucks, man. Come on. When do I really think we'll be back on the moon? We're inside of an hour, 58 minutes, 45 seconds. Not anytime soon right now. And by not anytime soon, I mean relative to time for us. So at least a year at the very least. Keep in mind, a year on a space flight scale is actually not that long. That's not that long of a delay. I firmly believe right now that, hey, Shaw, 107 months. Thank you very much. Who was I talking to? Bite Hard. I think right now, the big thing is COVID. COVID screwed up SLS's mission timeline pretty bad. Yeah, and I know everybody blames COVID for all their problems nowadays. Well, think about it. NASA has to abide by whatever government standards to the strictest detail are going on. And honestly, working remote when you're building stuff like this doesn't work very well. I think COVID completely screwed up NASA's timelines. If COVID didn't happen, we'd probably be out there already. Yeah, and once again, I know everybody blames COVID for everything all the time. And yes, it did screw up a lot of things. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it didn't. Like me not being able to know what year it is. Seriously, years started blurring, and I still have to think about it. Before COVID, I was like, oh yeah, it's 2018. I'm 30 years old. It's 2019. I'm 31. Now I'm like, wait, what year is it? It's 2024. I'm like 35 or 36 or something. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it didn't screw a lot of things up. But also at the same time, I think that's why it screwed up bad, because, running a space program, I'd say space programs, they need to gain momentum, and that takes time. That's why this stuff is difficult. You got to gain momentum. Like SpaceX right now, for instance, has a ton of momentum, right? 2020 was last year. Yeah, of course. SpaceX has a ton of momentum right now. We see a Falcon 9 launch almost every day. They have a ton of momentum, but that took a long time to build up, didn't it? Took a long time. Falcon 9 had been flying for the better part of a decade before they were able to get to this point where they, launch a lot, right? And that's just with a launch vehicle, right? Maybe Falcon 9 someday will get to the point where we're launching Dragon capsules every other day. But right now, even then, with SpaceX, with the full, brunt industrial, dive into every problem and fix it prowess right there from SpaceX, they still don't fly people very much, you know what I mean? This stuff takes time. It takes time to build up momentum. And the SLS program was just starting to build up momentum, and then COVID happened. And they kind of took one step forward and 4 steps back. So it's going to take a second. But if I had to put my money on it right now, and I know people aren't going to hear that, people aren't going to want to hear this, late 2025, maybe early 2026 for Artemis 2. Lockheed had some problems with acceptance testing on their life support systems for the Orion capsule. First of all, for whatever reason, they decided to go with differential configurations for life support systems depending on missions. So that tells me that their life support systems are using some type of scalable architecture, a hardware or software side of things. The life support systems passed acceptance testing for Artemis 2, but they failed acceptance testing for Artemis 3. I'm not entirely sure, and I'm not familiar enough with Lockheed Systems engineering regarding the Orion capsule, why you would have different acceptance testing for different missions. It's probably because it's a different mission and it's going to a different place. Probably has something to do with it. But I would contend to say that it probably would have been a better idea just to take whatever the highest mission criteria for your life, like the highest needs on your life support systems are, and just fly it in that configuration all the time. I'll give an example as to why I think that's a good idea. It's not, I didn't just make up this idea off the top of my head. That's what they did with the Apollo capsule, the only other capsule to ever get anywhere near the moon, other than Orion. Orion's been out there on the Artemis 1 mission. The Apollo Command Service Module, they baselined it for a lunar mission, for like a complicated lunar mission. So like they baselined it for, I think it's the K missions. So it's designed to go out there and stay out there for a little while. Because you got to remember, by the time Apollo 16 and Apollo 17 came around in 1972, they weren't just landing on the moon, being down there for like maybe 20 hours and taking off. Apollo 17, for instance, spent 3 days on the moon. So the CSM was baseline to be able to go out to the moon, stay out there and loiter for a little while, and then come back, right? Now, why would I bring that up? Well, every configuration of that thing that flew up until Apollo 17 was basically the same exact configuration for the most part. I mean, there were some things here and there from the Apollo applications program that changed the service module configuration, but that was more for scientific experiments than anything. Some of the Apollo applications programs found their way onto the CSM for Apollo 15, 16, and 17. For instance, on Apollo 15, they had an optics package on the service module that was designed to take pictures of the moon from close. That makes sense. Probably a good idea. And then they had to go retrieve the film from deep space EVAs when they were flying back from the moon. Yeah. There's really awesome footage somewhere out there, or pictures of deep space EVAs, where they depressed the capsule mid-coast from the moon back to the Earth. Depressed the capsule, went outside, went and grabbed that stuff off the service module, brought it back in the capsule, closed the hatch. Crazy, like crazy stuff. But it was only until after the lunar missions from the Apollo program, when we moved to doing stuff like Skylab and the Apollo-Soyuz test project, did they start like changing the configuration on the life support systems, for instance, on the capsule. Life support and fuel systems, for instance. So the capsule didn't need as much delta V as it needed for a lunar mission going out to Skylab. Skylab was in low Earth orbit, right? So they launched the capsule for instance, with half of the life support systems that it would have needed for a lunar mission, because when it docks to Skylab, you could just use Skylab's life support systems. And B, they launched it with basically the tanks half full, the fuel tanks on board. They only started getting into different types of baselines for the capsule after the main version of the capsule, like full tank of gas, full life support systems, full fuel cells. They only started baselining it, like changing that around, after they'd proven that one configuration worked. So, like I said, with the acceptance testing with the capsule, with Orion, I think that probably historically would have probably been a smarter idea. But also, A, I have the benefit of hindsight, and B, I don't know more than Lockheed. I'm pretty sure people at Lockheed Martin know more about making spaceships than I do. So, you know, I ain't one to judge. Teething problems happen. With that being said, I'm not afraid to weigh in and, you know, I'm not afraid to weigh in on this stuff, not because I'm trying to be like, I know more than Lockheed. No, it's a good learning opportunity. They're good thought exercises to understand why this stuff is so complicated, right? I just talked myself through it right there while explaining it to you. You know, it's always an opportunity to learn, even when I'm teaching you guys stuff.
Why is that planet there? What is the future of that planet? What is the future of our planet? And to be able to take these next steps in exploration, we're going to start...
Assuming they aren't telling... EJ, how upset are you that the Chinese got to the far side of the moon first? Cats, here's the thing. Am I bummed that we weren't the first in something in spaceflight? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, of course. With that being said, if you really want my honest opinion, look, man, I'm happy someone's doing it. I really wish it was us, but I'm happy someone has the stones to go and do something like that. Not to say that NASA couldn't do it. We have missions like that waiting in the wings, but they're not going to the far side of the moon. They're going to the poles, arguably a harder place to land. Like the Viper mission, for instance. Look up the Viper mission. It's going to make this mission look easy. Now, with that being said, even though it's, mainland China, you got to give credit where credit is due. It's pretty damn impressive. Landing something on the far side of the moon and getting a sample return from it. Some of the pictures we got from that thing are very impressive. I will say, like I said, you got to give credit where credit is due. The Soviets were the first country to put somebody into space. They put Yuri into space in 1961, April 12th, right? They were the first to put a low Earth orbit satellite into space, right? Hey, you got to acknowledge. So hopefully something like that lights a fire under our tail and we can get more stuff done. Anyway, I'm going to listen to Tori Bruno.
But in our timeline, had that failed much later, we would have relied on the double redundancy in voting that remained. But that early on, our criteria says stop and understand what's happening. We did resolve it the next day on a Sunday. It is a card within a chassis that has power supplies. It was one of the two power supplies that are also redundant. And so the flaw was really that power supply going down and not switching to the backup supply built into the chassis. So we removed it, we replaced it, we put the modules right back in it. The chassis we're using we know works because it's the same chassis we used to launch Vulcan on Cert 1. Everything has checked out and been retested, and now we're good to go.
That's great to hear, and it is a beautiful day right now. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful launch. What's the trajectory like for this launch? I mean, who along the U.S. will be able to see it?
Yeah, this is a very unique trajectory because it's flat and long for crew safety. And so it'll head out from here, it'll go north and a little bit to the east, and so all along the southern coast of the United States you have a pretty good chance of seeing it. And what that trajectory allows us to do is to have no blackout areas where the crew would be unable to abort the flight, God forbid, in the event of an anomaly. And it delivers them just short of being orbital.
Yeah,
so if there were any issues with the capsule's propulsion system, they get a free return safely to the surface of the Earth. So very unique for us. We've never flown, apart from the test flights of this capsule, a trajectory that is suborbital before.
Wow, and talking about uniqueness, is there anything new or different on this Atlas V rocket for this crewed launch compared to other uncrewed Atlas V launches?
Yes, there are. There's a handful of things, and they are all safety related. So the most obvious thing is there's no payload fairing, because if there were to be an abort where we want the capsule to fly the crew safely away, the fairing would be in the way, so we fly without it. We also have an emergency detection system, which is like a very high-speed computer that is plugged into all the systems on Atlas and monitoring its health, so that if an anomaly started happening faster than any human could possibly do it, this computer would detect it and command the separation of the capsule. And of course, on Centaur, we have 2 RL-10s instead of 1 rocket engine for more thrust, because of that long flat trajectory. The last thing we do is actually kind of subtle and maybe a little bit trivial for most people, but we anodize the first stage of the booster to protect it from a thing called stress corrosion cracking. And just to be extra careful for the crew, we actually double the thickness of that anodization.
Wow, that is fascinating. Tori, thank you so
didn't know
much
that
for
last
joining
part.
us
I
here
know what
today.
anodizing is, but I didn't know they doubled the thickness. That's cool.
And as we check.
So if that man was speaking another language just a second ago, so first of all, that's Tori Bruno. Tori Bruno is the CEO of United Launch Alliance. He's the guy that runs the company that operates the rocket that's launching Starliner today. Little word on Tori Bruno real quick. He is an aerospace engineer through and through. I don't think I need to say why, but it's probably better to, to have an engineer running your launch services provider, your rocket company. Probably a good idea. That guy's an engineer through and through. If you look up his resume, some of the projects he's worked on, the guy is the nerd's nerd of aerospace engineers. Honestly, a legend in the aerospace industry. If you know some of the projects that he's worked on. Tori Bruno, for instance, worked on THAAD. THAAD is an anti-ballistic missile system. So he works on the types of stuff that launches, finds an intercept trajectory for a missile, and kills a incoming missile. That is insane. I mean, he was an aerospace engineer for Lockheed for the longest time. He also worked on the X-33. If you know, you know. X-33 and never ended up flying, but an amazing project nonetheless. Oh yeah, he's just catching some Z's right now. He got some planned downtime here. So what was he talking about? Yeah, Tori Bruno's a cool dude. He also is a cowboy, for instance. He owns a farm and he has horses and stuff, and he's a farmer. So he's as close as we're gonna get to the astronaut farmer, okay? Seriously, he's a cool dude. Also, just randomly shows up to Sabaton concerts. Yeah. Tori Bruno is cool enough to show up to a Sabaton concert and immediately get allowed backstage. If you're a concert junkie, yeah. You don't just show up and get a backstage pass. But he did. That actually happened one time. It was actually pretty rad. Yeah, no, he's a huge metalhead. That guy's cool as heck. Really cool dude. So, what was he talking about? He was talking about the systems that caused the last launch to be postponed. And then he was talking about the anodization layer on the aluminum. So, aluminum, believe it or not, so the first stage on this Atlas rocket, on this Atlas V, first stage, so this part all the way up to where that little cloud is coming out, it's all 7000 series aluminum. So if you're familiar with, material science here, aluminum, believe it or not, doesn't bend, it doesn't snap, it cracks. It cracks under compression load and under stress, under load stress. So it cracks like similar to how there would be a crack in the road. Yeah, it does that. If you have ever flown around on a plane and you've looked at the wing on the plane and there seems to be a part cut out from the wing, the flaps, that was because the aluminum started cracking and they cut the crack out. Oh yeah. Aluminum likes to crack. And that's also why after a certain amount of hours, an airplane can't be flown anymore, because you could start developing stress cracks in the airframe and you could go to take off and the wing could fall off. Don't want that. I mean, maybe you do. I don't know. I don't. I'm pretty sure you don't either. So what he was talking about there is they anodize the aluminum here, and they anodize the anodization process, the chemical process to treat the aluminum. One, they do it to make the aluminum more resistant to corrosion, because aluminum doesn't rust either; it corrodes. And two, they do it to, I actually learned just a second ago there that they do it to prevent stress cracking, which is actually super cool. I actually didn't know that. They double anodize the first stage for this crew flight to minimize possibility of stress fractures in the aluminum. That's actually really cool. I didn't know that. And that's why I always listen to that dude, because you learn something every time. I'm telling you, he's the nerd's nerd of rocket scientists.
Well, I mean, it is truly historic day that we have today. It is the 6th time we've launched a new vehicle to space, and this time with the first female on one of those missions in Sunny.
Yeah, so there you go.
And from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, not the Air Force Station any longer. And we're also, now it gives us that chance to get back to ISS with another
there
crew.
You go, Transit, right?
And the learning that we're doing there about the human body, about technology, about science. Of course, science is key to
I'm
all
good.
we do.
RPF,
and then
how are you?
To prepare ourselves
Kicks.
for those missions to the moon
What's
and
going
then onto Mars.
Absolutely. You know, a lot of firsts, a lot of
Falcon 9
important
is
things
aluminum
for sure
lithium,
happening on
Nova.
this mission. You know, you talked briefly on this. Can you discuss again why it's important just in general that we have multiple spacecraft available to send humans to space?
We need that access. So right now we have one provider giving us that access to space station. This will give us a second provider, which means if we have a problem with either, we have ways to get our crews to and from station, which helps keep the tempo that we've had for 23 years of having humans in low Earth orbit.
Nice kicks.
But also that opportunity to get the crews back if there's an issue at all, and keep that presence going.
Absolutely. You know, this has already been a very exciting year for the agency with many fascinating missions already taking place. Now with this historic launch about to take off, what else can the public look forward to?
It has been a great year and certainly a lot of learning already for me about the incredible mission that we have at NASA. And the missions that we have remaining this year, I'll just highlight a couple of them. Europa Clipper, which will be an incredible mission for us to watch in its journey and understanding even more about the solar system. NISAR, which will help continue our learning of Earth. And then we have X-59, that first A in NASA, right, the aeronautics, which will go through its first flight this year. We're about to do an engine run-up on that aircraft. And of course, heading towards Artemis 2 next year. The crews in Washington this week planted a moon tree just yesterday with our deputy administrator, and that gets us on our path back to the moon.
Absolutely, and we cannot wait for all of those missions. Jim, thank you so much for joining us here today. Megan D. Mike, back over to you.
Thank you both. And we are now 38 minutes until liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test.
So, RPF, what are we talking about here? What mission is running today? This is the NASA and Boeing United Launch Alliance Starliner Crew Flight Test 1. This is the first flight of this capsule, which is made by Boeing with people on board. This is a very, very important mission. The reason why is it's going to certify not one, but two ways to get to the ISS from American soil. An idea called redundant dissimilar architecture. Hey, there's the reentry from that's OFT2. Yeah, good. That's cool. The pulsing that you're seeing up there is the reaction control systems firing into the reentry heat. That's why it looks like flames are coming out. This mission is basically a final exam for this test before it's ready to go into routine missions to launch people to the ISS, which will start with the Starliner 1 mission probably a little later in the year if everything goes right here. This mission does have two astronauts aboard, two NASA astronauts, former Navy test pilots, both of them. Barry Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. They're both ex-shuttle astronauts, and they are also, like I said, former Navy test pilots. There they are right there. There's Butch and Sonny. Yeah, they're going to be flying this sucker up into space today. Not actually. They're going to be hitching a ride on there and then flying it around in space to make sure that it works. Like I said, this crew flight test is basically the final exam. Think about when, you go back to school. You take a course during a semester. You have to study, 2 semesters technically, right? You study for that course, right? You have to take a midterm and you have to take a final exam. This is the final exam. You ideally don't want any surprises here. You want everything to go as smoothly as possible, and you want to pass that final exam. You don't want a curveball during that. With that being said, spaceflight is very difficult. It's a very difficult endeavor. And anytime you have a new spaceship, you might have problems. That's why we have these two aboard. Test pilots, people that can think fast, astronauts that can think fast on their feet.
We always think of things too. The Navy guys, they should like the water, but no. This is jokes aside. That's exactly it. It's,
I think it's 4.
It's a lot easier to find us.
4 Starliners, I think, but I'm not sure.
On land.
Is it compatible with Dragon?
35 minutes.
Compatible with Dragon. Can it dock to Dragon? I'm sure if needed. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to set the stage now for a series of comm checks.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Op 60, step 10, step 20. Blast danger area is clear.
Roger.
BDA is clean.
So yeah, we expect to hear repeated communication checks with.
There is this area cordoned off around the rocket called the blast detonation area, or BDA for short. OSM reporting to the launch director or launch coordinator that the BDA is clear means that there's no people around the capsule and the rocket right now in case something really goes wrong. The only people on board are going to be the only people that are in range of the blast detonation area are the people that have a way to get away from it, meaning those two right there with the escape system on Starliner.
So it's just Butch, Sunny, a Starliner.
They're
and Atlas
androgynous
and
ports,
Centaur, all
Pythos.
together.
Yep. The first 2 astronauts to fly.
Dragon and Starliner could dock to each other. It would have to be a manual initiation of docking. They could not automatically dock to each other. Both of the docking ports use a international docking system standard, and the international docking system standard is derived from the NASA docking system, or NDS for short. So both of them have the IDSS, the International Docking System Standard, is androgynous, so they could dock to each other. Orion could dock to a Starliner, but once again, if you were going to do that, it would have to be a manual docking. There's no automatic systems that could get these two to kiss each other if they needed to. Highly unlikely, given the mission architecture between logistics points to the ground and to the ISS, but it could be done.
Simultaneously. So that's, of course, the International Space Station, the SpaceX Crew Dragon.
When do they
and
arm
then
the launch
Boeing's
escape
Starliner
system?
spacecraft. What an incredible milestone.
That is an incredible milestone.
Crew access armor
NASA's
track,
gonna break
Phil, if
that
I had to
again,
guess. What is
hopefully
the
soon
escape
when,
system?
we have another spacecraft.
Starliner in the service module has 4 engines. In the bottom, you can't see them because the aero shroud is covering them. But the 4 engines are RS-88s. It's a pressure-fed hypergolic engine, somewhat analogous to the Dragon's Super Dracos. Starliner is using an integrated launch escape system, meaning that the LES, instead of being a rocket that's attached to the top, it is integrated into its service module. You'll see if we get to separation today, right? Hopefully it's a good day to fly and we got a clean ascent, clean ride uphill. You'll see if we see some separation footage of the capsule, you'll see the 4 engines, which will be safed by the time of separation. But yeah, it's using 4 RS-88s for its launch escape system. That's correct, Kralani. Yeah, part of it was derived from APAS,
Submit
yes.
your Ask NASA questions from social media, so let's answer some more of those now.
Isn't this a 7-year-ish delay? I don't know where you pulled that number from, Freelancer, but Commercial Crew came on the books in 2014. Boeing said that they'd be getting people going by 2019, 2020. I'm not the best at math, but I'm pretty sure that's not 7 years. With that being said, they are a little bit behind schedule. I don't think that's above criticism. If you promise something and you don't deliver on time, yeah, that's on you. If I say I'm going to do something at work and then I don't do it, well, that's my fault. With that being said, there's no aerospace engineering project nowadays that gets done on time. Yeah, not a single one. Not even close. Not even Dragon. With all the might of SpaceX behind it, delivered exactly. You remember, they said SpaceX said Dragon was going to fly in 2018 with people. Didn't fly until 2020. That's because Dragon had teething problems too. They had problem with safing the nitrogen tetroxide hypergolic systems on Dragon's integrated service module that resulted in some teething problems, we'll say. This stuff happens, dude. No aerospace project gets done on time nowadays. Now, I don't know if that's a bigger problem or a reflection of the industry or, just basically anything new that's going to get engineered that has to do with aerospace is going to be pushing the boundary because we have it well figured out. I don't know. But yeah, this stuff always gets delayed. That's the industry standard. I don't know if that's a good standard to set, but it is nonetheless.
From World Citizen on YouTube.
Actually, the B-21.
Does the
you know
crew
what?
on the space station watch?
That's actually a really good point, Theo. It doesn't happen very often nowadays, but yeah, Northrop Grumman with the B-21 was actually on time. They were ahead of schedule. Interestingly enough. And I would also add, Theo, that Northrop Grumman operates the Antares rocket and Cygnus. When's the last time you ever heard of a Cygnus being behind schedule? That never happens. So I'm just saying that there it does. Yeah, I guess you do get some stuff delivered on time nowadays. You just got to go looking for it.
Steps that's needed to get us to T0.
Yes, less than 30 minutes.
GeoGamer, that's a good point. It's because we're on Twitch, right? It's video games, right? So let's just put it like this. It has taken Boeing and SpaceX less time to engineer a human-rated spacecraft that flies people into space than it has for Rockstar to make GTA 6. I don't know how to feel about that, man. And you know what the screwed up part is? They probably have similar budgets. That's bad. I don't know how to feel about this.
And we did get a chance to talk to NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson and Jeanette Epps prior to launch.
Prop 1 LP.
All right.
Yes, RD-180 transducer converter calibration.
Oh, dear.
And the engine FIV is open.
Roger. Flight control.
Oh, no.
Start flight control. Final prep.
Roger.
Oh.
LC-2.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2 SVV cycle tests are complete.
Roger.
Again, Tracy Dyson, Jeanette
I know,
Epps,
Yum
two
Food,
of
me
the
too.
astronauts that are on the International Space Station already. We did get a chance to talk to them prior to launch.
Update complete.
Oh,
And they
no
said
regrets.
they are ready for Butch and Sunny to arrive. They've gotten their areas all set up for them, so they're really excited to welcome them.
Mal talk, plenty of women work in the
just about
aerospace industry, dude.
6 hours after liftoff today. Again, 27 minutes, 53 seconds and counting until liftoff of Butch and Sunny, the first two to fly Boeing Starliner capsule to the International Space Station. Let's go over now to Brandy and Jim inside Mission Control in Houston.
Okay. Yeah, I know, yeah.
Thanks, Megan. Lead crew flight test flight director Mike Lammers is getting ready to poll the flight control team here in Houston for a go or no-go, verifying that all of Starliner systems are ready for launch. Everything is looking good at the moment, and Lammers will use this poll to determine his own response to the final go, no-go poll by the launch conductor just before liftoff.
Once we do get into the terminal countdown time frame, there are a few major activities that the team will oversee. The first is Starliner's transition from ground power to battery power. That comes about 18 minutes before launch, and we leave it as late as possible.
I don't know what you're talking about,
Dead
Dead Scum.
Those batteries is.
Go ahead.
Arm hydraulic final preps are complete.
Roger.
L minus 27 minutes.
Are they required to wear ties? I don't think there's. I think business casual is the dress code in IS. That's the ISS mission control room. I'm pretty sure business casual is what you want to wear in there. With that being said, dude, I mean, think about it, man. You're working at Houston. You're working at Johnson Space Center. Mission control. Sorry, I'm tying my shoe. Working at mission control. I'd be showing up in a suit and tie every day. Every day. Oh yeah. Every day. You don't go to mission control, Chris Kraft Spacecraft Operations Center. You don't show up there with business casual, okay? You know what I'm saying? If I was working at Houston, I'd be showing up in a suit and tie every day. Just saying. That's what Gene Kranz and Chris Kraft did, all right? Showed up. Gene Kranz showed up with a vest all the time. Every day, rain or shine. Still does. Fun fact. You know, what do these guys make a year? Astronauts make a good amount. They're the highest government pay grade, LMAO. And let's just say they get good hazard pay when they're on orbit, all right? Okay. The white room adapter has moved up into the retracted position here.
Yeah, Ferguson even called it a astronauts or pilot spacecraft.
T-minus
So
25
that next
minutes.
generation crew capsule.
What's the orange pipe
It
on
measures
Starliner's
16
first
and a half.
stage? That's the Atlas V rocket. That orange pipe 7 is the LOX downcomer. Atlas V, to simplify the design, doesn't have the liquid oxygen pipe going through the RP-1 tank. So Atlas V's first stage uses RP1, liquid oxygen. RP1 is rocket grade kerosene. If you hear me call it kerosene, it is kerosene, but it's not kerosene. It's kind of more like jet fuel, but it's a highly refined version of it because rockets, you don't want to jam the fuel filter on a rocket. Ask the N1 why that's not a good idea. So it's a very refined version of it, a very clean version of it. Clean being no gunk in it. And the oxygen tank is above the RP1 tank. So to simplify the design, right, with Atlas V, they made the LOX pipe, instead of going through the RP1 tank, like on other rockets, the downcomer, which is basically the oxidizer line, goes through the fuel tank on like Falcon 9 or on Starship or what else? You're on TV. Oh, thanks, Yannick. There are other rockets, right? This one uses what's called an external downcomer, where the pipe goes around the tank and then into the engine. That's what that orange line is on the side. You'll see it when they start pumping liquid oxygen into the engines. So when the rocket turns on, you'll see ice form on it if we get the right camera angle. Yeah, that's your oxidizer line. Once again, it simplifies the design on the core, makes it really easy to make, not having a pipe go through your RP1 tank. It makes it a very, very simple system. That also makes it so your RP1 tank and your oxygen tank are very similar in construction. So you only need one production line to make RP1 or LOX tanks.
Space Center.
23 minutes, 9 seconds and counting until liftoff. So let's
That
check
thing
back
right
in
there.
with ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren
That's
Brennick.
the liquid oxygen line.
Guys.
Well,
hey, Megan.
You could tell that there's liquid oxygen inside of it because all the fittings that attach it to the side of the stage are all iced over. So there definitely is LOX in there.
On primary CCLS.
Okay, hold on.
Monitoring those procedures here, and we're coming up on about L minus 22 minutes to launch, and around this time during the last launch attempt,
absolutely, Fran.
our team worked through what you may have seen, a suit pressurization issue. They worked very quickly around this time in the countdown to make sure that
What's your
everything
favorite
was
from
going
the Earth to the
smoothly
Moon
with this.
episode?
But when we
Spider.
switched to internal power at L minus 18 minutes, that triggered a small voltage trip, and flight software correctly identified it and turned off the fans. So we quickly turned them back on, just like you would do with your computer, off and on. And today we're going to turn the fan off when we move over to internal power so it doesn't trip again. Then we will turn it back on after. The real difference is that crew will lower their visors about
Power cycling
5 minutes
things.
later this time. That action would usually be taken around now, or a minute or so from now, and we will listen for that in just a few minutes.
So, yeah, Fim, you asked what's my favorite from the Earth to the Moon episode? Spider, where the engineer talks about the LEM, the landing module, and how the landing module is not just, it's just a hunk of metal and copper and wires and all this other stuff that you need to land on the moon, but how the guy talks about how that thing is more than that. It is the people imparted some of themselves onto it to make it. And I firmly believe that. Yeah, call me a weirdo. That's totally cool. If you build something, you lend a part of you to that. So like, I'll take my truck, for instance. I have an old truck outside, right? Thousands of people came together to make that thing, and they imparted some of themselves onto that vehicle, right? I get it. It's just metal and rubber. I understand that. But I truly believe that there's something to this, right? If you make something, you put something together, you build it, you're taking part of you and you're imparting part of that on you. That thing wouldn't exist if it wasn't for you, right? The Spider episode is very poignant in that regard. I very firmly believe that. All the people that had to put hands on this thing to get it here, to get it to do this, they imparted some of themselves on that. I firmly believe this. And you can call me a little bit of a weirdo. That's fine. I get it. It's a little like, whoa, man, that's deep. Like, I get it. But also, we're blessed with the ability to be able to make things. You don't see giraffes making this. You know what I mean? Dolphins can't make this. We can make this. It's important. That's what differentiates us from the rest of the animal kingdom. Right now, I know someone's going to be like, well, there was one time a chimpanzee built an igloo somewhere. Yeah, I get it. I know. I don't see any other species being able to explore the cosmos on this planet. You know what I'm saying? We have thumbs, baby. That's what separates us from everything else. And I think that's very cool, and I'm very humbled by it, to be honest with you. That's why Spider is my favorite. That's why that is my favorite episode, because I firmly believe that.
We're going to hear a little bit more about that. But again, there will be 3 calls.
A giraffe wouldn't need a crane, though. Yeah, that's true. Maybe we should start doing that.
They will pull the mission support room manager, or MSR.
Thomas Kelly was the
engineer. After launch, the BMCC turns into mission support
very good book.
As things shift over to Houston.
Yep.
They will also pull the spacecraft test conductor, who monitors power systems.
Switch to channel 1. All personnel and visitors remain in present position until launch.
Okay.
Maintain operational silence in the LCC.
It's going to run through the whole
with a
procedures.
terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds a launch constraint anytime after the terminal count status check, the observer shall announce hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold.
That is what we don't want to hear from here on out. That time it was fine. We hear it again, we got problems.
As we were mentioning earlier, there's been traffic on multiple side nets, and that announcement that you just heard is Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo now bringing the team out from the individual subsystem nets, bringing everybody to the command channel, channel 1, for the final.
It's one of the last things to do, Wombat. They'll do it in another couple of minutes.
We're going to hear more traffic on the command channel as we start to...
Guys, I'm going to do a little bit less talking here so I can hear the command loop, so hold the questions for a second here. Basically, from now until T+8 minutes when they get into launch, I just want to listen to the loops. In case something weird's going on, I'll be able to at least translate what they're saying. So,
representatives.
Yeah, I'm going to start talking a little bit less now. But, yeah, keep those questions coming when on the other side of the launch, okay?
Issue or range safety issue that comes up, they can press a button.
This is the part where it's time to listen and learn.
It's called a hold fire check. Those hold fire switches will be configured shortly, and we'll also start to hear calls about wrapping up our helium bottle charging on both the first and second stage.
And Dylan, as you mentioned, with the traffic on the loops.
That's one more thing to say. Guys, at T-minus 10 minutes, I'm going to roll ads. Not because I care about making money off ads. I don't like ads. I think they're intrusive and annoying. Yeah, there. With that being said, I'll run them at 10 minutes. So in case anybody does come to the stream, you won't get an ad right away during liftoff. So that's what we're going to do. So we could get an uninterrupted segment of liftoff here. With that being said, I can't reiterate this enough. I hate ads. They're intrusive. They're annoying. And I love how just all of a sudden it turned from one skippable ad to 2 skippable ads. And now it's to the point where it's 2 or 3 unskippable ads. Oh, that's great. Thanks, guys. How is this any different from TV? Right? Like, thank you. The whole point why people came here is to separate us from television because we weren't television. So stop trying to make us like television, please.
Chopper team here at the Kennedy Space Center. Folks coming out
Ingram,
to enjoy the
13-month
launch
resub.
and
Thank you.
An amazing day. Weather, no changes again. Low-topped cumulus clouds on land, which you see some of it there, but because they're low-topped, that's not a concern. When a rocket flies through a big, thick cumulus cloud, it can trigger a lightning strike, but those clouds are not the kind that can do that, according to Launch Weather Officer Millie 11. And so we're good to go.
We're good to go.
There. We also have a launch visibility is always a factor here in the southeast. Can you see the rocket and from where? And our friends at United Launch Alliance provided us with this graphic so you can see about which point in the launch you would see the rocket. If you're within the first 2 inner circles, you should be able to see the solid rocket boosters jettison a minute after launch. Folks in the Orlando and Central Florida area will be able to see it about 90 seconds of flight.
Shmamaron.
And then it will come into view for much of the rest of the state.
Kinder tone indicates
after more than about 2
mic.
minutes, including Tampa on the west coast of Florida. The southeast corner of Georgia might be able to see the Atlas Centaur separation, which happens after 3 minutes of flight. Again, we're looking
90% go refers to the weather. The go no go poll refers to the hardware guild, not the
NASA
weather.
operations manager,
15 minutes.
and all of them are go.
Flight channel 1 and air to ground 1 are now merged, going to air to ground 1. Roger.
Okay, they merged.
We'll send it back.
They merged the loops.
LC flight, air to ground 1, ready for contact with Starliner on channel 1.
Nice, Nova.
Roger. Starliner, LC, com check on channel 1.
Launch coordinator, hailing the capsule.
Those are comm checks again between different teams.
loud and clear. I have you loud and clear also.
And our astronauts, who you see there. Again, this is the test flight.
Houston, com check, air to ground 1.
Houston, Starliner, loud and clear.
Houston has you loud and
I
clear.
love how we can see them talking to each other. We didn't hear what they said on the loop. Butch said something and Sonny started laughing.
Towards certification. To do that, there are a total of 87 flight test objectives and many more operational capability checkouts. So take a look at some of the main objectives with the crew on board. I'll go through a couple of them
T-minus
here.
14 minutes and counting.
They'll demonstrate the performance of crew-related equipment. The crew will perform hatch operations and transfer emergency equipment. They will also evaluate the vehicle and transfer cargo while in a docked configuration. They'll conform functionality of manual piloting and deorbit with successful separation of the crew module from the service module. And finally, they will demonstrate Starliner's entry and descent.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. It really
13
depends.
minutes and 24 seconds from only the 6th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're curious about the previous 5 flights, we have you covered. Check out our video here.
Laser Drifter. Thanks for the gifted sub.
Mercury Redstone 3 was the first test flight. Alan Shepard, May 5th,
5 PSI, 1.2 Gs.
Gemini 3 with astronauts Gus Grissom and John Young launched March 23rd, 1965.
Apollo 7, October 11th, 1968, with Wally Schirra, Don Isley, and Walt Cunningham.
Joe Simba 1, gifted 5. Thank you very much.
STS-1 launched with astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen, and it launched April 12th, 1981.
My favorite mission.
Starliner Houston, your suit fan Bravo is repowered. It looks good. Please close your visors. Column closed.
Okay, suit cooling fans are
Saw
powered
video
on.
there of Demo 2, May 2020, Doug Hurley, Bob Benkin.
Astronauts have been instructed to
And then,
close
of
their
course,
visors.
today's NASA's and Boeing's crew flight
going
test
to space.
with Butch Williams and
Demetria,
Sonny,
yep.
Butch Wilmore,
Those
excuse me,
two.
and Sonny Williams.
Butch
Mike,
Williams.
12 minutes
Sonny
and 15
Wilmore.
seconds to go. How are you feeling?
I am excited. I'm grateful to ULA and Boeing and NASA team that we are
Sonny
sharing
reports. Sonny reports visors closed.
Go Starliner.
Yeah, our hearts and well wishes are with Butch and Sonny as they make history testing what is poised to be the second
Fun fact, that's the pad right behind him. That's where the rocket is. You can see it at Starliner and Atlas right there behind Mike.
46 seconds to
The
go.
guy in the
Let's
center.
send it back over to ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke to walk us through the final moments of today's launch countdown.
This is a test flight to the ISS stress
Let's
test.
do it,
Yep.
Megan. We just heard the Starliner readiness poll is a go. We know the crew's visors are down now, so we are moving along smoothly into the final 11 minutes and 30 seconds of this
Shogun.
countdown.
Yep.
This is an instantaneous launch window today, which means that we will launch when the orbital path for the ISS aligns with the Space Coast.
I hope so, JDG.
Once we get into orbit, Starliner will be working to catch up with the space station, eventually reaching speeds of more than 17,500 miles per hour. It'll take about 25 hours or so to get there. And we are going to be watching here any minute.
11 minutes.
11 minutes and counting.
Arm control, so the crew access arm for launch.
Crew access
Roger.
arm should be moving into the retracted
Thank you.
position.
Crew access
That's
arm.
the gantry right there
About to
that
start
they used to
moving
get in the
away
castle
from the spacecraft.
capsule. It needs to move away.
And Dylan, we will watch it move very slowly today, but it could move.
All right, we're gonna roll the ads so people don't miss this. So ads are rolling now. Once again, guys, I hate ads, but I would rather have people watch this uninterrupted. So we're gonna run them now. Watch the ascent uninterrupted. So unfortunately, some people are gonna miss the access arm retraction, but that's okay. If you're still here, well,
It's amazing that it can do that.
thank you for
We hope to
subscribing
not
or
have to ever see that happen.
using some other thing that I won't
After
say
liftoff
to not
today,
view
Randy and
ads.
Jim will continue commentary
I'm not,
from Houston
thanking
through
people
ascent,
that, but you got to do what you got to do. I
spacecraft
get
separation, and
it.
the orbital insertion burn.
Or turbo. Turbo's good
We
too.
will have the shot of Butch and Sonny inside Starliner until the moment of launch.
Yeah,
and
I'm
we
talking about
will
turbo. Yeah,
get it again
obviously.
when
What
we
did you
get
think
to
I was
the
talking
ISS.
about?
10 minutes. Flight, verify CFT-100 on internal power.
Verified.
Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
The ordnance refers to the separation mechanism. They have pyrotechnic separation mechanisms on the vehicle.
Completely on its own now.
Spacecraft is on internal power, meaning
ordnance for launch. That means
that it's been cut off from the grid. It's running on its own batteries.
Contingency operations that happen or could happen during ascent.
So, Lauren, we're just about 2.5 minutes now away from our terminal count status check. The terminal count status check is the final report from each operator indicating that their system, whether it be a ground control system or a launch vehicle system, is ready to execute the final 4 minutes of the countdown to launching the rocket. At this point, if there were an issue, the anomaly team would be discussing it, but nothing like that has happened right now.
T-minus 9 minutes.
I am expecting to hear all.
I'm going to shut the alerter off for now,
by Chief
guys.
Launch Conductor Doug Lebo.
So if you do support the stream, I do appreciate it.
That they are preparing for the launch vehicle systems poll. This is the long one. A lot of people view this as their favorite poll. It's kind of fun to listen to them list off each system, and then that team will give a final go or no go for launch.
Thanks, Funky Monkey.
And we will be able to watch cameras
it could
on the
hold
rocket
7,
today,
but it's
and
probably
live
never going to
telemetry
do that.
feeding back will provide
not
a
for NASA
real-time
missions,
look
at
at
least.
the spacecraft model when video isn't possible during the ascent as it moves through the dynamic phases.
Just going to fast forward here real quick, make sure we're all caught up.
L-minus 8 minutes.
8 minutes and counting.
Under 8 minutes before Butch and Sunny head back to a place they consider their home, both of them have spent 2 different stints of about 6 months on the International Space Station, and they are thrilled to be going back for a 3rd time.
Wait till it lifts off, Port. You'll see the ice, don't worry.
Sunny told me she even cried the last time she left the space station because she didn't know if she would ever go back. So this flight is a dream for her.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
Crew access arms stowed for launch.
Okay.
Roger.
Locking pins
LC
have
switch to ready position.
stowed the crew access arm, and it's in the locked and retracted position.
Check.
Let's listen in to Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo conduct that final terminal count status check as we prepare for launch.
T-minus 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas systems, propulsion.
Go.
Hydraulics.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
Water.
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Has gas.
Go.
Electrical systems, airborne.
Go.
Ground.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
GCQ.
Go.
Op support.
Go.
COM.
Go.
Umbilicals.
Go.
Arm control.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Redline monitor.
Go.
Quality.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Clear to proceed.
Flight director.
Houston flight is go.
Starliner.
Starliner go.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count.
Range is green. Starliner is
ALC.
go. Launch director is go.
T0 set.
Chat.
14:52:15 Zulu.
Verified.
Inside of 6 minutes now.
Starliner, net is clear.
Thank you, LC. For everybody listening, just a thought. Sonny and I, as we were traveling to the pad, we saw many American flags, and many of you were waving flags at us. And then as we reached the pad, we look up, and of course there's that American flag on the side of the White Room, also one on the side of the rocket itself. And we know that that represents unity and resilience and unified efforts for the common good. And that's what Sonny and I have witnessed this last month. Each of you displaying what this nation's forefathers envisioned, of people committed to God, family, and country, of people who use their gifts and talents for the common good, and are passionate and tough. And we all know that when the going gets tough, and it often does, the tough get going. And you have. And Sonny and I are honored to share this dream of spaceflight with each and every one of you. So with that, LC, let's get going. Now let's put some fire in this rocket, and let's push it to the heavens where all these tough Americans have prepared it to be.
Amen, sir.
Let's go, Calypso. Take us to space and back.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
On my mark, the time will be T-minus 4 minutes and count.
Sequencer should
3,
start.
2, 1, mark.
Okay. Go for sequencer start. Atlas's onboard computers have control of all critical functions. Atlas is controlling that
Beautiful
GLS.
words from Butch there. No better example of unity on this
Looks like the
planet
handshake was good.
than what happens at the International Space Station, where Butch and Sonny are headed in just 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
3:30.
Atlas hydraulics at flight press.
Atlas boosters hydraulic steering systems now pressurized for launch.
Okay. Yes, drummer. Looks like the handshake was good. If the sequencers weren't powered correctly, we would have seen it by now.
Starliner's LAS prop valves are configured for launch. The propulsion valves
Use what
that
works,
need to be
Granite,
open
that's
in the case
why.
of an abort from the pad.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
I just said that.
Pressurizing Atlas tanks.
Atlas tanks are
Securing
pressurizing
LO2
for flight.
copy.
250.
LO2 top-off cycle should
FTS internal.
stop here. Flight termination system is on internal power, meaning in the event of a problem, the rocket will separate the capsule and terminate the vehicle if it goes out of the ascent corridor. Basically, it's tracked to launch into space. 2 minute,
Flight
30
software
seconds.
is in ascent mode. It is now set for the uphill climb.
Two souls on board, Joe. Butch Wilmore on the right, Sonny Williams on the left, the commander and pilot respectively of this mission. T-minus 2 minutes.
159. Vehicle internal. 155.
154.
Sequencer start.
Launch sequencer has started.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2.
Okay, top-off valves on the Centaur have closed.
Transferred to its onboard batteries, and topping is
140.
completed.
Launch enabled. 137.
People are on board, Sloppy. Two souls on
FTS
board.
armed.
Flight termination system is green. $80.
120. OCU's armed. SCS count started. EDS ascent.
Flight control system is online.
To auto.
Looking good.
Last arm auto.
Roger.
Okay.
That call meaning if the emergency detection
60
system on
seconds.
Atlas detects something,
Rock report range status. Range green.
Range is green, meaning
54.
tower's giving you
POP
permission to
started.
launch. 50 seconds.
it will trigger the launch abort system on Starliner and fire automatically. If that happened, the spacecraft would push itself away from the rocket a mile up and a mile out.
Atlas at flight press.
All tanks are at flight pressure. 35 seconds. T-minus 30 seconds.
30.
CFT-1 launch.
Flight press. 25. Status check. Go Atlas. Go Centaur. Go Starliner. Godspeed, Butch and Sonny.
15. 10.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Sound suppression water
4,
system is on.
3, 2, 1.
Ignition. And liftoff.
Liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying 2 American heroes.
Fly, baby, fly.
Stars for all of us.
CFT-1 is in the air.
Commander Butch Wilmer there.
Roll program. Stand by for the call for mode 1.
Here in Houston, that the spacecraft has begun rolling into the right attitude for
roll
its
program complete.
Its navigation and control officer here in the room, seeing good data on that.
Fly, baby, fly. T+45. Descent looks clean thus far.
Starliner passing through max Q.
Call for maximum dynamic pressure.
Point of maximum dynamic pressure where the forces of air friction are highest, which in Sunny will shortly be passing through
That's
Mach
awesome.
1, where the speed of sound.
Oh, look at it. Beautiful day down there on the Cape. Set.
You got a good throttle up.
Okay. Already 180 is out of the throttle bucket. T+90 seconds. Everything looked good.
The speeds and attitude increasing as expected. Coming up in less than 20 seconds, the solid rocket boosters will run out of fuel and burn out.
Good SRB burnout.
SRBs will Atlas V will tow the empty SRBs up to the point where the atmospheric pressure goes down and to prepare them for jettison.
The main booster stage will be continuing its burn for about the next 3 minutes.
T+2 minutes. Everything looks good.
Good handle.
Good handle.
That call, good handle, from Capcom Joshua Kutrick, indicating that the crew now has the ability to initiate an abort manually if needed. All looking good so far. Now 2 minutes into Starliner's flight and coming up on the solid
SRM
rocket
separation
booster
confirmed.
at the 2 minute and 40-second mark.
So basically, Atlas V towed the empty SRBs up into space a little bit. It brought it up to the point where the atmospheric pressure is low enough to prevent aerodynamic perturbations on the boosters.
Good trajectory.
Basically, they don't want to separate the boosters when they flame out because they could potentially tip the core stage on the way up. So they tow them for a little bit.
After seeing Starliner through its first 90 seconds of flight, team on the ground here confirming that it was a good jettison and that the vehicle's trajectory continues to look
3 minutes
good.
into the flight.
Now 3 minutes into today's flight.
Atlas V core stage should begin its throttle down in preparation for staging here soon. T+, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Scent looks pretty clean up until this point. Comm loops seem pretty quiet. Beautiful shot of the Floridian Peninsula there. Lake Okeechobee is noticeable. Yeah, you can see the Everglades down there.
Booster now throttling back to limit the G-forces on Butch and Sunny, trying to limit that to around 3.5 times the force of gravity you would feel while on the ground.
Yep. Not smushing the crew under G-force load is probably important. Somewhere down there, Florida man is wrestling an alligator. Somewhere in this picture. And he's probably winning. Sorry, man. I'm a little nervous on this one. I had to break the tension. Just easing the tension, baby. Just easing the tension. It's all in the hips. Okay. This is ULA's animation, but this is a telemetry-driven animation, meaning these numbers are right up here. So look, flight azimuth. There we go. We got the staging. Centaur boost pump should be coming online. Watch, the motors will do this when they turn on. There we go. Good staging.
Staging.
Here in the ground.
Decals open. You have sublimator rack.
Decal sub act.
2 RL-10Cs.
Great.
Pushing that dual-engine Centaur there.
They saw the ascent cover on top of Starliner that's been protecting the spacecraft
Aero cover separation.
for its climb into orbit. They saw that jettison as planned.
Staging was good. You have
I don't believe it. I'm looking at it. Yep. Okay.
And now the second stage's 2 Centaur engines have ignited
proper
to continue
alignment.
pushing Starliner into space, fueled by liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The next milestone that we'll be watching for is the aeroskirt jettison.
We already saw that. Okay, so we have telemetry-driven numbers here. Flight azimuth 48. We're looking for at main engine, at booster engine, or main engine cutoff here when the 2 Centaur.
Starliner, you had good booster performance. You're up to plus 31.
I don't know what that means.
Plus 31.
Flight azimuth here should be 51.6.
Atlas Control reporting booster performance offset of 31 seconds of ISP, or specific impulse, relative to its design baseline of around 450.
Oh, a little bit of overperformance there. Not bad. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Downrange is the distance in kilometers from the launch site. Velocity is 5.1 kilometers a second, pushing 5,100. The number that we're looking for insertion velocity is 7,600. And they changed it. Note here you have apogee and perigee, highest and lowest point in the orbit. Notice the perigee, you can't really see it because NASA's logo is overlaying it, but it's minus 4,200. These engines will shut off when that number goes positive.
Into today's flight.
Right now, the apogee is sitting at 158 kilometers up. Perigee is still negative. We're 430 seconds into the... Hold on. Lost signal for a second. Shh.
Good Centaur.
That could have been a ground station handover. That does happen.
Capcom Joshua Kutrick. Continuing to pass good news up to Starliner's crew. At last one reporting that the Centaur upper stage remains in good condition and is performing well, pushing them into orbit.
You wouldn't get a TDRS handover thus far, Tessa, but they could. You're probably not getting data just through one avenue here.
St. John's open.
That's the abort contingency. That's a good call.
Starliner's now entering
that's New Jersey.
Guided abort range.
Right there.
Starliner would
that's
direct
Long Island
towards a specific location in the event of abort. In this case, just off the coast of St. John's.
I kind of want to go outside just to see. I'll be right back.
Labrador.
Cloudy. Too cloudy.
Starliner MECO converged 11:5 to 11:52. Good perf. You're at 34 to 36 seconds.
11:52.
It's too, Peterton, it's too cloudy. I'm like right there.
Letting the crew know that the main engine cutoff, MECO, should happen just about on time. About
I guarantee if there were no clouds, you could probably see it.
Another good indication that Starliner's ascent is taking along exactly as expected. Main engine cutoff is a major milestone marking Starliner's arrival on orbit. Still got about 2.5 minutes until we get to that. With the spacecraft continuing to perform well, make its way towards orbit.
You can use either one gadget.
Starliner on the LCL. That's just the system coming up into controlling mode.
Outstanding. No accident.
Insertion altitude should probably be, it's somewhere above 220
With
kilometers.
the main engines cut off, the next step
I bet you their insertion is 170 miles. It's a good parking orbit.
Just short of 15 minutes after launch, when Starliner will separate from the rocket and fly free in space for the first time.
It's going to be going south by the time it gets to you, Rafa. They have the feeds, Hokie. Yeah, Centaur does have an attitude control system, Andrew. It's a hydrazine monopropellant catalyst control system.
Flight Dynamics officer
little thrusters that help Centaur steer when it's on orbit.
Off the coast of Ireland.
Okay.
And they're, again, all continuing well, so we're not expecting to need that abort.
What's so interesting about this? I don't get it.
Approaching orbital velocity.
Does humans launching into space doesn't do it for you?
Where Starliner would just continue up to orbit after that.
I guess it's not for everybody. This is pretty freaking cool, man. Watching people fly into space. Live stream to your computer. That's pretty cool. Okay, Centaur doing a slight radial outburn for pinpoint insertion. Perigee is still negative at minus 1130. I do, JDG, yeah. Sandwich.
30 seconds, D'Amico.
WD-40, thank you for the raid. We have 30 seconds until Centaur engine cutoff.
Now until main engine cutoff, markings.
Keep in mind that the Centaur isn't going to get that perigee totally positive. It's going to be very, very close. It's going to get us 99% of the way there. And Starliner's onboard thrusters here, the orbital maneuvering and control thrusters after separation will circularize it the rest of the way. Part of the reason why you do that is so the Centaur doesn't get stuck in orbit. Stand by for main engine cutoff. We have Miko, 75 by 191. Centaur will now orient.
Nominal Miko Starliner.
We got a good Miko call from mission control there, or from flight control. How fast is it going? 7,600 meters a second.
Miko call.
17,000 miles an hour.
We've got good energy, meaning a good velocity for continuing to orbit, and a good plane.
What's my background? I'm just a nerd.
Is aligned with the.
We got to get aligned with the
space station
with the velocity.
Rendezvous
here for separation.
And with that, Butch
there are two people on board.
Return to orbit. Individually, they are both extremely experienced astronauts.
You'll see the thrusters push up here to even out the Centaur.
1452.
Inclination 51.62, 192 by 75, T plus 770 seconds. Everything looks good here.
Space between them. Starliner is also the third spacecraft that they've launched in. Both have traveled to the International Space Station via space shuttles and Soyuz. And
it looked like Centaur is doing some slight corrections with its thrusters here, pushing the perigee up.
That Williams' role as pilot marks the first time that a woman has
it did go positive. That's still a decaying orbit. That's not enough to stay. That's not stable. 76 kilometer perigee, that's not stable at all. Centaur is not designed to insert into orbit. What Centaur did, it did a little bit of an orientation change to align Starliner to its...
about 14 minutes. 50.
It's aligning Starliner to its velocity vector, meaning that Centaur and Starliner are going that way. It was burning slight radial out to get these numbers. It did a little bit of a course correction. You can kind of burn off your velocity vector to influence the orbit in different directions. And it cut off burning slightly what's called radial out, so pushing away from the ground instead of pushing parallel to it. And then it evened out, and we should be seeing separation here very soon, and OMAC thruster initiation right after that.
Move into the right orientation for the orbital insertion burn.
That's what I just said.
About 31 minutes into flight.
Perigee is low because Centaur is not designed to get up into space daring. Starliner and its service module, the orbiter maneuvering and control thrusters will be doing the circularization. Think of it similar to a shuttle ascent trajectory. Shuttle never...
No action on the cabin temp Starliner.
The shuttle never took the orange tank into space. The orange tank got it 99% of the way there, and then the shuttle used its orbiter maneuvering system, the OMS pods, to circularize. Just small maneuvering engines to finish off that last bit so the external tank wouldn't go into space, so it wouldn't be space junk.
And about 10 seconds until an expected launch vehicle separation.
Stand by for separation. Telemetry-driven animation reports good SEP and orbiter maneuvering and control thruster firing. No littering in space. Nopers. Oh, very good. Check this out.
SEP confirmed.
Hell yeah. Keep this, ULA, please. Oh, we got some telemetry here. What do we got? Passing!
And now that Starliner has separated from this Centaur upper stage,
Thanks to the 20 subs,
big
man.
Thank you to our partners at ULA, providing Butch and Sunny a smooth ride
Okay.
to space.
So, guys, what we see here is obviously capsule orientation relative to the ground. There's just a thruster firing view here. That's what the primary flight display on Starliner reads right now. Over here is your telemetry. So what we're looking at here is your velocity vectors in X, Y, and Z. These are your acceleration vectors in X, Y, and Z. So forward, back, left, right, up, and down. These numbers are 0, meaning none of the translation thrusters are firing. Over here, we have pitch, yaw, and roll, and then the rates relative to them. So Starliner has a slight roll, 28 degrees to starboard right now. Yeah, 28 degrees. Is it negative? And then these rates indicate the rate at, it's usually in degrees a second radian. Basically, if that number's higher, it's spinning faster or rolling faster in a different direction. So right now, Starliner's body rates are -100. Translation rates are 000 for the most part. It's 0 to the 10th decimal. So Starliner's just kind of coasting right now. So basically, this is if it's rotating in any direction, and this is translation in any direction. And these are its X, Y, and Z, and yaw, pitch, and roll. These are in degrees right here. I'm not sure what the X, Y, and Z translational vectors are in reference to. Yaw, pitch, and roll is in reference to the horizon. Starliner is picking up on the horizon here and using the horizon as its 0. So, yeah, it looks like actually it's 27 degrees to port right now. It's rolling to the, it has a slight roll to the left. Okay, once again, you see Starliner's just doing some slight reaction control system firings here to keep it pointed in the right direction to minimize yaw, pitch, and roll rates. Oh, no.
Time. But now it's official, and we want to welcome them to human spaceflight.
18 minutes in.
We all copy all and really appreciate the words.
Very good.
And Houston Starliner, we are on the tablets and in insertion monitor.
Nice.
Copy tablets, we're with you, insertion monitor.
It's not low-key, Des. It's high-key good, man. The heck with low-key. We don't do low-key here. We just accelerated 2 people to 17,500 miles an hour. That ain't low-key, dude.
Paper.
We ain't low-key up in
procedures.
here, you know what I'm saying?
The vehicle has stopped moving so quickly.
It was awesome, Elisers. Got a little emotional on ascent, I'm not going to lie.
So there's a handful of things that the crew's going to do now. Mostly just prepare the inside of the cockpit, so they are looking at the right data to prepare for the upcoming orbital insertion burn. The vehicle itself has done a few things recently. Started to power
Coming up on the coast of the UK right now.
Solar rays on the back of Starliner.
As close as we're going to get to its necklace.
Several of the thrusters that are no longer needed at this phase of flight.
Yeah, Nathan, massive W. It's pretty awesome, dude. Yeah, it was, countdown was very clean. Didn't hear much through the loops. Not that I had access to all loops, but yeah, it's very clean. Very, very good, man. Very good.
Orient itself in the direction it needs to do the orbital insertion burn.
Drummer, I would look up right now.
Inside the vehicle will be turning the wireless access point on It'll allow
look
them
up
to
and
stream
look
some
kind
of
of
the
due
data
south.
from
It's
the
kind of hard to
spacecraft
tell if this
onto
is
their
France or
procedure tablets.
if it's the UK. That might be Normandy right there, but it's really hard to tell. I mean, because in this telemetry-driven animation, they decided to use a potato picture of Earth.
Control switches, enable one on, enable two off. SMRCS is the mode.
It picked up a slight roll during separation, Mitch. Not 100% sure why.
We copy off. Enable 1 is on. Enable 2 is off. SMRCS, you're in a good config.
My life is potato.
Good config.
Okay. Picked up
Your
slight pitch rate.
UXTV targets are on board and good.
Not yet.
UDXTV.
What does TIG mean on the bottom? It's time until something. Something's happening at 31 minutes, and I'm not sure. Time to ignition, maybe.
Things will be pretty quiet as Starliner gets into position for the orbital insertion burn. That's still about 10 minutes away. Starliner is actually designed to be pretty autonomous and in fact docked with the space station on its last trip around without the help of any crew on board. But we do still want to know that if needed, Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams could take control and manually abort the spacecraft's approach to the station if they needed to. So to prove that, one of the few things on their agenda after they reach orbit will be to perform a test of the manual piloting mode.
No, I don't want to see this. Can we get the telemetry back, please? I don't want this.
This test will involve first pointing Starliner's nose towards the Earth so that its communication antenna on the back of the service module is pointed at the satellites, the teeter satellites that allow it to communicate with the team on the ground. They'll then move Starliner so that its solar arrays are pointed at the sun, showing they could charge Starliner's internal batteries as needed. And they'll follow that up with a demonstration of the star trackers, one of the ways that Starliner determines where it is in space, pointing Starliner away from Earth so that the Vesta system, can get a good look at the stars.
Vesta is the star tracker. It uses pictures of
Starliner up and then slow back down, which will slightly.
Vesta is the star tracking system. It uses basically how spacecraft navigate around isn't that much different from how a ship navigates. Humans have been using the stars to navigate over waters for hundreds of years. Actually, probably longer than that. Thousands of years, maybe? Spacecraft aren't flying that much further away than the ocean, so the spacecraft can use the stars. So Starliner's Vesta, or star tracking system, actually looks up, takes pictures of the stars, and the Starliner capsule can figure out where it is by just taking a picture of the star map above you.
Calling up that the crew.
Or you could use a sextant and a grease pen. They did that during the Gemini program. It absolutely works.
Inside Starliner, that's just a result of one of the sensors being next to a light that's causing it to show higher than it actually is. But it sounds like the crew are pretty comfortable and are getting into place for that orbital insertion. As I was saying, after they have manually broken away from the orbit of
Starliner initiating a roll rate here.
Space station,
roll rate
they
65.
are going to move on to the last items of their
Probably
test
getting
for
that number
tonight.
to 90 if I had to
manually
guess.
moving Starliner into the right orientation for re-entering the atmosphere, and then moving back into the attitude that will let them soak up some sun with the solar arrays and try a different method of manually charging the spacecraft's batteries. But again, once that all has to wait until after the orbital insertion burn. This is, again, the first of several burns that will put Starliner on its way to the International Space Station. We've still got about 6.5 minutes until we fire up the engines for that burn.
TIG means time of ignition, and VGO means velocity to go based on the UPFG guidance. The velocity required to reach its desired orbit. It's a maneuver node.
We did not see the hand controller deflection. Just wanted to know if you did that yet.
No, we'll get it now.
All good.
Have you any answer for people who say it's fake? Believe whatever you want to believe. I really don't care. It's not my job to change people's minds about things, Cameron. It's my job to teach people about how this stuff works. Why they're not showing a live video feed? Whoa, big roll rate there. I mean, this is about as live as it's gonna get. I mean, we didn't see many onboards from DM2 either. Rebel, don't worry about it. I like talking to those people. I talk to everybody, guys. It's whatever. I don't care. Like, I'll try to teach people as best as I can. If you guys don't believe in any of this stuff, hey, whatever. That's fine. If you find the stream entertaining, watch. I'm not gonna give you crap about it, okay? All I can do is sit here and show people how cool this is and what's going on. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you
Team
don't.
here on the ground seeing that everything is looking like it's in the right configuration for the orbital insertion burn. Now less than 5 minutes away. Starliner is currently about 102 miles above the Mediterranean Sea, heading southeast over India in the next few minutes.
Starliner, good config for the OI burn.
Good config for OI.
Starliner zeroed out the roll rates.
And good
roll
config
indicating
from the OI burn.
180.
Crew and ground controls
You got 358.
Starliner is
pitch
pointed in the direction it
339.
needs to for the OI burn.
I'm gonna tell my kids it's just KSP2, buddy.
It should also be about the time that the crew are using their tablets for their procedures, also charging
Star Trek
them,
would be more realistic style.
keeping them topped up for the rest of the rendezvous.
We unfortunately won't have a view of Williams and Wilmore as they work through this procedure. Although we had a view of them from inside the cabin on the ground, Starliner isn't able to send that view to us
It's
again
part of the
until it
commercial
gets to
crew
the
program.
International
Same
Space
program
Station.
that gave us
so you'll
Dragon
be
2.
seeing this screen quite a bit as Starliner was getting into the right position for the burn, and actually just now you can see some of the engines firing that help it steer and move around in space, and you can also
Thanks for the raid, buddy.
see what attitude it's in at any given time. Lots of good information on this screen.
It is. A lot of this information actually directly mimics the views that
Cameron, what are you
going
gonna
to
do, dude?
Especially the one in the upper left-hand panel.
I know what's going on here.
Exact copy.
I know good and well what this thing is doing right now.
Using it for their attitude directional indicator.
All I can do is
it
just
also covers what mode
tell people what it's doing and hope people like it.
Translational pointing is in on the left side, on the right
Okay,
side.
going over the Sinai Peninsula here.
Which
actually Sinai's off to the right here. Flying right over
which direction to point, or when in
Middle
manual
East
mode,
here.
which direction the crew needs to move the vehicle, like we're going to do in some of the manual piloting maneuvers.
Yeah, I try, Goose.
And following back up a little bit.
No, I
on
don't.
the camera
Dude, I'll listen to people,
conversation,
Ellie.
there
I'll
is a
talk to
planned
anybody,
upgrade of
guys.
the Mustang system that we should see on.
But you know what, dudes? I'll tell you what, real quick, and this is all I'm going to say about it, all right? The vast majority of people that come in here and give me crap about space and stuff are just trying to piss me off. They're just trolling a little bit. It's the internet. You're going to get trolled. The second you tell everybody on the internet that you like something, somebody will absolutely come into the chat and say that they hate it or say you're an idiot. Without fail. This is the internet, man. Okay? You can say whatever you want. But that being said, we do get some people in here that are out there, all right? But the vast majority of people are just screwing with you. Like, to be honest, they are. You know why? It's because the people that don't like this stuff wouldn't go snooping around on a stream where we're about space flight. You know what I mean? And it's good. It's important to understand and keep that perspective. Most people are just screwing with you. So that's why I just play into the jokes. I lean into them. I'm not like, oh my God, these people, oh my God, they don't believe in science. No, they're sometimes, you don't know who's on the other end of the keyboard. Somebody could be, getting drunk on a Wednesday, and giving you crap. That's fine. It happens. It's the internet. It's important to understand that.
Crew members on board.
Actually, to be honest with you, I don't get that much crap from people. Most of it is people just messing with me.
They made it to orbit about 14 minutes later, and now we are just again waiting for this first
I'm only drunk on
series
Thursdays.
of burns
Nice.
that will set Starliner on its way to a rendezvous with the International Space Station. That is
We got live telemetry somewhat.
At
This is
12:15 p.m. Eastern.
we don't have onboards, but
11:15
this is
a.m.
about as
Central
good as you're going to
tomorrow.
get. These are the numbers. This is the telemetry for what the craft is doing. So once again, I'll give people a quick.
And we're coming up at about 40 seconds till the orbital insertion burn.
All right. So we got 40 seconds. So I got 30 seconds to explain this. Okay. So check this out. X, Y, and Z. These are acceleration vectors and acceleration or vessel orientation. All right. These are your rotational vectors here. So this is the directions that it's pointing in degrees relative to the horizon. So acceleration rates and body rates are here. If these numbers change, that means the capsule's rotating, pitch, yaw, and roll. It's rotating on one of those axes right there. If these numbers change, if one of them changes, that means it's accelerating. That's translational control. So forward, back, up, down, left, and right. Okay.
2 seconds.
Watch. These numbers will go up here during the OMAC burn. Particularly the X, I think. There we go. OMAC engage. Yep.
And flight controllers here in Houston, seeing 4 good OMACs, good burn.
The acceleration isn't picking up, but that's basically your delta V left. So we have about 30 seconds left on this burn. Yep, there are rates on the spacecraft. It's getting a slight rotation rate, but the thrusters, the rotational control thrusters on the pitch, yaw, and roll are damping out any roll, yaw, pitch, and roll rates. Okay. We have OMAC flame out, and that should be a call for circularization. Capsule.
That was a good OI burn. You're maneuvering to NavCal 1.
That
OI
indicates
burn, going to NavCal 1.
that indicates stable orbit insertion. They're in a parking orbit. That's a successful uphill ride, baby.
Both crew and flight controllers.
Big W.
That was a good OI burn. I'm looking at the trajectory plot here in mission control. I see our trajectory.
Oh, man. Big load off right there.
Up to the altitude we need to go to for the next burn.
Yeah, some guy is a little.
Right now, Starliner is moving into NavCal mode.
We're good now, though.
NavCal attitude. That's going to be the first of several positions that Starliner, directions that Starliner points itself to track some of the stars from the Starliner and update the.
Yeah, it showed zero acceleration, Doctor. I may have been reading the telemetry wrong.
Inside of its
very much could be me problem, not Starliner. It probably is.
And of course, you're seeing lots
but
of.
it didn't pick up on the acceleration rates unless I read the numbers wrong.
In Florida.
It was my first time ever seeing that
Everybody
view.
glad to see
to be
Starliner
honest.
safely in orbit with
no problem, D-Job.
Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams in tow, sending it on its way to the International Space Station for docking tomorrow at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Once again,
That's correct,
Starliner
Geek.
safely on orbit has conducted a good orbital insertion burn and is on its way.
It was acceleration deviance. Yeah, it could have been that. It's possible. I'd have to see that UI again and kind of really sit there and stare at it for a little bit. But yeah, okay. With the OI burn or the orbital insertion burn, they're successful.
Starliner Houston.
Go ahead, Starliner.
Mission controls hailing the capsule.
Yeah, you do have good cooling. The sublimator is working. We are watching it, though, because the water usage is just a little more than we thought we were going to see. You probably noticed that. It's a reason for the advisory there.
Thanks for watching,
on the ground,
Psycho.
we'd like to swap you over to the other leg. So we're going to close sublimator leg 1, wait for about 60
Yes,
seconds,
Sonic,
and
exactly.
then open up leg 2. You'll see us do that. No impact or action.
So that was capsule communicator Josh Kutrick, also an astronaut, communicating with Barry and Sonny on the capsule. It seems like their water sublimators are using a little bit more water than anticipated.
Joshua Kutrick there again giving the crew some words about information they're seeing on orbit. This one related to sublimators, which are used to cool the spacecraft down, but just letting them know that there's nothing Nothing that they need to be concerned about.
Yes,
The team will
Potzer.
keep watching that. In the meantime,
Their
as
bigger
Starliner
RCS
begins
that's
making
derived
its way
from
to
the
International
space shuttle's
Space
course
Station, we're gonna
maneuvering
check
thrusters.
in with Rob Navius in the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
It's going to take
Rob?
about a day to get up there, Regertz.
Yeah, thanks very much, Brandy. With Starliner on...
And yes, Sonic, the Ledgepog, yes. We are celebrating orbital insertion. This is the first time this capsule's flown up with people on board. This is the CFT-1 mission. Very important milestone in the mission. Missions like this usually consist of 3 phases. It doesn't matter if you're going to the moon. It doesn't matter where, you're going to low Earth orbit, wherever. You have the uphill ride, the actual mission when you're on orbit, and then what's called EDL, entry, descent, and landing. So the downhill ride, coming back down. A successful OI burn indicates that the first third of the mission is going perfect. That was great. It's a big deal. It's not every day you see a new spacecraft fly with people on board for the first time. It's only happened 6 times in U.S. history.
That will prove Starliner's ability to execute a manual docking if required, as well as an abort capability prior to docking.
Yeah,
Keep in
no
mind,
problem,
we're
Sonic.
providing
This is good
continuous
stuff.
coverage now of Starliner's flight to the International Space Station.
No,
Thursday
Starliner
morning,
is contracted
rendezvous
for 6
operations
flights
will
on
begin
Atlas.
in earnest shortly before 10 a.m. Eastern Time, leading to a targeted docking for Starliner to the station at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. So please stay with us around the clock as we bring you every minute of Starliner's
Beefy,
flight.
there's 2 souls on board.
For now, we're
Barry
gonna sign
Wilmore
off from the
and Sonny
International
Williams.
Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston and go back to Megan, Dee, and Mike Fink at the Cape.
Thank you, Rob.
Hey, and welcome back to the Space Coast of Florida, where about 36 minutes ago, we witnessed the launch of a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket carrying the first...
Yep, this one's going to the space station, Ricky. Yeah, guys, ask away. Bring on the questions. I got you. I know a great deal about this stuff. I've been commentating on launches with permission from NASA, SpaceX, ULA, any provider. I've been commentating on launches here for about a decade. So, believe me, you don't sit here and do this for 10 years and not learn a bunch of things, So ask away. When docking is in 24 hours. They want to make sure that the spacecraft is good to go before you initiate a docking. You have to be absolutely sure that that Starliner can do everything it needs to do, and they do that by testing it. That's why they're going to wait a day before they get to the ISS, because if the spacecraft malfunctions right now, it'd be relatively easy to fix. If the spacecraft malfunctions when you're docking, well, now your spacecraft and your space station have a problem. Keep the risk low. Test the capsule now, make sure it's good to get to the ISS, then send it to the ISS when you know. So they're going to test stuff like using the solar panels, making sure all your thrusters work, making sure your guidance is working correctly, making sure you can manually control the spacecraft. Just anything to hedge your bets against something going wrong during docking, because docking is a critical phase in this, is a critical part of this mission. Yeah, I know, Wanagi, it's ridiculous, right? Is it possible Starliner could ride on Falcon 9? There's probably some commonality there, but I don't think anything that's been manufactured. But you'd be kind of crazy to not add some type of redundancy like that into your systems architecture. I'm sure it could. And I'm sure Dragon could fly on Atlas. I bet you somebody at NASA has done a trade study regarding this, but it's never been acted on because they haven't needed it. Dan, thank you for your coverage. Thank you. Do you know if ULA has announced any concurrent testing of a Starliner configured Vulcan? Tori Bruno has said there's no customers for riding for Starliner on Vulcan right now. So Boeing has not manifested any missions for Vulcan, but Vulcan could. When will that Tesla car dock with the ISS? That's never happening online. That Tesla is sitting out in a eccentric heliocentric orbit between Earth and Mars. Aphelion higher than Mars, perihelion lower than Earth. Long story short, the sun probably melted it, and it's never coming back. Yep. Thermal control systems on spacecraft are really, really important. Because when you're up in the vacuum, it's really easy to absorb heat from the sun, but it's very difficult to shed off that heat. Believe it or not, cooling systems and HVAC systems on capsules are a critical component. For instance, when the space shuttle flew, it has those payload bay doors that open up and close. If the payload bay doors didn't open up, that's an immediate mission abort, because the inside of the payload bay doors on the shuttle had the thermal radiators on them. Long story short, If your radiators don't work, your spacecraft will melt from the inside out, which is most likely what happened to that Roadster in that Falcon 9 second stage. Yeah. I'm wondering why the aerodynamic skirt adapter is not fully connected to the second stage all the way to the Atlas V CCB. It's not needed. The cheese grater ring on Starliner, Starliner has a little ring going around the service module. Between that and the aero skirt, that's enough to get the aerodynamics to mimic, believe it or not, an Atlas V with a payload fairing and a boat tail adapter. They don't need it. You don't need it. The only reason that's there on other versions of Atlas is for the CFLR, the Centaur Forward Load Reactor, to handle the loads of higher mass payloads. This configuration of Atlas is only that all that's required is to have Starliner and in the N22 configuration fly similar to an Atlas V 400, so the aerodynamics are well understood. Once again, the aero skirt and the ring, the cheese grater ring that's around Starliner is there for that exact reason, to mimic the aerodynamics of a pointed nose cone without actually having a pointed nose cone. That's awesome. I want that t-shirt. So if there's no reason to carry the Centaur Forward Load Reactor, that means the mass loads of the mass requirements of the payload are low enough to where you could just have Centaur hold up Starliner by itself. So it's just an aero concern at that point. That's why you wouldn't get like this version of Atlas here. See how this one has this cylindric structural area right there? And then the payload fairings on top of that? That right there is to help hold up Centaur, because Centaur, when you have a heavy enough payload on the top and you have a lot of rockets pushing from the bottom, you could, well, they're not called balloon tanks for no reason. Under a very high load, you could pop the tank wall. You don't want to do that. So Atlas V has basically a cylindric inner stage here as part of the fairing that holds the Centaur Forward Load Reactor that helps take the load off of Centaur. Some of the compression load that's exerted on the vehicle from launch goes through this outside piece and not totally through Centaur. Starliner is well within the mass requirements here to not need that, so all that's a concern is aero. All that's concerned is the aerodynamics here. And like I said, Starliner has this weird cheese grater thing attached to the top. See this? Starliner obviously doesn't have that structural component there. It's just an Atlas V 400 conic interstage adapter right there, conic ISA for short, and then a Centaur 3 in the dual engine Centaur configuration, right? All it has is the aero skirt and that cheese grater. Believe it or not, this is going to be weird. This is going to sound really ridiculous. You can mimic the aerodynamics of an Atlas V 400. You can mimic the aerodynamics of this pointy cone and have it fly under the exact same aerodynamics. Basically, it'll fly exactly the same as that, but with that. Crazy, right? It's weird. Yeah, that's some aerodynamic trickery going on there, but there are little hacks that you can do to get an aerodynamic, whatever you're trying to achieve them. There are little hacks to do it. How? The cheese grater, believe it or not, is what does that. Yeah. Interesting, right? Here, you want to see something strange? Where is it? Probably going to get put on a list for typing that in. Yeah, here we go. Give me 1 second. I got to find the right pictures. So there are ways to do some trickery right here. So Starliner is not doing this exact phenomenon here, but here, check this out. That's the nose cone of a Trident 1, a UGM-96 Trident 1, excuse me. If that looks like an antenna with a dinner plate attached to the top, that's basically what it is. That right there is actually a substitute for a pointy nose cone, believe it or not. That is doing the exact same thing as if there was a nose cone connected to that point. Now, why would you do this? Mass. If this little antenna with a dinner plate on the top is doing the same thing as a pointy nose cone, why would you have it? What's the point? Crazy, right? Because air actually, when you're going high speed with aerodynamics, the key thing to understand with aerodynamics is that when you're going at high speed, air is a fluid, just like water is a fluid. I mean, we generally refer to water and liquids as fluids more than we do as gases, but gases are also a fluid medium. If that made no sense to you, the plain English way of saying it is at very high speeds, you leave an aerodynamic wake like a ship going through the water would leave a hydrodynamic wake. Rockets leave wakes, just like ships do at very high speed. Now, why is high speed the difference between leaving a wake and not leaving a wake? Well, liquids aren't gases. Gases are compressible. Liquids are, for the most part, incompressible. So you're going to get a wake at any speed with a liquid because of incompressible fluid, right? Gases, on the other hand, you can compress them. And when you compress them really, 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 really high, well, first of all, if you compress them enough, it catches on fire because you're ripping air molecules apart. Air ionization, that's what creates reentry heating. But second of all, you can leave a wake. It's supersonic and hypersonics. And you can do some aerodynamic trickery here. Don't get me wrong, this is an old picture. That's why it's on the internet. But so, check this out. How do they get Starliner to fly like this? Well, with the nose cone, right? Now, does Starliner have a big pointy thing on the front? No, it doesn't. It's not so much about what's up front, right? It's about that wake, okay? Remember this. This is important. It's about the angle of your shock going off the side of this. So, obviously, with this pointy thing, your shock is going this way. Right? The angle of it does change with speed, right? Because air is compressible, right? Fluid's non-compressible, so it generally stays the same. Like if a ship's going through the water, the wake angle's kind of the same. I mean, cigarette boats notwithstanding. You get what I'm trying to say. So, in order to get Atlas V to work exactly the same with the pointy bit as with the not pointy bit, that's what that cheese grater is there for. That's what that thing is. That thing right there basically controls the low pressure. It controls low pressure behind it. Because what happens is when stuff is shooting off Atlas, if we look at Atlas from the side in an N22 configuration, right? Yeah, that'll work. If we look at it from the side here, right? You know air is going to get shot off this way. That is going to create a slightly different wake than this. It depends on speed. I get it. But there's the key. Therein lies there's a big key there. See how the top of this is rounded? In this design, the rounded top there kind of keeps the angle relatively the same depending on speed. Atlas in the N22 configuration with Starliner does the exact same thing. It keeps the angle basically very similar to this because of the cheese grater. So you have your air that kind of flies off the side here. And long story short, you're going to get air circulating around in here, and that's going to create aerodynamic instability. Now, it's going to kind of spin off the edge of the capsule during ascent. The cheese grater is there to control that flow going back up. It basically breaks it up. It breaks up that vortice there, or the vortexes that will form. I mean, this is a very plain English way of saying it. I know it's way more complicated than this. I'm trying to keep it simple. So if you work in aerospace and you're seeing this, it's like, wow, you don't know what you're talking about. I know it's more complicated than this. I get it. I'm trying to keep this simple. Explaining shock wake angles to the internet is it's a hard thing to do. So just bear with me, okay? That cheese grater basically breaks up that vortex in here. And what it does is it keeps the wake that this thing generates at a very similar angle to that. And part of that is having that skirt there, right? Part of it is having that aero skirt there. So the air gets caught up here, but more or less the air is going to get pushed down, and it's going to kind of do an hourglass right here. So the air is going to get pushed off, and because this thing is pulling it in and keeping the wake relatively close to the rocket, right? It's going to pull it in, and the air is going to shoot down here. Now, you don't want it shooting down and joining up with the side of Centaur here, because when it gets down here, it's going to push out again, and that's going to raise your center of pressure. All right? Think about a kind of typical rocket in your mind. The fins are at the back. You want pressure to be generated, aerodynamic pressure to be generated on the back, not the front, right? So this aero skirt right there is there to basically shoot the air downwards and keep that wake away. Well, not necessarily the wake. The wake is just going to keep going off in this direction. It's to basically mitigate the amount of drag that happens halfway up the stack because of the cheese grater being there. It's not called the cheese grater. I just call it the cheese grater because it looks like a cheese grater, okay? Yeah. That right there, the black ring right there, and then the aero skirt on Starliner gets that shape to fly exactly like that shape. Seriously. You know, and people, I have to sit here and listen all day about people saying, Starliner is a piece of junk. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's a piece of junk, I'm sure. Yeah, sure, you know what you're talking about. Yeah, all right, I'll see you guys hit. You know, like, that's, no, dude, there's some really cool aerodynamic trickery going on with this thing, and we just saw it in action, man, which is really cool. How is it stabilized during an abort? Reagan, that's a good question. Well, during an abort, basically the thrusters in the doghouse, for the most part, the thrusters are what's going to keep it on an even keel, similar to like New Shepard. Yeah, very similar to that. Nice shot from John Krause there. Do you know if they plan for the scenario where an unfortunate bird gets in the flight path of the rocket? Chicken, honestly, you can't really plan for bird strikes anymore with rockets than you can with aircraft, right? So, I mean, we saw what happened with Sully. If it happens, it happens, right? I wouldn't say it's like mitigatable with a rocket, but it's something you probably don't want happening. Part of that is, and it's hard to do down in Florida because Florida's a wildlife. The Kennedy Space Center is surrounded by the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge, right? So part of that is just making sure birds don't fly near the pads. You don't want birds like nesting in the launch pad or anything. So there are huge conservation efforts around the Space Center to like working with the Department of Fish and Wildlife to make sure critters don't fly near the pads and make sure they don't nest near the pads for that exact reason. With that being said, we've seen birds get hit by shuttle launches. Yeah, not ideal. You don't need a bird hitting your rocket. It's bad for the plane, right? It's probably bad for the rocket too. Great shot, Nova. Anyway, good questions, guys. Keep them coming. I have seen footage of a bird hitting a shuttle on the way up, or a shuttle external tank. It became birdent. Yeah, it stopped birding. My bird has stopped working. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty. It's if you like birds, it's probably not something you want to watch. I mean, you could Google that footage if you want. The bird should have filed a claim. I don't think the bird could do anything after it got hit by an external tank. It wasn't a good day to bird. But yeah, they do. There's environmental conservation. Now, I've heard stories from people that work during the shuttle program that their way of keeping birds and stuff away from the pad is having Florida man sit out there with a shotgun and not shooting the birds. Obviously, it's a wildlife refuge, but anytime the birds came near, fired the warning shot, and the birds wouldn't come near. And then the birds are actually pretty smart, honestly. Like WD-40 did raid us. He's a bird guy. You would know. He would know. Birds are actually super smart. If you tell them enough times in a way that they'll understand not to come here, they'll stop. So that was only hearsay, though. I don't know if that's true, but one of my buddies that worked in the shuttle program used to say that. I don't know if he was screwing with me or not, though. He may have been. But also, Florida man with a shotgun, that's a really inexpensive way to keep birds away from the pads. Yeah.
radiators. That was one of the items I was going to say is coming up soon.
Sorry about that, guy. The mic, it peaked. Apologize about the audio.
Based a little bit on solar activity and the heating it got during ascent. So now that system's on, cooling Starliner. We are looking towards...
So what you're seeing here is Joshua Kutrick. He's the capsule commander. This is the guy. Joshua Kutrick is a Canadian astronaut working with, obviously, with NASA right now. He is basically the avenue of communication with Barry and Sonny on the capsule right now. So anytime you see him talk, he's talking to the capsule. That's what Capcom stands for, Capsule Communicator.
View you're seeing here is of the flight control team
Caveman.
Mission Control Houston. In the center of the view there is Mike Lammers, the lead flight director for this mission. Next to him, Rick Hempfling, and on his other side, Joshua Kutrick, the day's Capcom that you've been hearing talk with the crew. You saw Lammers there pointing around the room as he was going through a go, no-go call for moving into orbit ops, the next mode that Starliner will be working in, having finished its ascent and its orbital insertion.
They were still called Capcom, drummer. It's Capcom is something that's from the early days of the space program. So it started with Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, moved to the shuttle, and now to Starliner. SpaceX doesn't call it Capcom. SpaceX's wording nomenclature for a capsule communicator is the Crew Operations Response Engineer, or CORE for short.
And your go for orbit ops.
Okay.
Outstanding. Good cooling, go for orbit ops. And with that, we have another message we'd like you to relay.
Good. Go for on orbit.
Everyone is listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, if y'all could call Kennedy Space Center crew quarters and strongly request that they release Joe Acaba and James Branson from quarantine. I'm sure they would appreciate it.
I'm going to give him a call. I'm not sure Joe's going to want to leave, but we'll pass it along.
You may be right. He said a lot of free bacon.
Sounds good.
There's free bacon at the astronaut quarters at KSC.
You heard there that go for orbit ops that was communicated up to the crew that we were talking about just a moment ago. And also, of course, Butch Wilmore calling down that the chief astronaut, Joe Acaba, can be released from quarantine.
The reason why he said that, okay, I'll explain the joke. The reason why he said that is because Joe has been in quarantine with the crew during the Starliner launch campaign. Starliner scrubbed 2 prior times. Joe Acaba, he's the chief of the astronaut office. He's been in quarantine for a long time. Barry communicating that to Josh and telling him to call Joe and be like, hey, you know Joe? No. Hey, you can leave quarantine indicates that they're gopher on orbit, meaning they're not scrubbed, they're flying. That's what that means. That's why it's funny. He's been in quarantine for a long time. He's been doing astronaut quarantine, and he ain't even launching into space. That's why it's funny.
Here we go.
Shelby, what's on the menu for today? Well, we got the Starliner CFT-1 mission. I'm going to keep going with this, guys. Keep going with coverage. I love this stuff. I don't know about you guys. I love hearing the loops, and I love that Boeing and NASA are super transparent about this stuff, and we basically hear everything. Now, don't get me wrong. SpaceX is too, but this is awesome opportunities for learning and kind of understanding, like, listening to these loops. It's a great opportunity to learn, to understand what's going on and, like, really how this stuff goes down. It's my favorite. When's the next IFT? Tomorrow, 8 Eastern. I'll be here. It finally is launching so we can rest tomorrow? Hell no. There ain't no rest for us. We're spaceflight fans in 2024. Starship's launching tomorrow morning. Ain't no rest. What are you talking about? 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 Central, the window opens for Starship. This is the week of star vehicles. There was a Starlink launch yesterday, Starliner today, Starship tomorrow, Starlink again on Friday. It's great. This is great. This is fantastic. Keep it coming. Feed me. I'm hungry. I want rocket launches. Let's go. Starliner's on orbit, MGB. They just got the call for on orbit. No yelling on the bus. You forgot Electron again. I didn't forget Electron. I don't know how many times I have to explain this. I don't know how it could possibly be misconstrued. This is the week of stars. Starlink, Starship, Starliner. Does Electron have star in its name? I don't. No. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. No. Yeah. So explain it again. Electron did launch with a pre-fire and ice mission yesterday too, but it doesn't have star in the name, so it doesn't sound as cool. Stars have electrons, not in the name. E-Star-tron. All right, Giraffe, that's fair. That's a good compromise. If we terraform Mars, I hope we plant bacon trees. Okay. Okay. Mustang Mach-E-tron star. Electrint. Yep. Rocket Star Lab. Okay. What? It's better than a ham bush. Mike, you want to keep modding this stream. Lay off the drugs. Okay. Is EJ's favorite TV channel Stars? Sure. Why not? Sure. Yeah, okay, sure. All right, sure. Why not? Lone Star. Do you think that the Star Shot idea has some potential? Star Shot, Alex. What do you mean? His favorite game is Starfield. I, too, like walking around aimlessly for long periods of time, Thailand. If I wanted to play a game like that, I would go outside. And let's be real. This is a Twitch stream. I'm a Twitch streamer.
And Houston, I burped the
we don't do that very well.
suit open via step 1.14 3 times. It keeps cycling back above up to 152.
Okay. Corsi, beautiful ascent.
Okay, we copy all, and the word is that you can just hold there and move on. It's a good value.
Okay, we'll go with that.
It's an idea to use a laser to propel a sail towards a nearby star in around 40 years. Let me put it to you like this, Alex.
We'll call the PCS System Act complete for my steps. Let me know if, check me, make sure I didn't miss it.
We're checking.
Basically, they're running through the procedures to be able to unzip the suits when they're on orbit. The suits have been pressurized independently of the inside of the capsule for ascent. And taking off your suit is not just on the test flight. It's not just as simple as unzipping it and calling it and saying you're good to go. The suit is inflated. It's pressurized. You don't want to outgas into the capsule, amongst other things. You don't want to introduce pressure inside of that capsule any more than what needs to be.
Starliner, your PCS activation looks good.
I don't know what PCS stands for, to be honest.
Outstanding.
Alex, regarding near-future propulsion systems, I'm sick of hearing about near-future propulsion systems. I would really, really like these near-future propulsion systems to stop being near-future propulsion systems and start being a propulsion system that we use. In terms of Starshot, sure, that would be great. That would be great if we could do that. Let's not have it be like that thing that we're going to do in 30 years, like fusion. That's that thing that we're just going to do in 30 years. Can we like stop planning on doing these things and just start doing them now? I understand technical feasibility. I get it. I understand systems design, systems architecture. I know exactly good and well that this stuff takes time, but also, why are you preparing? You're always preparing. Just go. Just go. Sir, you better buckle up. Now buckle this. Ludicrous speed. Go. Now that I have my coffee, I'm ready to watch radar. Switch to Teleview. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Right here. Wait a minute. This. Are those beaver nuggets? Those are beaver nuggets. Yes. Awesome. ISS Mission Control has a bag of beaver nuggets. Yes. Yes. If you know, you know. Yes. Freaking beaver nuggets in Mission Control. God, that makes me happy. Taking a picture.
For those just joining us, or for those who've been watching since launch, Starliner is doing the last bit of coast before it gets to the NC burn, or the phasing burn. We've got about a little over 9 minutes till we get to that burn. In the meantime, Starliner is currently in the process of turning back on its OMAC engines, or its orbital maneuvering and control jets. Those are the larger thrusters that will push Starliner for large burns, large trajectory changes on orbit.
Freaking beaver nuggets. Awesome. Oh, great. Now my mom is asking me what beaver nuggets are. Now I have to explain the joke. Beaver nuggets are a staple of Bucky's, mother. Those are Bucky's beaver nuggets. Great. Now I have to explain it. But parents are here, guys. We have to tell the truth, right? Right. Oh gosh, I'm getting a text back. You did, Nova. I still have it. It's sitting in my kitchen. Guess what you're getting for Christmas this year? Hey, cats, what's going on? But what are beaver nuggets? Bucky's beaver nuggets are basically like, think corn pops, but like drizzled with like maple syrup. Like, yeah, it's maple syrup on like corn pops. They're very, yeah, they're delicious. You could eat a whole bag if you're not careful. And it would be awful for you. Nice. 60 feet. Oh, they have beaver nuggets. Yes. It's delicious, but yeah. They're road snacks, dudes. I got a reply text from my mom that just says yuck.
And Houston, the hatch locking device is installed.
Some people get it, some people don't. Can I tell you? Oh, here we go.
We copy. Hatch locking device installed. Thanks.
Next burn is at 1 hour, 15 minutes, 39 seconds. Currently, Starliner is in a 324 by 187 kilometer orbit, a transfer, basically a parking transfer. It's
Starliner is finishing its pointing maneuver to get into the NC thrust line orientation. That is getting Starliner pointed in the correct orientation to perform the NC burn.
Step 9, com check, air to ground.
They're space snacks now.
Step 9, com check. Houston has you loud and clear.
Bucky's in space.
I read you the same. We're set up via the table.
Roger.
It's probably for the forward hatch, Havocs, not the ingress, ground ingress hatch. Yeah, like eating spoonfuls of honey. Yeah, you can only eat so much before you feel really, really disgusting abiding. I'm not going to lie to you. And I'm saying that as a big Beaver Nuggets fan. No sawdust in them? Maybe some dietary fiber would be a good call.
Starliner, good config for the NC burn.
Okay. So...
Good config for NC.
So what we're looking at here is, you can see, this is a 40 meters a second burn here on the x-axis. Rotation rates are locked at 0. Currently, Starliner is lining up for what's called its NC burn. Its current orbit parameters are 51.6 degrees inclined, 324 kilometer apogee, 187 kilometer perigee. If that made no sense, if you're looking at the track over here, the plain English way of saying this is that Starliner is putting itself into a type of phasing or position to catch up to the ISS. If you look on this map over here, Starliner's CST, that's CST-100, that's Starliner's numerical designation, or alphanumeric designation. It's trying to catch up to the ISS. The ISS is over here. Right? It's trying to put itself in the right phase, but you got to remember, it's not trying to catch up from here to here. It's trying to put itself into a phase where it's going to get close to the ISS tomorrow. That's why it's so far behind. Believe it or not, how NASA explains it, they say it's going to catch up to the ISS. The reality of this situation is that the ISS is going to catch up to Starliner, and Starliner's just going to be in the right position when it gets near the ISS. It's catching, but the way to explain it in plain English is to say it catches up to the ISS. Okay, nerd time. What Starliner is going to do is use differential eccentricity to create a Hohmann transfer, a small Hohmann transfer burn. We're talking about an eccentricity difference of like maybe 0.01 or something. The reason why is you don't want to do a huge outgassing when you're near the ISS, right? You don't want to fire the thrusters. If you fire the thrusters into the solar panels on the space station, you've made a giant solar sail, and you could push the ISS off course. If you push it to a point where the gyros can't compensate for the rotational rate, well, you got a big problem then. Your space station will go careening out of control. Long story short, don't fire thrusters near the ISS. So they use slight differential eccentricity to create a rendezvous burn. To create a rendezvous burn here. This NC burn that should be initiated here in the next 2 minutes here should be a 40 meters a second burn, and it's basically going to get these numbers equal to each other. Now, 51.6 degrees inclined. If you notice, at the point that Starliner in the ISS orbit crosses the equatorial plane here, crosses the equator, if you were making angles here and angles here, that angle difference between the equator and the crossing point, or what's called the ascending node and descending node here, those points right there that angle would make 51.6 degrees. Okay, so that means if you're looking at the equator, the ISS and Starliner are tilted. Their orbit is tilted at 51 degrees, 51.6 if we want to be absolutely technical. How that looks if you superimpose it on a 2D image over here is called a ground track. The ground track, different types of orbits will show with different not different frequencies. They'll show with different amplitudes here, depending on your inclination. Did Jeb fly with the astronauts? Jeb actually flew on Starliner OFT-2, believe it or not. I believe that Jeb is still up at the space station, MGB. Now, obviously, some stuff on the ground track map here, you can see where the sun is shining, right? It's the middle of the day for me. It's right around noontime, so I'm right in the middle of the sunshine. ISS is currently actually flying over me right now. Too bad it's cloudy. You might be able to see it. So if it wasn't cloudy, But yeah, we're inside of a minute here to the NC burn. Once again, 40 meters a second burn. That's the change in velocity that it's going to impart on the vehicle, or delta V for short. And if I'm looking at this right, what this should do is get these numbers more or less equal. It's going to boost up that HP number. Now, second parts of the orbit here, I got to explain this fast. I got 30 seconds. These numbers right here are the highest and lowest points in its orbit, okay? Apogee and perigee. Apogee and perigee is a different way of saying apoapsis and periapsis, highest and lowest points. It's derived from Greek. I'm going to make the joke, Chief. I'm sorry. It's all Greek to me. So, apoapsis and periapsis change depending on what celestial body you're around. So when you're around the sun's Greek name is Helios. So it would be apohelion and perihelion. You're around Earth, Earth's name is Gaia, like kind of like that. So it's apogee and perigee. If you're around the moon, it's apiloon, periloon, right? It's most of these names are derived from that. There's the burn.
And NC burn is starting for good OMAC burn.
And that's the highest and lowest point. We should see the perigee come up here. If the perigee and apogee are the same, we're in a 0 degrees eccentric orbit, meaning it's perfectly circular. There we go. It's circularized up at 325 kilometers, more or less. It's a little bit off, just a tiny, tiny bit, but we're not seeing this to the decimal point, so it's most likely a nominal burn. Good.
Good NC.
So Starliner completing that NC burn, circularized up at 325 by 324. Once again, apogee is the highest point, perigee is the lowest point. The difference between apogee and perigee denote another principle of orbital mechanics called eccentricity. Orbits have two shapes, circular and egg-shaped, or elliptical. I mean, technically there's a third shape, but the third one is escape velocity, and if you really want to be technical, there's a fourth one. It's called hitting the ground, i.e. suborbital. Right? But the difference between apogee and perigee denotes orbital eccentricity. Orbital eccentricity is measured on a scale from 0, meaning 0 eccentricity, meaning perfectly circular, to 1, meaning escape velocity, anywhere in between. So if you have an orbital eccentricity of 0.5, your apogee is halfway to the altitude required for escape velocity, right? This burn right here, with that NC burn being done, 40 meter a second impulse, they did it at apogee. They raised the perigee to 324 by 324, and which equals the apogee at 325. They circularized its orbit up at 325 kilometers, give or take. And when you're absolutely pedantic, they're all the same. Yeah, right. So, yeah, we got a good insertion on that. Now, I'm wondering if they're rotating the capsule. The solar panels are on the butt end of Starliner. I wonder if they're rotating it into that position. There is roll rates on the vehicle. Obviously, you could see the thing turning. This tells you what directions relative to the vehicle's yaw, pitch, and roll axis it's moving. So we have a negative 0.9 a second degrees radian roll rate, meaning it's very slowly moving on the pitch axis, in the negative pitch axis. So it's pitching down, and you can see that by the horizon coming up on the nav ball right here. We have a positive 5 yaw rate, meaning it's yawing to starboard at 0.5 degrees a second radian, meaning it's slightly doing this. And then there's a roll rate, meaning actually it got zeroed out by the thrusters. Everything got zeroed there, and it found its pointed axis, its axis, the proper axis for pointing. Yeah, that burn right there was to align Starliner's solar panels to the sun. That's why it had some weird rates on it, and that's why it kind of looked like it was just pointed over in one direction or another. Everything looks good, Mach, yeah. Yep, hey, you gotta tan both ends, like, that's all I'm saying. Do we know how long they'll live stream? I don't know, but I'm gonna keep running with this, Hokey, as long as we freaking can. This is great. Dude, I love this. I wish SpaceX would show us these numbers. I'm not even kidding. This is excellent transparency. It's so cool. And it's so awesome to like that I can explain this. One, because I filled my brain with such crazy, seemingly ridiculous, like non-useful knowledge at times that, you know, when the opportunity for this actually arises, it's like, oh, it's a Unix system. I know this, you know, like, you know, I feel like the girl in Jurassic Park, you know, I'm like, oh, it's Unix. I know that, you know, like, you didn't say the magic word, right? You know, I feel like sometimes I'm reading such useless information about this, and then it comes up, and I'm like, yes, you know. But yeah, I pretty much know what most of this stuff says. Yeah, it's awesome that we have all the telemetry. It's super freaking cool. We have the ground track, capsule orientation, you know, time to burn, you know, the velocity vectors required for the burn. It's so cool, dude. We have a post-flight conference in about 18 minutes. Awesome. Yeah, so this just makes me happy. I could watch this all day, dude. And I know somebody out there is watching this stream going, wow, this guy is getting really excited from these numbers changing on the screen. I'm like, yeah, you're right. You're right. It is cool, though. I'm going to tell my
kids
should take
a few minutes per crew member, but in the meantime, Starliner is also starting to open up its NDS NASA docking system entry cover. That should stay open for a majority of the flight. That way Starline will be ready for docking.
Nice, Mike. What's the range DP number? Where is it? Laggy, where are you seeing that? It's like watching the KSP arrow. Above Vigo XYZ. What is that number? So we know this is all in kilometers. This is all in metric, so it's in kilometers and meters a second here. With that being said, 10,265,655, and the number is going down. That's range to the ISS. Yeah. It's 10 million kilometers. No, that can't be right. 10 million kilometers, that's like 20 times around the Earth. It's definitely not 10 million kilometers away. It's probably the range relative to the mission timeline, if I had to guess. Once again, I have no clue. It could be in meters. It could be 10 million meters. It's range relative to the mission timeline, so it could be. I could be pulling this one completely out of my tail. I think it's range to the ISS relative to mission. So it's not actually 10 million meters or 10 million kilometers away right now. It's the range that the distance that it needs to travel over ground to get near the ISS. So once again, they're going to be free coasting for about 24 hours, right? It's the distance to travel in 24 hours. That's what I'm trying to get at. I think that would be a guess, but I don't know for sure. I'm probably wrong, actually. Are you streaming for 24 hours? Not likely, admit. It makes sense. I mean, yeah, I think you're spot on. Distance to the nav point. It possibly is not distance. Yeah, I mean, Wolfie, it could be distance to a certain point. It could be distance till like V-bar alignment. Plain English way of saying that, it's the distance that you need to travel to be near the ISS. V-bar alignment is basically the spacecraft docking equivalent of lining up with the runway. The ISS has two approach corridors, the R-bar and the V-bar. Think of it like two runways going in two different directions. There's a docking port at the end of each runway, so to speak. And then there's an approach corridor. So once again, it's like an approach for an airport. Capsule needs to get aligned with whatever runway it's cleared to land on. In this case, we know because the R-bar runway has a Dragon capsule on it because there's crew up there from SpaceX, what is it, Crew 8? So we know that Starliner will be doing a V-bar alignment, so it's going to use the velocity bar approach, meaning it's approaching on the axis that the ISS is going towards. So it's going to get out in front of the ISS, and it's going to start approaching it very slowly. It'll go through the approach corridor that way. Yeah, we know it's going to use that runway because there's a capsule on the other one. And when I say runway, I mean that very, very figuratively. There's no runways. There's just an approach corridor. You don't need a runway. It's not a plane, right? But with that being said, yeah, there's only so many ways that you can approach the ISS. You can't really approach it from the side because if you do, once again, you run the risk of firing your thrusters into the solar panels. Power is already at a premium up there. We pretty much probably shouldn't do that. Yep. Yes, Pudman. All of them. Yeah, Tan, maybe. Yep. Apogee and perigee in kilometers there. This is the current one, and it looks like there's no target parameters indicating there's no burn anytime soon for the vehicle. I'm not too old to stream 24 hours, JDG. I'm doing some Starship coverage for NASA spaceflight, and then I'll be back here to cover the launch with you guys. I'm doing part of the Starship stream for NSF. That is the reason why I'm not streaming all the way to tomorrow morning, or we probably would be doing that. Yep, you can see the decimals. Yep, those decimals would be in... Well, that's 325 kilometers, 400 meters by 324.1. Yeah, the decimals that I was talking about. You could see it on the PFD. They have a PFD
Good morning,
on Starliner.
I'm NASA's Sandra Jones, and
you could tell it's a PFD because it says PFD up there in the corner. That's pretty neat.
Live coverage of the in-flight portion, the phasing portion of Starliner's mission to the International Space Station. If you're just joining us, Wilmore and Williams launched at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning today from Space Launch Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida.
They gotta have the P a little lower to catch up to the ISS. Yeah, once again, it's not really catching up to the ISS. I mean, it is. I said that wasn't the best way to describe that with the orbital parameters that's going on, but they're going to basically fly past it, and the ISS will catch up to them. Okay. They're in a lower orbit circularized. So the ISS is about 415 kilometers, or about 370 miles circular, okay? Them being in a 324 by 324, or I think that's like 280 miles, statute miles by 280, something like that. Them being in a lower circular orbit, being closer to Earth's gravwell, indicates a faster speed. The closer you are to the ground, the faster you need to go to stay in orbit. Because Einstein. Long story short, Einstein. So because they have a faster orbital velocity and a smaller orbital period, they will catch up to the ISS, but they're actually going to go past it, and then they're going to come back around again. And that's going to take 24 hours. Once again, they're just doing a shakedown on the capsule. You want to make sure the capsule's good before you bring it near the ISS. You know, if the capsule has a problem, they can just deorbit. If the capsule has a problem during docking near the ISS, or even after they get to the ISS, now it's a ISS and Starliner problem. NASA's very, very careful about this stuff. They have very deliberate steps in the mission to make sure to do what's called minimizing risk as much as possible. On a perfectly circular orbit, how do they point out the argument of perigee? Good question, Dan. Really good. Somebody, orbital parameters. Well, to point out the argument of perigee, they use the vernal equinox. The direction that the vernal equinox is, that's what they use to denote orbital information. That's their reference frame for denoting orbits around Earth. argument of perigee can be extrapolated from direction of the vernal equinox in degrees, I think. If I'm remembering that right. It's been a while. I should probably take another orbital mechanics. I was about to say take another orbital mechanics class. I've never taken one. I'm self-taught when it comes to this stuff. That's right angle of ascending node. Yeah. What the F is a kilometer? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, a kilometer. You know what I call that? 3/4 of a mile. The argument of perigee is the angle from equator to perigee. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're right. That's RAN. I was confusing RAN and RAAN and argument of perigee. So, yeah, you need the equator as your datum line. Isn't it the case that in a circular orbit, the apogee and perigee are the same? That's correct, space-time. Yep. Zero eccentricity denotes equals apogee perigee or apoapsis periapsis. Correct. 90-degree inclination with 90-degree argument of perigee has a perigee over the North Pole. That's, yeah, exactly, Pierto. Yeah, you got it, man. Yeah, you're right. I was confusing RAN. RAN is denoted from the vernal equinox. Argument of perigee is denoted from the equator. Thank you. From the equatorial plane. Just like inclination. Yeah, it's been a while. Inclination, eccentricity, and SMA are the ones I know the most because those are the ones you use the most in KSP. There are 6 defining variables for denoting an orbit around a celestial body. Semi-major axis, which is 1/2 major axis, right? Then you have inclination, eccentricity, longitude of ascending node, right angle of ascending node, and argument of perigee. Or no, time of perigee passage too. I think LAN and RAN can be kind of roped into the same thing, but it's been a while. Ooh, pictures. Yeah, you see, it's been a while, Pierto. Yeah, been playing too much Fallout. So this is the ISS ground track right here. If you look at these lines here, these lines denote, that red one right there is the day-night terminator. These denote Starliner and ISS orbit and next orbit. That's why you see 4 of these things. The orbits do shift. Every orbit does shift a little bit over on the ground track. You see how this one is shifted a little that way, that one shifted a little that way, etc., etc. The reason why is the Earth is spinning underneath it. Yeah, the Earth spins, orbits kind of stay the same relative. So the Earth spinning underneath, yeah, that's why the orbit appears to move across the track. Yellow right here. Yellow denotes communication line of sight for NASA's tracking data and relay satellites. TDRS for short. You could see TDRS right there. There's T275W, the 275 West, T041 West, and T171 West. These numbers right here. So, okay, first of all, tracking data and relay. What does that do? That basically makes it so despite the capsule being over here but on the other side of the Earth, you know, Houston wouldn't be able to have line of sight to the capsule, right? Because there's an Earth in the way. So the tracking data and relay satellites are out a geosynchronous orbit. So they're basically their orbital period, the time it takes for them to do one rotation, is exactly equivalent to one rotation of Earth. So the satellite appears to hover over a certain position. Tracking data and relay satellites being in geosynchronous orbit, and how geosynchronous orbits are defined, they're defined in slots. Those slots are correlative to longitude. 275 West, 41 West, 171 West. That's the slot in geostationary that these tracking data and relay satellites are in. Note that there are some different versions of TDRS. There's TDRS A, TDRS B, TDRS C. They're denoting different versions. So see, the graphics are a little bit different. Honestly, this looks like kind of a kind of graphic you'd see from StarCraft or something. Identify target. Proceeding. Geosynchronous orbit having a 24-hour, or well, it's 23 hours and 59 minutes if we really want to be technical. In order to have a orbital period of 23 minutes 59 seconds, or exactly equivalent to Earth's rotation, it needs to be 23,000 miles that way, or what is that? 37,000 kilometers, I think. 38,000 kilometers straight up. SEV, good to go, sir. So that should be, these windows show the overlapping fields of TDRS. TDRS satellites, if you're looking at the Earth from the top down, there's some here, and some here. They're triangulated around, so once again, if your capsule is over near Australia, NASA can shoot a signal up to 171. 171 can bounce a signal off 41. 41 can bounce a signal off 275. 275 could bounce a signal down to the capsule. Or the ISS. NASA's tracking data and relay system is how they stay in touch with the ISS at all periods of time. What's that polygon in the South Atlantic? SAA, the South Atlantic Anomaly. That is a point where Earth's magnetic field is particularly pissed off. Yeah. It's a point where Earth's magnetic field kind of comes near the surface. Yeah. Yeah, you got to be careful about flying through there. That is basically like the spacecraft equivalent of flying through a thunderstorm. Yeah, spicy electrons area. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and then that one right there in the center, it's the last bit that I didn't get to explain. That big thing that says sun on it, that I think that might be where the moon is. No, that's where the sun is relative to the Earth. Yeah, that's the South Atlantic Anomaly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's probably where the moon is. Yeah. Now, what you're looking at here is the ISS mission control. This is in Houston. All these kind of cool things label what label the jobs, right? You have basically a job title, like capsule communicator over here. The Capcom station is where they talk to either the ISS or the capsule. ECOM over here is the electrical systems, and they have overlays of all the electrical systems over here, particularly the ISS. This is all the telemetry from all the systems on the ISS. The ISS actually has an insanely good internet connection for something that's flying around in space. Very good internet. Unfortunately, most of that internet gets taken up by streaming all this information. The ISS has been constantly downlinking like gigabytes of information every day for the last 20 years. Yeah. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you can't play fork knife on the ISS. The connection isn't good enough. Sorry. All that bandwidth's taking up for things that keep you alive. Missed it by that much. Also, that man is playing Galaga. He thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. Why don't they use Starlink?
Starliner Houston, when able. Not urgent, just a couple things.
How are they going to use Starlink? Starlink is designed to be below the satellites. The ISS is flying next to them. Those antennas for the Starlink base stations are pointed downwards. They're not pointed sideways. Now, maybe sometime in the future, human, we get a mission to put an optical communications array on the ISS so we can communicate through Starlink with the optical means. By optical means. That would be kind of cool. They're in orbit, Tyler. Yep, Starliner is actually flying over the eastern seaboard of the U.S. right now. Starlinks communicate between each other, too. What? Guess I'm going to chalk that one up to chat delay. No, Clotrick, the magnetic field is actually offset from the geometric center. That's because the center, well, that's because the center of I mean, like the poles shift, they move around. The magnetic north is not geographic north. Those are two different things. They deviate from each other. So yeah, the magnetic field does fluctuate. It moves around, believe it or not. It moves around mostly because the center of gravity of Earth, so the center of Earth's gravwell is not in the geometric center, so the poles do kind of move. It's because we're basically floating on the cool crust of a gigantic nickel iron blob of jello. Yeah, we're floating on the cool crust of that. Yeah. Plate tectonics and stuff, man.
And again, we are targeting a post-launch news conference to begin here momentarily, where leaders from NASA, Boeing, and ULA will have the opportunity to discuss today's flight of Butch and Sunny. The successful liftoff occurring at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning. And those leaders
it does,
will
Elisers,
also
yeah, on this
answer
Vesda
questions
module
from the media during that news conference. You can join
Jim,
and watch along on that post-launch news conference if you would like on nasa.gov or NASA Plus.
Oh, NASA Plus, yeah. That sounds great. How do Starlinks correct their orbit? Do they have thrusters? They do, Abiding. They have krypton thrusters. Krypton ion thrusters. No, that's not something from science fiction. Krypton ion thrusters basically pump a rocket engine full of inert krypton gas, and they arc a bit of electricity through that combustion chamber between two nodes. You arc through it, and that ionizes the krypton gas, and it actually... the resulting ripping apart of krypton gas via electrical arc actually does create thrust. Oh, yeah. Krypton ion thrusters. Yep. That's how they stay. That's how they kind of stay positioned. And when you're out of Krypton, Starlink falls out of orbit, it re-enters because they're in really low Earth orbit. They're the same height as the ISS. 400 kilometers circular is a decaying orbit. It is a decaying orbit. Those Starlinks are going to come down eventually when they run out of fuel. And then Falcon 9, being the sub 1 day or sub 2 day launch vehicle that it is, will just throw more up there. Yep. Yeah, I don't know, Gio. I don't know why somebody thought that that was a good idea. Like, what do you mean NASA Plus? NASA Plus implies there's a premium service to NASA. NASA, by definition, can't charge for a streaming service. So why was NASA Plus made? They just made it to put plus after it to make it sound cool. That's dumb. I don't like it. Sorry. I'm sure. Hey, you know what? Here's the real truth. I was just making a joke. Like, that's the real truth is any way you can get more people involved. If NASA Plus, someone's going to be like, oh, I want NASA Plus, and go use that to learn about STEM and get involved in science, technology, engineering, and math. I'm cool with it. I don't care. Fire all the guns. Let's go. But also, NASA Plus just sounds like... Okay. Did you major in engineering? Elisers, I am not an engineer by trade. I'm a 3D artist by trade. Everything that I know about engineering, mission operations, systems design, systems architecture, aerospace engineering, orbital mechanics, I've taught myself over a decade. And as somebody that's self-taught when it comes to this stuff, don't do this. Go to school. It's easier. Yeah. It's really easy when you have a teacher telling you exactly what you need to learn, rather than trying to figure it out for yourself. With that being said, I relish a good challenge. If I could go back 10 years, I would just say go to school. It would make you better at this. It would be easier. You know, it'd be easier. Why don't they move the ISS to a slightly higher orbit, 500 kilometers? They keep the ISS in a decaying orbit, Violent, in case something goes horribly wrong. You don't have to worry about anything staying up there. So, like, say we had a catastrophic problem, God forbid, right? all the astronauts and cosmonauts get away from the space station and the space station is adrift, it will re-enter. That's the reason. That's the reason they keep it right there. Now, that does require periodic boosting. But somebody asked this question, I think it was you, Elisers, right? Like, the Zvezda module, the Roscosmos module, Zvezda. Zvezda has onboard propulsion systems. It's the service module for the entire station. Yeah, it has RCS on it. It can do boosts by itself. They don't do it very often. It's easier to attach a Progress to the back of the space station and fire the Progress engines rather than wasting fuel on board. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, Yannick. Right. I heard that knock. Good.
But your chip is installed. You'll need that plugged in to use the handheld mic.
Thanks, Joe. I'm also pretty good at that communications thing, dude. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good at it. Pretty good. What would you say?
And you're
the expert here.
Cycled all the buttons. Chip is installed. How do you read Underground 1?
Why don't you school right now?
Starliner, we have you loud and clear now, Underground 1.
Okay, great.
Can a U.S. spacecraft raise the orbit? Cygnus can do it, Jen. Oh, hold on.
Okay, copy. Just getting caught up. Vector sensor orientation command has been sent, and then I have one action for you for the humidity system if you're ready.
Got to get the.
We are ready.
Got to get that HVAC.
All right, we saw your activation. We would like to cover the desiccant under seat 1, and so whenever it's convenient, we want you to go to the provisions bag on the cargo adapter, get the desiccant cover out, and you can use that to cover the desiccant under seat number 1. I'll copy.
Okay, Sonny will grab that and we'll cover the desiccant under seat 1.
Good words.
Thanks for the answers. My pleasure, dude. I could sit here and do this all day, Alex.
And I don't know if you heard our question earlier, but the male piddle packs, the urine packages, we
Congratulations,
cannot,
Joe.
Find those. We found the clips, but no pack.
Okay, we did not hear that question, but we'll take it and get right back to you with an answer.
They have to manually cover up the cameras, or they're just shutting them off. If you're doffing your spacesuit, Laser Drifter, they shut them off. But I don't know about you. If it was me, even though I knew the camera was off, I'd still just put something over it just in case. Like, I don't need people seeing that. I don't need people seeing me taking off my spacesuit in microgravity. First of all, think about this for a second. Think about how much of a pain in the butt it actually is to take off a spacesuit on orbit. Or even change your shirt. What happens if you do the thing where you put your shirt on, your arms get stuck, and you're doing the doing that in microgravity? You'd be like floating around, and you'd end up headbutting a computer or something. Like, think about how much that actually sucks. Remember, your room on the ISS is the size of a closet. We don't need. No one needs to see that. You know what I'm saying?
Was routed properly.
The press conference is going on. Yeah, I was wondering if this was going to switch to the feed, but here we go. Let's go over here.
In the count and hearing their voices after they were safely on orbit.
Here, I'm going to back it up a little bit.
The post-launch news conference of NASA's and Boeing's crew flight test mission. At 10:52 a.m. Eastern Time today, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams launched aboard Boeing's Starliner spacecraft and United Launch Alliance's Atlas V rocket from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Launch Complex 41. Butch and Sonny are now on their way to the International Space Station, and joining us in the room today to speak more about this mission and next steps are NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
Well, thank you very much.
Ken Bowersox, Associate Administrator for NASA Space Operations Mission Directorate.
Kenny.
Steve Stitch, Manager for NASA's Commercial Crew Program.
Steve-O.
Joel Montalbano, Deputy Associate Administrator for NASA Space Operations Mission Directorate.
Plain English way of saying is Joel runs the ISS. Mark Nappy is the guy that runs the Starliner program for Boeing. And that's TB.
President and CEO of United Launch Alliance. This group of experts will be taking questions here in the room and also over the phone. But before we jump to the question and answer portion, each of our panelists will say a few opening remarks.
Glad you like it.
We'll begin with Administrator Nelson.
Well, thanks you very much. The first time that a human was launched into orbit on an American rocket was an Atlas V. And the Atlas continued throughout the Mercury program. And now, here, all these years later, we've got a crew going to the station on an Atlas V. It's also interesting that this is the 6th human-rated spacecraft, American. And you think back, there was first Mercury, then Gemini, then Apollo, then the Space Shuttle, then Dragon. Now we have the Boeing Starliner. And next year, we should have our 7th human-rated spacecraft when the crew of Artemis II will launch and circle the moon. So this is another milestone in this extraordinary history of NASA. And I want to give my personal congratulations to the whole team that went through a lot of trial and tribulation, but they had perseverance. And that's what we do at NASA. We don't launch until it's right. And so for Boeing and the ULA teams, the NASA teams, congratulations to all of you. Now, Butch and Sonny do what they do best.
Shut up, Andy.
They're test pilots. And they're going to test this thing from izzard to gizzard. And they're going to certify it for a rotational basis to send crew to the International Space Station. So now with Dragon and Starliner, the U.S. is going to have 2 unique human space transportation systems. And that, of course, we always like to have a backup. That makes it safer for our astronauts. And that's why we started the Commercial Crew Program in the first place, partnering with U.S. companies to deliver safe and reliable spaceflight at the same time of cutting the cost. So it's different from the old days, but we go with our commercial partners now. And when we expand our fleet of spacecraft, what we're doing is expanding our reach to the stars. And that will be true of the Artemis program as well, where you will have 2 landers that will be available to the NASA crews to go down to the surface of the moon. So this is a special moment. It's another one of those great markers in history. And it is a program that what NASA does is hard. Spaceflight is hard, but it's worth doing. So my congratulations to the team, and do you want me to turn it back to you or turn it over to Sox?
We can go ahead and hand it
Ken
over.
Bauer, Sox, our Associate Administrator.
Thank you, sir. Great words. It's great to be here with you today. Thanks to all of you for being here with us. Thanks for hanging in there with us as we've worked a few issues over the past few weeks. I know it's really easy to lose patience as you're waiting for launches to happen. But as I said before, good things are worth waiting for, and I hope you agree with me that today's launch was definitely worth waiting for. It was beautiful. It was great to see the smiles on Butch and Sonny's face as they were getting close in the count and hearing their voices after they were safely on orbit. It was also really impressive to watch the NASA, Boeing, and ULA team as they work through the issues over the last few weeks. It's easy to get impatient. It's easy to get tired. I was so impressed with the professionalism of the whole team and the way they kept their priorities in the proper order and made sure that we were really ready to go today. There's a lot ahead of us. The crew has a lot of test flight objectives. We need to get them to station. We have some work there at station, and then we have the return. And there are a lot of different things that the program
Speeding up, Kenny, so we can catch up to live.
And they'll talk more about that. But I'm really looking forward to seeing 2 U.S. vehicles at the International Space Station. I know Butch and Sonny will probably get a kick out of that if they get a chance to look out the windows and see a Dragon there, see a Starliner there. It's something that I think all of us should be proud of. And that I'm personally looking forward to. We've got a prescribed landing date that goes along with this launch date. I just want to emphasize that nobody should get too excited about that date. We have to have a lot of conditions that are just right before we bring the Starliner home, and we're going to wait till the conditions are right and we've accomplished the test objectives before we do that. So we may see, some additional time elapse before we actually bring them home. But the reason we'll be doing that is to make sure we gather all the data we need to gather and to make sure that it's the right day to bring Butch and Sunny back to Earth. And now I want to turn it over to Steve Stitch, the Commercial Crew Program Manager.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Appreciate it. It's great to be here today. It's great to see so much interest. And boy, what a heck of a day it was today. So proud of our entire team. We've worked so long to get Starliner to this point. Congrats to the ULA team, United Launch Alliance, Tori and his team. The Atlas did a great job today getting Starliner, Butch and Sunny on orbit. It's a very smooth ride. Congrats to Mark and his team for all the great work to get the vehicle ready, operating the vehicle, getting it ready, and thanks to Joel as well in the space station program, for supporting us. And we got some pretty good objectives to do when we get to the station in about 24 hours from launch. Today was just a great countdown. It was nice to get into a countdown again. The weather was very good, probably as good as you could ever ask for in Florida. We got through the countdown. We checked the manifold 2 port doghouse helium leak. That was right where we left it when we had the countdown on June 1st. No change in the leak rate at all. It was about half of what we had experienced back on the May 6th attempt.
Nice.
So that's going to be very manageable on orbit. All the other manifolds are doing really well. The ULA system, the ground system did a phenomenal job. Clicked through the countdown. Very smooth countdown all the way through. And then, of course, we got the vehicle launched and a very smooth ascent. The rocket did a great job. We did a couple burns today already. The first burn, called the orbit insertion burn, about 31 minutes after launch for the orbital maneuvering and control thrusters. That burn went well, and we did a phasing burn about 12:07 Eastern time, and that went great as well. The only thing that we are watching a little bit is, we use a system called a sublimator to provide cooling during the launch phase and during the landing phase. And what that does is it creates a block of ice, essentially, and then that ice, as heat is passed into that ice block, that ice, a little thin layer of it, turns into a vapor, and that rejects heat away. We used a little bit more water than we expected during the ascent. We have a backup system where we can go ahead and refill the sublimator tank. It was good to get this data and for this flight and understand it. The team let that sublimator run a little longer to collect some data. Once we got on orbit, we handed over to the radiator system for cooling. That's in the service module. That system is doing well. And so for the rest of the day, really it's about checking the spacecraft out. We will check out the NASA docking system and extend that ring and check it out today. We'll check out the rendezvous sensor system that will be used tomorrow for the rendezvous. Really important system. We'll get that checked out. And then we'll check out there's a camera that Butch and Sunny will use to monitor the approach to station. Tomorrow we'll check that system out. And then there's a whole host of other checkouts that we'll do today, some what we call operational checkouts to manually fly Starliner. So Butch and Sunny will maneuver to an attitude for communications. They'll maneuver to an attitude to charge the batteries and practice doing that. They'll check out some of the hand controllers and the rotational hand controller and the translational hand controllers that we have. So it's really a big checkout day, and really the purpose of this is to learn all we can about Starliner. As Ken said, the major objective really is to get into crew rotation flights with this flight. So we're all set up for docking tomorrow. 12:15 Eastern is the docking time. We're looking forward to that. We'll keep watching the vehicle. Today is a big step, but it's one step of many steps in this flight test. We'll take it one day at a time. Thanks for your interest, and I'll turn it over to my good colleague, Joel Montalbano.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you for joining us today. A historic day, an awesome launch. A huge congratulations to the Commercial Crew Program, the International Space Station Program, the Boeing team, United Launch Alliance, our international partners, and everybody who's been involved in this mission. Just a beautiful launch, and we look forward to an outstanding mission. As Steve said, we'll be docking tomorrow just after noon Eastern Time, 12:15. We'll start integrated ops with the International Space Station around 9 a.m. Eastern Time. This vehicle will dock to the forward port on the International Space Station. And as you heard from Steve and Ken, the real main purpose is to check out the vehicles. So the prime focus of Sonny and Butch when they're on board the International Space Station is to check out the vehicle. As they have time available, we have some space station tasks for them to do. But just an awesome way to start the summer. You know, we continue to be busy. We just had a progress docking this past Saturday. We got a number of spacewalks coming up in the month of June. We have 3 spacewalks, U.S. spacewalks scheduled for the team.
Yeah.
And the teams are working forward and looking forward to that and working towards those activities.
Spacewalks.
You know, right before, I left here, I sent a note to the International Space Station team and I said, hey, turn the porch light on, print out the Wi-Fi password, and set the table for 2 more for dinner. So we got a couple people coming to visit, and that's just an awesome mission. So thank you for your interest in human spaceflight. Our goal is to get 2 crewed vehicles delivering to the International Space Station, and this puts us one step closer. With that, I'll hand it over to Mark.
All right. Thanks, Joel. Well, thanks, everybody, for being here and really participating in such a great day. I have been getting just a barrage of texts and emails and congratulations.
Yes, so these are definitely corporate guys. Every person on this panel, except for Bill and the PAO, is an engineer. Just thought I'd let you know.
Clear about, the tens of thousands of parts that have to work on the spacecraft, on the launch vehicle, and on the ground, and even the weather has to work for us. And today it all lined up, and we had a, just
public affairs officer
launch. Really want to thank our team, our Boeing team, NASA, ULA, and all our suppliers. There's suppliers all across the country that didn't get to be here today, but I know they're watching, and I know that they're really proud of their hardware and what we accomplished. And of course, above all, Sonny and Butch, because they really put so much into this to get us to this point and then get to execute this mission. They really are part of our family. A lot of people say I need to smile more, and I'm smiling, believe me. But it's a little bit of controlled emotion because there's a lot of phases of this mission, and we just completed the first one. Pre-launch and launch is just the first part of this.
So if you're wondering who this dude is, this is the guy that runs the Starliner program for Boeing. He's the vice president and program manager for the Starliner program. He runs the Starliner program for Boeing. So
very close attention to, and our team is really focused on that. So that as we go through each piece of the mission, there's flight test objectives that we're going to go accomplish, and we've already started that. And Steve talked about a couple that we have in front of us to get to docking, and that's where our team is really going to be focused. This is a test flight. We've talked about this a number of times, and we're going to probably experience a few things that we got to go look into, and we'll do that, and we'll talk to you about them as time goes on. But we're going to learn from this, and we're going to have a great experience. We're on orbit with Butch and Sonny, and it's been a long time coming, and we're really, really proud of the team that got us here. Again, thanks to everyone for participating.
So you were a freshman when OFT-1 flew? I was a freshman in college when the Discovery return to flight happened. So
today we had a very quiet count, a dead nominal flyout, and I'm not allowed to release our orbital insertion accuracy bullseye yet because it's preliminary, but that might be the best one we've ever done.
Attaboy, TB.
After we separated, Administrator Nelson and Pam Milroy turned to me and said, does this feel any different, Tori? Yesterday I knew that I have come, I'm coming up on 450 personal launches. Pretty sure I'd seen everything. But I have to tell you, there is absolutely nothing like this. And we are very, very proud to join this human spaceflight community. And I also have to acknowledge the very important contribution of Tony, because she showed me this morning that today, for the first time in this sequence, she had worn her lucky astronaut earrings, and then look at the result. So thank you very much. Proud to be with you all.
Thank you all for those opening remarks. We're now going to open up the floor to questions to media here in the room and over the phone.
Tori Bruno might be the classiest person in the spaceflight industry by a long shot.
Joey Roulette right there.
There's plenty, right?
Thanks, Joey Roulette with Reuters. For Steve, you said you guys aren't tracking anything right now. Was the launch and deployment up until right now completely perfect? Did everything look fine besides the single thing you mentioned, or did anything happen that was off nominal? And for Mark Nappy, this obviously is a crucial moment for Boeing, and the mission's not over yet. But if you can speak a little bit to the broader kind of goals that the Starliner program plays for the company, if everything goes as planned, what does that mean for the company, and how do you guys move forward from that? Thanks.
Yeah, so far we're really not tracking hardly anything. There was one temperature sensor that was a little bit showing a little warmer than the other sensor in the cabin, so it's near a light. So the team basically disabled that sensor from providing feedback. That was about the only thing that the team worked. And then again, the sublimator usage, the water usage. Water in space, if anybody followed the space shuttle program years ago, we used something called a flash evaporator system, where we flashed water into space to take heat away from the coolant loops. And that was a problematic system that would freeze up and have funny. So anytime you use a system with water in space and you've got ice and liquid and then the vapor of steam, it's very tricky. So I think we're going to learn a little bit about that system. We have this refill capability we'll use to fill the system back up before we come home and land. But other than that, so far the vehicle's been doing well. And really the purpose of these checkouts is to understand the vehicle better, and then we'll look at the data in real time. We'll have a review every day of the spacecraft. We'll have one tomorrow when we get back to Houston. But so far the vehicle's doing great.
Means a lot to us, and the program means a lot to Boeing. My boss was here today, my boss's boss was here today, and my boss's boss's boss was here today. So obviously it means a ton to us. This is the first step,
piss those guys
of the mission. I said we got to go through these phases, and then when we get back, it's about certification. It's finishing up the certification so that we can be certified for the Starliner 1 mission, and it's getting that hardware ready for the Starliner 1 mission, and then getting a spot in the manifest with Joel and Dana and Steve on ISS for that Starliner mission. So that's really our focus for the next year is to get those things behind us.
He has 8 different bosses, Bob.
We'll go ahead and take this lady right here in the second row.
He got
right
the
up
memo.
front.
Don't worry.
Kristen Fisher with CNN. A big congratulations to everyone on a successful launch. Mark, a question for you and one for Joel, I believe. Mark, so much has been made of the competition between SpaceX and Boeing over the last decade or so. I'm curious how you view that competition over the last 10 years. Elon Musk sending his congratulations to the entire team. How would you describe that competition? And then for Joel, if we could just get an update on when that faulty pump on board the ISS will actually be replaced, how long that would take. Thanks.
I think you guys think it's a competition. We don't see it as a competition. We've got 2 providers that are going up to the International Space Station, and SpaceX is up there, and we're up there now as well. So this is something that NASA has planned, and we've accomplished it. And of course, that next step is certification. I saw the tweet. That's awesome. And I sit on my front porch and I watch every SpaceX mission, and I root for them too. This is something that's great for the entire country.
You hear that?
And on the pump change out, we're going to get to that as soon as we...
Hear that? Yeah. Fanboying is gross. Don't do that.
We'll go right here, up front.
Thanks, Tony. Congratulations, everyone. This is James from Channel 6. I'd like to start with Mark 2, and maybe if Steve, Ken, and Mr. Administrator would like to chime in. As excited as you are, Mark, good to see you smile. I know that you might have a message in the back of your mind, perhaps, for the harshest critics of Starliner's program. Is there anything, I know you're focused on the mission at hand, but what would you like to say to those who may have even called for the cancellation of the program after all the delays? There are those who thought Butch and Sunny would never fly. Thank you.
We talked to our team a lot about just ignoring a lot of the stuff that you read. we focus on the positive, we focus on the accomplishments, and we learn from the setbacks that we've had. It's been this way in human spaceflight my entire career. Steve talked in the last press conference where he's got 37 or 38 years, I think. I started thinking I've got 39. It's not a competition, but I got 39 years.
I'll try to
And I think about, over the years, how many bad headlines I've read about the shuttle program, International Space Station. And then I look back at those programs and look at how successful they were. We had an incredible run with the space shuttle, and arguably we put the most incredible, fantastic engineering feat ever with assembling the International Space Station in space. And someday we're going to be looking back at this program the same way.
And I'll add a little bit to that question. I got a lot of text today, too, from a lot of people that I work with who were former shuttle employees. I got text from the SpaceX community. I got texts from a broad range of people, all working in human spaceflight. I think the text to me meant a whole heck of a lot because they know how hard it is, right? I think we sometimes don't talk about the challenges of getting to flight. I look back 4 years ago at Demo 2 and the challenges of getting to that flight. We had to redesign the parachute system on Dragon before that flight in the year before. We redesigned the propulsion system before. Starliner has had, every development program has challenges on getting there. Space Shuttle had challenges. It was behind schedule on launching. Every single program, I think, it's just so hard to put all the pieces together. As Mark said, they all have to work as planned. You qualify them, you test them, and then you learn about them and you fly them in space. And so we've stood side by side with Boeing working hard. We need 2 providers. We need 2 space transportation systems. It's hugely important to us. I think the whole community knows that, and it's just a tough endeavor to get to flight. And huge kudos to the entire team for getting there today. The administrator talked about perseverance, hard work, dedication. That's what I see from our team every single day. I wish I could explain it here, but these people are working long hours and figuring out ways to solve problems, whether it's a Boeing employee, a NASA employee, United Launch Alliance employee. So it's just great to be part of the team.
We don't need
You're hot.
that button to it.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say that, folks like to judge early, and I would exercise caution doing that. You really don't know how great a program is until after it's finished. That's what I've seen with airplane programs and other aerospace programs through the years.
Very based.
It's also important to remember that
we
want more than one provider. It's really important to us, not just for ISS to have redundancy there, but we're trying to develop a new economy in low Earth orbit. And to do that, we want to have a field with multiple competitors. We'd like to see 3, 4 someday, right? And it starts by developing 2. Sorry to cut you off, boss.
Stop it all.
Stop, Ken. Stop.
He's the real deal. Former space commander.
Yeah. Ken flew the shuttle a couple times. Yeah.
This is hard.
Excuse me.
And you better not mess it up by not going when you've tried out everything and you know that it is as safe as possible when you put a human on board. And sometimes that takes time. And the proof's in the pudding. Look what we've been through in all of the different space programs of NASA from the very get-go. And sometimes they were very painful. And when we didn't get it right, because mistakes were made, the entire country suffered. So my hat's off to the team here. They waited until they got it right. As Joel said, we've still got some to come. Steve said this too, because this is the first time that the spacecraft that doesn't have wheels, like the shuttle did, is going to land on land. And it's going to come down in the Utah desert as the primary site. And so this is a whole new adaptation. So they waited until it was right.
Thank you. We'll take it right here up front.
Yusuke Tomiyama, the Yomiuri Shimbun, Japanese Daily. My question is for Senator Nelson. You mentioned further lunar exploration in your first remarks, so I'd like to ask you, apart from Starliner, China's lunar probe successfully collected samples from far side moon surface for the first time. So what do you think on this achievement? And do you have any plan to collaborate with China for science research of these samples? Thank you.
Did you specifically ask at first about Chang'e 6 that landed on the far side of the moon? Okay. Well, my congratulations to the Chinese space program. I have said over and over that they have a very good program. They have made lots of progress in the last 10 years. I would like very much, and have said this publicly many times, for them to be more transparent, more open, less secretive. And yes, we need to cooperate on things. The one thing that we did cooperate on was deconfliction in Mars orbit. But there are plenty of other opportunities for deconfliction and cooperation. And I would welcome that. But of course, today, and I respect your question, today is about the Boeing Starliner.
All right, we're going to take some questions over the phone. First up, we have Michael Sheets with CNBC.
Hi, everybody. I believe my question is best answered by either Steve or Mark, but for the 25 hours after launch, we're not going to have onboard live views or even delayed views of the crew like we've seen with Dragon, even going back to using TDRS before. So curious as to why that is. If there are onboard cameras, is this a matter of cost that we can't bring this feed back down until the International Space Station is reached by Starliner? Appreciate any clarification here.
Yeah, we do have a camera on board, a system called Mustang. It is not active for live feed during flight, but once we do get to station, we'll get feed, and of course when we get back down, we'll be able to get all the video. We are looking at being able to provide live feed in flight, but that won't be for a couple of flights.
All right. Next up, we have Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, thank you so much. Mark and Steve, is it possible to say how many out of the, I believe it's 87 test flight objectives are already kind of crossed off, given where the mission is just right now? And could you describe just what are one or two of the more higher risk moments from here on out? Thanks so much.
So, yeah, it certainly is possible to cross off all the flight test objectives, but I don't have those numbers in front of me. But I can kind of give you a little bit of a summary of what they look like. There's a little bit of manual flying that would like Butch and Sunny to do with the hand controllers. That'll happen here in the next day. And then there's a lot of, I'll call them ergonomic types of flight test objectives. How do the seats fit? How do the suits work? How do the displays look? And and there's numbers that are associated with all those things that I just rattled off that add up into the 87. And then of course when we get close to docking, we'll do some more. And when we get docked, there's additional ones as simple as how does the cargo come out and how does the cargo go back in. Those are the types of flight test objectives that will be satisfying. Steve?
Yeah, I think Mark said it well. We don't have the exact number today because they're happening as we speak here. Maybe we could talk a little bit about what we've accomplished after we dock. You know the big things coming up. Obviously, docking is a high interest event when you're bringing two vehicles close to each other, like Starliner as it approaches the forward port of station. That's a huge, big event for us. A very integrated event between the Starliner flight control team and the International Space Station flight control team.
It did, Mark.
And then,
It was glorious.
once we get docked, we have a big objective to demonstrate what we call safe haven. So that's a demonstration where we have the crew go into Starliner and use only the Starliner assets. If something were to happen on station, we have this capability in both Dragon and very soon Starliner. We'll demonstrate that. And then at the end, obviously, the deorbit and landing are huge events that we'll continue to learn a lot about. I would say one thing, about the spacecraft is this is the first time with a crew on board. So first time that the life support system is operating today. We've tested it on the ground. It worked great, but we're learning a little bit about that as well. Huge important objective for the flight as well.
Thanks. We're going to take one more question over the phone before we come back to the room. We have Andrea Leinfelder with the Houston Chronicle.
Hi, congrats on the launch today. Understanding that these could change, can you give me the dates you expect Starliner will undock from the station, and then the date and location you're targeting for landing? Thank you.
Yeah, we have a number of landing opportunities. The first one would be the earliest would be June 14th. We would undock around 3:17 in the morning. That would be Central Time, with a landing around 8:38 Central Time. That would be at White Sands Space Harbor. What we really want to do is kind of look at the overall mission as it's going, and then Joel has some activities on the space station, and so we may adjust that date a little bit to accomplish some International Space Station activities. There's nothing magic about that date. A few days later, we have another set of opportunities as well. So we'll take a little time once we get docked, work with Joel and his team. He talks about some spacewalks that they would like to do as well, and so we'll work out the choreography of all those different events. But right now, we're really focused on Starliner and docking tomorrow.
All right, we'll take some questions here in the room. We'll go to Ken Kramer.
Hi, thank you. Congratulations to everybody. It was spectacular to see that after so many years and hard work. So Ken Kramer, Space Up Close, right. So Tori, I want to follow up on a question I asked you at the end of the last briefing. You mentioned that, you don't do the RAN steering, and it's a unique orbit, suborbital actually, that you deliver it to. So I guess, and for safety reasons. So I'm kind of curious, why don't you use a third SRB to get to orbital velocity?
Oh, sure. Great question. So
it's a good question.
For those of you who are not familiar with it, RAN steering, right ascension ascending node, is a guidance technique that allows one, if you have enough energy and the guidance algorithms to pull it off, to give you a larger launch window when you're going to a target like the International Space Station, which is an intercept target, because there is only one perfect instantaneous moment to go for the least energy. That technique allows you to go early or go late, and then without wasting very much energy, re-intersect onto that ideal path. We don't do that here because it would not benefit safety, and we don't energy for it. We certainly could put a third booster on, third solid, and go orbital, but the whole idea behind this trajectory is that there are no blackout periods all along its path where the G-forces would be too great in an emergency abort separation of the capsule for the astronauts to be uninjured, and at the end of that journey, we're just short of orbital velocity, so that if, God forbid, the propulsion system on the wonderful Starliner did not function properly, they would still get a free return safely to the Earth. So it's all about crew safety. It's really not about performance. And that gives us every possible chance to make sure the crew is safe throughout that trajectory. That causes us to fly low and flat for us, which is why we have an extra RL-10, because you need more thrust to do that. Does that make sense?
Well, I still don't understand why the third SRB doesn't change the situation.
We could put a third SRB and we could go orbital, but then at that point, if we didn't have propulsion on the capsule, they could not free return. They'd be stuck in orbit until they naturally decayed, which might take a while.
I think you'd have to look at what does that do to your acceleration profile in first stage. If you had a third solid rocket motor on the side, that's going to get you going a little faster in that first stage. And then we'd have to go look at, as Tori said, what we want to have is if anything happens to the rocket, essentially the starting point for the capsule trajectory is where the rocket is. And so you have to look at the Gs and the heating and the heat shield on the way on the other side. So it's all optimized for the two solid rocket motors, for crew safety for aborts, and then you essentially have almost a free return back to even Edwards Air Force Base should we not be able to do any of the burns. There's a small burn you could do to get to Edwards, and then on the second orbit also you could go to to Edwards Air Force Base as a safe landing, as a contingency site. So.
Thank you. We'll bring it over here to this gentleman.
Hi, thank you. Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF.
Hey.
I guess for Joel or Mark, kind of continuing off the other question there, what would be some of the test objectives that might influence whether or not you go beyond the week docked to the ISS? Is there anything in particular that would benefit from that extended time or that would require extended time that you could do if you stay docked?
You know, to me, you got to check out the system and see what the system gives you, right? And so if we see something that wasn't as expected and we're like, hey, you know, another day would allow some extra time to go look at that system, then we'd stay. I mean, there's not a specific list of, hey, these 10 things are going to require more time. It's more watch the system, see how it operates. And if it requires more time, we have more time.
Thank you.
Good question.
Toss it to Lauren Grush.
Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I think my question is for Steve or for Mark. You mentioned that you weren't really working any issues, but I am curious how this flight is comparing to the experience of the uncrewed test flight that you had and the issues that were experienced during that mission. Do you feel confident that those problems have been resolved based on what you're seeing with this flight?
I can start off, obviously on Orbit Flight Test 2, the uncrewed flight. We saw some OMAC thrusters that failed off during the orbit insertion burn. Today, that first burn, I was really excited to watch it. I think it was like about 72 meters per second. I'm an old trajectory guy, so I kind of like burns, but all 4 OMACs fired in each doghouse. The control was just perfect. Those did really well. I didn't get to see the second maneuver, which was the phasing burn, but that went really well. So we had a couple things, happen early on that we've seemed to gotten past with. I know Mark's talked about, we think the leading cause of those failures was a little contamination in some of the propellant lines in those doghouses that they failed off. It was all in the same doghouse, actually. So far, the OMAC burns, these are pretty good-sized thrusters, 1,500 pounds of thrust. Those have gone really well, and I'll see if Mark has anything to add.
Yeah, we had our cooling system had a little bit of a freeze up on OFT2. We had worked on that by removing some filters so that it would operate a little bit more smoothly. Of course, we didn't have crew on OFT2, so that contributed to the problem. There wasn't as much heat in the crew module. And this time it appears everything's working fine, so I think we have that problem licked.
Good. Thank you. We're going to go back to the phone. We have Mike Wall with Space.com.
Hey, Ian. Thanks for the 34 months, dude.
Thank you all for doing this. And yeah, just like to say congratulations on a successful launch and a successful mission so far. Just a quick question, maybe for Mark or for Steve. Have you heard much from Sunny and Butch about Starliner and like how it's handling and what are their thoughts about the spacecraft so far?
Steve, I haven't heard anything at all. I've been busy preparing for this and a little bit of celebration.
Yeah, I have not either. I know they were going to call down, I talked about some of the things they were going to do, some of the manual maneuvers in the hand controller checkout, rotational hand controller, and the translation hand controller. And they were going to call down to the ground, I think probably about right now during this event. And so we haven't really heard too much from them. They've been really focused on clicking through a bunch of objectives, getting the spacecraft set up for orbit, doing the maneuvers we talked about, and doing the checkout. So I don't know, but we'll get some information from them later today.
Next up, we have Issam Ahmed with AFP.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing this. First of all, for Steve, I was wondering if you could reflect a little bit on the fact that you've been in this your job for so long now, and to see this day finally come. Could you reflect a little bit on what that means to you? And for Ken specifically, I think you mentioned earlier in the call that you might like to expand these commercial providers to 3 or 4. Could you sort of go into further details about what you meant by that? Because I hadn't heard about that before. Oh, and finally for Steve, if I could sneak in one more. Regarding the sublimator, you're pretty confident that you'll have enough water backup for the landing? Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll take the first question. I just felt really proud today of the team. having been with the team for 8.5 years now as the deputy program manager, I see the hard work of the team and just felt, a sense of accomplishment from watching the team work so hard, of getting this first step done, of getting Butch and Sunny on orbit, getting a couple burns executed. It was a bit of an emotional time for me because you just see how hard people work, and they put their blood, sweat, and tears into it every day of their life. Sometimes their families, suffer as they work nights and weekends on analyses or resolving challenges, and just super proud of the entire team. When I say team, I talk about the NASA team, the Boeing team, United Launch Alliance team, the Space Station Program team, and as Mark mentioned, we get to work with a lot of suppliers as well on the NASA side. These people are committed to human spaceflight. They know how hard it is. They know what it takes, and I was just super proud of the team.
Yeah, when it comes to the additional providers, we work with other providers in addition to Boeing and SpaceX and the Dragon and Starliner teams to help them as they're thinking about someday building crew vehicles or converting their vehicles to crew. But we don't have any procurement in place to do that, nothing where we're going out trying to buy additional services at this point. But I would love to see the low Earth orbit economy grow so much that we need all those vehicles, right? So that was behind my statement is I would like to see that growth in low Earth orbit so that we see this vibrant activity with lots of different launches with lots of different vehicles someday.
I think there was a second question I failed to answer on the sublimator. There is a refill kit, and it's able to refill the tank. Essentially, you carry up some spare water, and there's a connector hose that hooks up to the system, and that should provide all the water we need for the landing. So.
Thank you both. We'll now head back to the room. We have Manuel Masanti over here.
Thank you, Tony. Manuel Masanti, Exploración Espacial. Question for Mark. I understand that Boeing has 2 operative capsules right now, Calypso in orbit and another one preparing for Starliner 1. Do you have the intention of having more of them? Like a third one is being in production, or with 2 is fine for the operational missions? Thank you.
For the flight rate that we have right now, flying once a year, 1 is plenty. But to fly twice a year, which is a request from NASA on our contract, we need 2 capsules, so to turn them every 6 months. So 2 is sufficient for what is in the plan. If, like Ken talked, if there becomes a low Earth orbit market where there's additional International Space Stations, additional flights, then that would drive additional vehicles.
Thank you. We'll now go to this gentleman up front here.
I want this.
Yes, hi, Bert Dicht from the National Space Society. I'd like to ask a question to Tori. You mentioned this is your first crewed launch of a spacecraft, and obviously you'll be going through your processes and procedures as you prepare for the next one, but any initial impressions about everything in terms of this flight?
Yes. Well, I'll just say that, we had, as you know, 2 scrubs that preceded this. And they were routine issues that, we'll be able to take corrective actions for and be less exposed to that kind of issue going forward. So it gives us a little bit more focus on launching on time as well as mission success. I was proud of my team that they took no shortcuts. And throughout this process, we kept focused on Sunny and Butch because that is a more precious payload than we have ever flown before. So yes, like the Starliner team, like the NASA team, every mission is followed by, a hot wash and lessons learned and improvements going forward.
Thank you, Tori. Next up, we have this lady right here up front.
Gina Sinceri, ABC News. I'm not sure who would know the answer to this. Did Butch and Sunny say anything on the ride up to you or any response?
Sorry, who was the question for?
Did Butch and Sunny say anything? Is that what your question?
Right. Did you get any feedback from them on the experience going up?
I didn't copy anything on the comm loops. I mean, they were professional test pilots on the way up, looking at the various abort boundaries and looking at the systems. And, you could tell they were excited and ready to go. We heard their remarks before they lifted off, and so no, I don't think they said much. I can imagine their faces when they got in orbit, and in 0G, and just imagine how excited they were, congratulating each other to be in space, and after participation in this whole development of Starliner. So
My guess is they never lost their smile.
yeah.
They did congratulate Tori for becoming part of the Human Spaceflight Club, which I think we need to cut his tie or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you. We'll now go back to the phone. We have David Denault with About Space Today.
Good afternoon. And I guess it's not maybe a coincidence that both the administrator and the associate administrator are sitting next to each other. But gentlemen, each of you had a unique experience. STS-61C and STS-73, long delays. How do you put yourself in like Butch and Sonny and all of their delays? What was that like?
A good question.
Okay, well, first I'll say that the administrator and he actually has the record because he did it first, but they scrubbed 6 times on his launch, and on one of my launches we scrubbed 6 times. So Bush and Sonny, they didn't come anywhere close to that, right? They were in quarantine probably longer than I was because of the distance between their scrubs. But what I found with each one of my scrubs was we were a little more relaxed, a little more prepared, and we got a little more rested, and we were really good at strapping in by the time we got a few under our belt. I don't know. What about you, sir?
Same thing. At least the weather was not a concern for the 3 times on Starliner. The weather certainly played a big part with regard to some of our scrubs. So, it gets old hat when you strap in, and it's just another day at the ranch.
Yeah, baby.
Thank you. We can now take one more in the room. We'll go to Will Robinson-Smith right there.
Thank you, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Appreciate the time and congratulations again. Question for either Ken or Steve. Assuming that everything goes well with the rest of this mission, you get back, you get through the data, and you press on to Starliner 1 next spring, has a decision been made on the seat swap agreement with Roscosmos and their cosmonaut and how that flight situation will work in 2025? Thanks.
Well, on the seat swap agreement, I'll talk about that, and Steve can talk about the other part. Our Russian colleagues want to get more data and see how this mission goes, and then we'll talk with them. They've said previously that they want to see 3 crewed flights before they're ready to do a seat swap. So we need to work through that with them, and Joel might have something to add there. He's been working that when he was the ISS program manager.
Yep, we already have 1 seat on the Dragon mission, but the plan is to get to do the crew swap on both vehicles as quickly as we can. And so, as Ken said, we'll be watching this mission, taking lessons learned, and then as quickly as we can, we're going to be putting that in place.
Yeah, and our goal is to, once we get the flight back, get Butch and Sonny back landed safely, evaluate the data, complete the certification that Mark's talked about, and then, we'll get Starliner in the rotation as soon as we can.
Thank you. We have time for one more question here in the room. All right, we'll go to Jeff Faust right there.
Jeff Faust of Space News. Probably for Steve or Mark, just to follow up on an earlier question about video from inside the capsule. How long after Starliner gets to the station will you be able to bring back some of that video? I think there's a lot of interest, maybe even expectation to see what it's like inside Starliner.
I don't know the answer to that.
I'm not sure, Jeff. I know we'll have to downlink the data. It's all recorded on board Starliner, and then I assume we'll get it down within a day or so of docking. But I don't know the details of that, so I apologize.
We'll make sure to get that information for you, Jeff. Thank you all to our panelists, and thank you to all the media. That's all the time we have for today, but we want to thank everyone for taking the time to ask their questions and for our panelists for answering them. Starliner is scheduled to dock to the forward-facing port of the station's Harmony module tomorrow, June 6th at approximately 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. You can follow along starting at 9:30 a.m. on NASA Plus, the NASA app, and YouTube. And here's a look at the highlights of this historic day. Thank you, and go NASA, go Boeing, and go CFT.
Here are the astronauts, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams, as you can see, suiting up for their mission into the history books.
This is a tradition. The whole idea here is to lose to the chief.
Out of the suit-up room, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams walking to an elevator at the end of the hallway. Our CFT crew taking their first steps outside, now en route to Launch Pad 41.
Crew transport vehicle is entered pad.
Butch and Sunny arriving on level 12.
Last look at planet Earth for a while, saying hi to us. Hi, Sunny.
Butch getting in there.
Gotten strapped into their seats here.
Hatch closure complete. Roger.
3, 2, 1, ignition. And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V. Carrying 2 American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
Commander Butch Wilmore, they're calling down to Mission Control here in Houston that the spacecraft has begun rolling into right attitude for its ascent, and Guidance Navigation and Control Officer here in the room seeing good data on that.
Doesn't this feel good? Doesn't this feel good? Isn't that a great feeling? You know, all the scrubs, all the trials and tribulations they went through. Doesn't it feel good? Feels good, doesn't it? It's great. This is good stuff. The truth is in the pudding. I tell you, we just needn't look any further than a giant 6-pack of snack packs to understand why this capsule flies into space. Anyway, how long do pilots stay in lockdown before this mission? Gromit, because of the 2 scrubs, Sunny and Butch have been in quarantine for a good while. They're in quarantine for over a month. Yep. Anyway. Yeah, it feels good, man. It feels good. It's cool to see Starliner up and doing its thing. It makes me so happy. I think the most poignant thing from that entire press conference was hearing Mark Nappy say, and guys, this is something that I touch base on all the time. I try to say this as much as I can, and I'll be honest, sometimes it feels like I'm yelling into the void, but Mark Nappy is the vice president and program manager of Starliner. He is the guy that's running the program. And he said, look, there's no real competition here. You know, there's no competition here. You know, Elon watches Boeing launches, right? People that work at SpaceX watch Boeing launches. And Mark Nappy himself admitted that he watches every Falcon 9 launch. Like, guys, that's what I'm trying to get at. Nobody in the industry considers it some kind of crazy competition. And I think that's something that we see from a lot of spaceflight fans and even journalists out there that work in the industry that, you know, they're trying to make a story, you know, us versus them, et cetera, et cetera. But the reality of the situation is that, you know, it's not like that. It's not like that. Anybody that has the stones to throw their hat into the ring here, figurative stones, you know, usually carries the mutual respect of other people that are trying to do it as well. Stuff's difficult. Every one of those guys on that panel that we just saw knows how difficult this is. And even if Elon was there in the room, he knows firsthand how difficult some of this stuff is. It's important to keep it in perspective. Not even the people that are running programs that are seemingly rivals with each other consider it that. You know? It's like the people running the program aren't saying nothing. Like, how awesome is that, dude? The guy that runs the Starliner program watches every Falcon 9 launch? That's cool. I like that. I think that's really neat. Right? I think that's really cool. And you know Elon was watching this mission. You know he was. He tweeted about it. Or X'd about it. Posted. Twixed it. Whatever. You get what I'm trying to say. It's important to keep that into perspective and understand that, you know? He Z'd it. Right? You know, Boeing and SpaceX we're on the same team. They're on the same team. And so is NASA. We're all on the same team here. Important to keep that in mind. So next time you go and read an article that's like, oh, you know, SpaceX hates Boeing or Boeing hates SpaceX, you guys know that's bull crap. That's just the news. That's just people out there trying to stir crap because, I don't know, they're projecting their own insecurities on something that they enjoy. I don't know. That happens all the time, right? Like, I don't know. But I can guarantee you just that, you know, I can't speak for other people, but I can speak for me. I like everything that has to do with space. Anybody that throws their hat into this industry, throws their hat in the ring in this industry has my absolute respect. Which is why I don't say, oh, Boeing sucks or, oh, you know, Dragon sucks. Or like, hey, I don't do that crap. We're here for space, okay? This is complicated. This stuff's really, really difficult. To frame it as some kind of crappy, divisive us versus them thing is frankly disgusting and cringy. Like, I think it's just real cringe, dude. Yeah, what about those that eat their hat, too? Some people throw their hat into the ring blue and eat it. Sir Peter Beck, congratulations to the Rocket Lab team last night with a nice late-night launch of Electron, pre-fire and ice mission. Perfect launch, perfect placement, you know? Sir Peter Beck, lest we forget. Yep. Not Samuel. You asked the question: would something like a pneumatic tube launcher make it cheaper to launch spaceships or payloads into space? Well, turns out that if you take some hot gases and you force it out of a funnel, right, using pneumatic pressure, it's a really good way to get things into space. Samuel, what you just described is a rocket engine. You're thinking a spud gun that shoots things into space. All a rocket engine is a spud gun that's turned upside down. Think about it. Rockets combust things, make a lot of hot gas, and shoot it out of a nozzle. Spud gun. But the spud gun is the vehicle. So you ask, you know, would something like a pneumatic tube launcher work? Yeah. Yes, it would. They work really well, actually. I know that's not exactly what you're getting at, but it's important to understand that that's basically what rocket engines do. Hence, Sputnik. Yep. No. Sputnik is Russian for satellite. If you really wanted to know. Yeah, I don't think so, Flacken. I don't think that'll work. Did I hear correctly that they are planning on landing Starliner on land? Yep. If so, what is the reasoning behind a land landing rather than water? Recovery operations are easier to do with a truck and a trailer than they are with a Navy ship. Or any ship, for that matter, Apollo. Cost. Yeah. Cost. Hey, Zoran, cool live stream. Successful launch of the rocket. Congratulations. You don't need to congratulate me, you guys. Congratulate the people involved. I just commentated on it. Fair, thanks. Yeah, I mean, think about it. Why did the shuttle land on land? Shuttle landed on land so you can land where you took off from. Well, for the most part. Depends on mission requirements, but you get the idea. Do you think the Starliner is a bad design? Nope, not at all. I think the Starliner is a fantastic design. With that being said, every new spacecraft Rick has teething problems. Steve Stitch talked about this. The shuttle had teething problems. The Apollo capsule had teething problems. Dragon had teething problems. Every single one. Because when you're pushing the boundaries and you're doing new things that haven't been done before, heck, sometimes you don't even need to push the boundary for stuff to be difficult. But when you're pushing the boundary, commercial providers, new capsule designs, new spacecraft designs. When you're pushing the boundaries like that, stuff gets difficult. You're in uncharted territory. You got to chart that territory, and you chart that territory with good testing and all the problems that they caught, the helium leak, the ground launch sequencer, those are all things to learn. You want to learn as much as you can down here, so you don't get any speed bumps up there, right? First man, you fail down here, so you don't fail up there. So all these seeming problems with Starliner, I would say that's just routine. That comes from inexperience. That comes from not doing this. Boeing has never built a spacecraft, right? I'd say Starliner is a pretty damn good attempt for a first try. Seriously, Boeing's never built a spaceship before. They make stages. Did they acquire the companies that engineered these spaceships? Like the space shuttle, the Apollo Command Service Module, Apollo Man Service Module. Yep, I haven't slept in a little while. The CSM, the CSM was engineered by North American. By the time the shuttle program came around, it was Rockwell, right? And then Boeing merged with Rockwell International in 1993. How many people that developed the shuttle were even working at Rockwell at that time? So I'd say for a first attempt at building a capsule, Boeing did a pretty damn good job. I mean, the Starliner program has had all manner of delays. It has. And Boeing did say that they would deliver a fair bit ago, and they haven't. But, that's the aerospace industry in general, man. Everything is always late. In Elon's old words, he actually put it in a very apt way. He said, I think it was in Tim Dodd's interview, his first interview. Apparently, there's a second one now. He said that, SpaceX takes the impossible and makes it late. That's aerospace in a nutshell. That's not just SpaceX. That's everything. So, yeah, do I think Starliner is a bad design? No. I think Starliner just had teething problems just like every other spacecraft does. And look, all those problems, all these things that they found on the ground culminated in that perfect ride uphill. No problems. The comm loops were the quietest I've ever heard. Perfect. The worst thing they had to worry about was the sublimator, which is an easily refillable system for HVAC control on ascent. Because it's a thermal control system on ascent because the radiators can't be on during ascent because the rocket's launching. You have to wait until you get up on orbit to start the cooling loops. Do you think Starliner would have worked better if they did cargo first, like SpaceX? Yes, odd job. I think that we have a little bit of a skewed perspective because SpaceX had a lot of technical expertise from the Dragon 1 program. And odd job, people hate it. Why did you smile about what Nelson said? In regards to what, James? Odd job, I mentioned this on a flame trench once, and I got grilled by chat. And whatever, no one, you could be critical, I guess, if you want. I found that to never be productive for the reasons that we talked about it when I started talking to you guys about the press conference. Look, man, Dragon, if we want to look at the entire Dragon program, okay, so when did the Dragon program come on the books? The Dragon program came on the books and was funded in 2008 under the Commercial Orbital Transport Services Program. Dragon, it took 2 years of development for an uncrewed, not docking resupply vehicle, so something that needed to be berthed to the ISS. So Dragon had no docking systems on board. It was a very simple design. It took 2 years for Dragon and Falcon to get going. In 2008, they got the funding. 2010 saw test flight. 2012 saw the first mission to the ISS. Okay? First successful mission to the first routine mission to the ISS, I should say. That's 4 years of development on basic capsule functions, right? 2014 rolls around, commercial crew contract gets awarded to Boeing and SpaceX, right? By that point, SpaceX had been already doing routine resupply missions to the ISS for 2 years at that point. So basically, from clean sheet to the commercial crew contract award, it was 2008 to 2014. That's 6 years. Now, Boeing basically started cold turkey. No launch vehicle, no capsule, clean slate the design. They started in 2014. SpaceX got the contract for Dragon 2 in 2014 as well, right? So you look at that mission timeline, you see the Dragon capsule. So we had, SpaceX did a number of tests, an infinite amount of parachute tests, right? They didn't know, Boeing didn't know that they were going to use Atlas V. They had no launch vehicle. They partnered with ULA, right? They didn't have a launch vehicle. They didn't know what it was going to launch on. Look at the early renders of Starliner. You see Starliner, early renders of Starliner has it on a Delta IV. Just saying. So now you look at the timeline for when the commercial crew program was started versus when first crew flew. All right. So commercial crew 2014. What missions did we see regarding commercial crew with Dragon that were in-flight tests, parachute tests and other tests notwithstanding? We had the DM-1 mission in 2017, 3 years later, uncrewed flight, right? And then after that, we had the in-flight abort in 2019. And then we had Demo 2, the crew flight test for Dragon in 2020. So that's 6 years after the commercial crew contracts were awarded, excuse me. Now with Boeing, they clean sheeted the capsule design. They had some kind of nice renders of what it could possibly be when commercial crew was awarded, right? We had some renders of Starliner. That's about it. It was called CFT-100, and it was a concept floated around for Boeing Commercial Orbital Transport Services if they wanted to do that. Now, so let's look at the timelines for Starliner. Starliner did the OFT-1 mission in 2019, December 2019. Didn't go very well. And then they did the OFT-2 mission in, 2022, I think? And now we have the crew flight test in 2024. That's 10 years after the commercial crew contract was awarded. Now, if you look at this and you compare from the milestone of the commercial crew contract being awarded, Dragon flew 4 years before Starliner did. But remember, Dragon was flying for how many years before commercial crew was awarded? Dragon 1's first flight was in 2010. Commercial crew was awarded 2014. 4-year gap. Interesting. See what I mean? Doesn't matter who it is. The stuff takes time. We just looked at it with we look at it with a skewed perspective because the Dragon program absolutely helped SpaceX make a capsule quicker. Boeing started with a clean sheet design. They started with a clean sheet design 6 years after the Dragon program came on the books. 4 years of Dragon flights. Couple of routine resupply missions. Right? So let's see. Dragon flew COTS 1 in 2010. It flew COTS 1. The demo flight was in 2010. COTS 1 was in 2012. And then I think it was COTS CRS 1 after that in 2013. So Dragon had flown 3 or 4 times prior, right? I mean, this one's just a random coincidence, but Starliner flew the in-flight abort, its pad abort, right? It flew OFT-1 and OFT-2, and then flew people on it. See what I mean? Like, now, I think the point that I'm trying to get at is I still think that Boeing just goes a little bit slower there than SpaceX does. SpaceX does rapid iterative stuff, right? And I think that NASA was wrong to kind of let Boeing have a hands-off approach to the commercial crew program. They basically thought that it'd be cool and they would be Starliner and Dragon would both be operational in the early 2020s. And I think they were wrong in taking that approach. But You know, NASA basically put a magnifying glass over Boeing after the fiasco that was OFT-1. So, I mean, like I said, you looked at all told, the timelines all told, and the amount of money spent. I still think that Boeing is actually ends up being a little more expensive all told than SpaceX, but also at the same time, the timelines are about the same. From clean sheet, Dragon came on the books 2008, flew people in 2020, right? Starliner came on the books in 2014, first flew people in 2024. See what I'm talking about? It seemingly seems like SpaceX goes faster than Boeing, but I would contend to say that it has a lot to do with those early Dragon flights that gave SpaceX the leg up. 4 years is not a long period of time in spaceflight timelines. That's not a lot. Do you think a lot of pessimism is because of Boeing airplanes created doubts in people's minds? Absolutely, Cryo. Yeah, I said Crayon. Sorry about that, Cryo. Absolutely. But I said this right before they flew, and I'll say it again now. Boeing Space Systems is absolutely not Boeing commercial airplanes. Those are two different companies with two very different corporate structures. They're just owned by the same parent company. General Motors owned Pontiac and Chevy in the 60s, or Cadillac and Chevy in the 60s. Does that mean a Cadillac and a Chevy are the same thing? Absolutely not. It's possible to have two companies under a parent company that have very, very, very different corporate structures. Also, Cryo, you're now Mr. Crayon, and I apologize for that. Right? If it's 1968, and you're going to get a Chevy Impala or a Cadillac Coupe de Ville, those are two different cars. Are they both General Motors? Yeah, absolutely. But I'm taking the Coupe de Ville any day over the Impala. The Impala's cool, don't get me wrong. I'm taking the Coupe de Ville, man. You got to drive around a Cadillac. Yeah, Newmark. Chevelle for the win. I'll take my 500 cubic inches in my Coupe de Ville. All right, Wanagi? Shell ain't bad, but I mean, 500 cubic inches is more than 454. I'm just saying. Or a Toyota versus a Lexus. Sure, Samar. Yeah, exactly. There you go. What if it's an SS? Then maybe. But what does it mean, all the specs from Izzard to Gizzard? Pudding. That's a cool name, bro. No problem. All right. We are no longer friends. Whatever. I'm a 429 kind of guy anyway, Wanagi. It's all good. My semi-hemi is gonna do circles around your 454, but then again, you have a 454, and a 429 is a pipe dream for me. It's good to see you, man. How you doing? Everything good? Sacrilege! Oh, man. What time is it? Have I really been going for 7 hours already? Wow. Had stuff to do, and you still streaming. That's over 6 hours of stream. Dex, I stream for 10, 11 hours every day, dude. Don't worry about it. You were up before you. I woke up at 0600, man. I knew the cast started at 6:45, and I wanted to be here at 6:30, and I was. Oh, man. Doesn't this, dude, this just feels so good. It's so cool. 2 operational spacecraft, baby. Let the low Earth orbit economy commence. In the beginning, back in 1969. Man doesn't know about a rocket launch. No? Oh, let there be space. It could work. We could remix it. It could work. All right, Booty. See you, buddy. Might be a good day to do a driving test. Let there be space. There was space. Let there be boosters. There was boosters. Oh, let there be rock. Down it. Down it. Down it. It's a good song, man. All right. Guys, I'm telling you, covering the launches like this does take a lot out of you. Any updates on the Fayou Tech cameras? No, nothing. EJ's driving cross country no earlier than Saturday, and you should tune in. Yep, we're gonna live stream that. Here, let me check my schedule over for NSF there. Oh, let me rock. All right, so all right. Yeah. The NSF cast begins at midnight tonight. So what I'll probably do, guys, is get some sleep. I'm probably going to get some sleep. And yeah, I will be back streaming here at the latest in about 10 hours. At the very latest. I'll probably come back and we'll mess around, I don't know, Fallout or Workers or something for a little while. I just got to go get some quick shut-eye. I only got like 2 hours of sleep last night. So midnight, this for Starship. Yeah. I'm doing some guest work on with NASA Spaceflight tonight. I'll be in at 1 a.m. Oh, nice. It isn't broken up. Excellent. One a.m. to 2:30. All right, nice. Got a 2.5 hour stint. Excellent. Tomorrow's going to be a very long day then. Yep, something like that. All right, so Starliner will actually tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm going to be working basically from midnight tonight all the way through. So what I'm going to most likely do is start up the stream and yeah, I want to start up the stream and we'll probably just go all the way to Starliner docking tomorrow. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. Starliner's scheduled to dock 22 hours from now. You got a lot of Red Bull? I don't need it. You are a gentleman and a scholar. Get your R&R in. I just want to say it. When it comes to these exciting missions, I almost always tune into your stream. I really like this one. This was a special one, Erudite. I'm so proud of everybody at Boeing for what it's worth. Like, at the very least, as a U.S. taxpayer, I'm very, very, very proud of them. This is Boeing, ULA, Tori Bruno being the absolute classiest person in the spaceflight industry by a long shot. You know, all the people that work at NASA, guys, this takes a lot of work, man. It takes a lot of work. Seeing it all come together and seeing the fruits of that labor is very, very inspiring stuff. We should all be proud. You know, should all be damn proud of it. So, yeah, I'm going to wrap it up here for now, and I'll probably be back a little bit later in the day, and we'll go all the way. Now, don't forget, the reason why I'm going to do a crazy big long stream, you know, is because on Friday, I'm flying out to California, and next week is going to be EJ and Ernok's Excellent Adventure. Don't go real quick. Listen to this. EJ and Ernok's Excellent Adventure. What we are going to do is stream a cross-country road trip. The entirety of a cross-country road trip, starting in San Diego and ending in Boston. I'm driving clear across the North American continent, and we're going to stream as much as we possibly can. So no stream on Friday, but we should have a nice big old stream starting at the very least at midnight tonight and going all the way to Starliner docking. So it's at least going to be 12 hours at the very least. It's probably going to end up being more than that. So do you have the itinerary yet? We're probably going to start on Sunday, John. So Friday, Saturday off, and we will start on Sunday. And yeah, the road trip will be going through the week. We plan on stopping at Boca Chica. So if Starship doesn't go tomorrow, then if it pushes a week or something, then maybe you get a live stream of Starship taking off from the cab of a truck. I don't know. We're not renting a truck. Ernok bought a 1987 Ford F-350 crew cab long box dually and what we're going to do is tow his 92 Camaro to my shop in Boston. And then we're going to stream working on it. So yeah, that's all next week. Should be pretty fun. Don't worry. Still do launch coverage as best as I can. Are you going to go up to Vandenberg for the launch on Saturday morning? Yeah, Wanagi, yeah. I'm going to work on some bow ties there. Yeah, Flyboy, that's what we're working on. We're working on a 92 RS. We got a whole suspension package for it, dude. Tubular cross member, posi rear end. Yeah, dude, look, I got a, see? We got a 10 bolt posi with discs, 10 bolt posi with discs right there. Yeah. Oh yeah, we got the goods, man. We got the goods. Don't worry. It's a 305 if I'm remembering right, Wanagi. Yeah. It's a 3 a.m. launch. I'll get back to you on that, Doug. I'll get back to you on that. Might be good to do a shakedown stream. I'll get back to you on that. I mean, my sleep schedule's already going to be screwed up, so I don't know. Maybe if we get the stream set up working with the truck and stuff, then are you guys going to come through Nashville? Maybe, Farhund. I don't know. The tentative plans right now is to at least get to Boca Chica and then get to Cape Canaveral and then drive up the East Coast. That's kind of the tentative plan. So we'll see. It might change. Who knows? You're supposed to be in Boston on Monday, just letting you know. I'm going to be in California on Monday, Shatter. You have a playlist ready? Of course. Throwing darts at the wall. Yep. All right. Spaceship 2 is on June 8th. All right. We'll see. All right. Anyway, there's not many people up and around to raid. So that's going to do it for me. Guys, I will see you a little bit later in the day. We'll be live streaming here, games for a little while, and then probably jumping into NSF coverage. And then we're going so I'm going to do some coverage for NSF, and then I'm going to come back here, and I have permission to restream NSF and commentate on the launch. And we are going to go all the way to the Starship launch, and then a little bit more all the way to Starliner's docking. I was about to say Dragon undocking, but Dragon's already there. Yeah, so I'm going to be streaming a lot. Once again, these are the final ones before I get on a plane, fly out, and then we start the excellent adventure. So, Flash Booty, 59-month resub, Yusef, 43-month resub. Once again, everybody, thank you very much for all the support. I really appreciate it, guys. You guys have been very good to me lately, to the point where I'm like having bad imposter syndrome, and I'm like, I don't deserve any of this. It still happens. I've been doing this for a decade. It still happens. So, yeah, I will see you guys all then. Is Prime streaming, Bree? I didn't see him in the following directory. Oh. Oh yeah, let's go raid Primogen. Anybody out there into software? Yeah, let's see what Prime's up to. Let's go raid Prime. Prime is a software engineer that streams on Twitch. He's basically the software engineering counterpart of yeah. That guy's cool. Yeah. Go raid Prime. See what he's up to. He's a good dude. He's funny as hell. Go raid that stream. See what's good. I'll see you guys a little later tonight. Thank you very much for watching. And if you're on the YouTube side of things, thanks for holding it down over there. You won't see anything after this. Bye, guys. Thank you.